ม่งตอนนี้เซตสตรีมเหนื่อยมากแต่ละรอบ
Microphone activated.
อย่างน้อยได้เห็นหนึ่งไก่
มิดได้ไก่ไหม
ไม่ฟูเซนได้หนึ่งไก่อีมีเปล่าอืม
Microphone muted.
อุ้ยเหี้ยตกใจเหี้ยอะไรวะเนี่ย ไอ้โพสต์อยู่ไหมทำไมอยู่ดีๆสตรีมอิเลเมนต์มันทำงานเฉยเลยวะงงวะหึอ๋อน้องเลยวอลสวัสดีครับ ได้ละโอเคสวัสดีครับไมนูก็น่าอนาคตน่าจะไปกันหมดครับแต่ว่ามันผลตอบแทนค่าตอบแทนแล้วพวกเนี้ยมันพลิกมันโอเคกว่าเยอะครับสำหรับม่วงนะม่วงต้องไปเขียวอะไรเงี้ยอ่าทำไงเนี่ยมาข้างล่างแล้วกันอันยองน้องออริจินขอคิดก่อนว่า เอ้ย ไม่ใช่ชื่อเดิมอ่ะไม่จัดชื่อเดิมเลยอ่ะมาเพิ่งมาดูสตรีมเหรอครับผมช่วงนี้ เพราะว่าจริงๆเขาก็ไอ้นี่กันนะ เหมือนเริ่มขยับขยายกันสักพักละ สวัสดีครับพุทโธไม่ให้ครับวันนี้ไม่ให้ Pacific ครับวันนี้ขออนุญาตมองไปที่ Vitality กับ EF วันนี้ขออนุญาตถูกหมดนะครับผมอืมยังไงดีวันนี้ขออนุญาตเรียกศรัทธาแน่ใจครับความมั่นใจกำลังมา ใช่หรอว่ะทำไมเฟรมเรทมันตกวะแป๊บนึงนะเฮ้ยปกติมันจะไม่เป็นนะเฮ้ยเกิดอะไรขึ้นวะอันเนี้ยถ้าปรับเป็น virtual light ในกระตุกไม่รู้ปกติเป็นอย่างนี้อยู่แล้ววะอันนี้หายแล้วปะอ๋อชิบหายละหรือเป็นอย่างนี้อยู่แล้ววะไม่ได้สังเกตเลยอะน้องน็อตสวัสดีครับดูอีมีหรือเปล่าวันนี้เมื่อวาน VPL ได้ฝึกเล่นผมยับเลยพี่โหอย่าว่าแต่น้องเลยพี่ก็ยับเหมือนกันแต่วันนี้แหละวันนี้มาอีมีวันนี้ง่ายมองไปที่วิทย์เลยครับอืมน้องชินนามอนสวัสดีครับอืม
conversation have I just brought up? Let's
It's a
wrap it
dangerous
there.
duo. Let's shift into a different conversation here as we check on the standings here in EMEA, because there has been a lot of Valorant played, and we're starting to get into the moments where teams are at risk of being eliminated from the playoffs. Teams are at risk of being eliminated from championship points contention. We're very much in the thick of things, and for 3 of our teams today, these matches are going to have massive impact.
Yeah, I think that yesterday was more about the teams that might be finishing top 2 in the group to go to playoffs. I think these teams is about just, at this point, I think that playoffs is going to be less likely for some of these teams, but they need to start finding some momentum, because even if they go through the play-ins, because obviously, you know, if you finish bottom of the group, if you finish mid of the group, you still got that play-ins. You still got that last chance to qualify, so to speak. But they need to start finding some momentum, because a lot of these teams aren't doing it well.
They certainly aren't. We'll take a look at the schedule here because, yes, it is really that conversation right now of teams trying to claw their way into a W. We're starting out with Pacific, still in search of exactly that, against Vitality. And then we move into an Eternal Fire Giant X game where whoever loses that is going to be guaranteed out of the playoffs. Pacific as well with a loss here will be out of playoff contention, so it will be the play-ins for whoever winds up on the losing side this time.
Yeah, it's a case of do or die, and as you mentioned, we're fortunate now that they have a bit more time throughout this regular season to start getting prepared for those play-ins, but you still don't want to finish bottom of your group, because of course if you finish bottom of the group, you're going to be in the elimination part of the play-ins when we get to that point, so you're going to be having a do or die situation in every single game you play, so definitely still things to play for, even if it means that after today they'll be knocked into that play-ins.
It does indeed. Let's dive into the matchup that we have set for us, right? Because this first one, very different expectations for the two teams, Pacific and Vitality. We'll get into Vitality in just a little bit. I think we have a lot to unpack there. But first, to start the conversation on Pacific, we have an interview with Valorant.
Valorant, it's been a struggle for you guys. We were just chatting a little bit before you're going live. Does it ever feel like you are Sisyphus rolling that boulder up the hill?
To be honest, it does a little bit. But I think we can break the curse, we can break the myth, we can break free from it. So even though it does feel like it at times, we get close to winning. So it's not that much of the myth, I would say. But I'm very confident that we can break free from it and eventually get a win.
We've had these 2 series, right? One where the first map is strong and then the rest are where the problems come in. And then the second one where you pull off a really nice second map, and then the third's maybe a little drained. How do you keep building on these tough games?
I mean, I think it's very map specific for us. The maps that we are not so good at are pretty obvious that we're not good at them. So I think we're just trying to work on the specifics of the map, because we can beat teams. We've shown it both games. We won 2 maps, and the other maps were also pretty close, except Ascent. So we definitely started working on that more and trying maybe a little bit of different approach. So I think that's the way to go. We're just trying to fix it, basically, hot fix it on the day and try something new.
And for your opponent today, right? Vitality, tough team. What do you make of them?
I mean, I think, again, we're the underdog, and I always like an underdog story. I used to be coached by Pal. I basically made his career. We were his first proper team with Focus back then. So it's a good one. And yeah, I think it will be a good match. They're a very good team. I respect all of the players and all of the staff a lot. And
คู่แรก
I
บิด
think
ครับ
we'll put on a good show.
And you have
วิ
to
ท
remind
แน่นอน
Exactly, I have to remind them.
Well, good luck today, my man.
Thank you.
That's crazy from Valorante, because if I hadn't let Pal play on stage at a Scottish esports LAN event back in like 2021, he wouldn't even be in esports in the first place. So I kind of find it funny that Valorante's like, yeah, he wouldn't be here without me.
So
I
a
let him
lot
play
of
on
people
LAN.
made PAL, is what I'm learning here.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, one must imagine Valorante happy, isn't that right, Minnie?
That's good. I like that. I was expecting that. Are we gonna get to Camus now? Can we do Camus
We
segment?
can do Camus, we can do whatever solution Pacific need. Maybe it's philosophy, maybe it's mythology. They need to find some sort of answer just to get that boulder up the hill and get that first win.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that Valorantis said it was like map specific. I think that it's interesting they're taking that approach. I think that's a good approach because it gives you tangibles to work on. You're not just sat there thinking there's these tangibles we don't know.
โอ้ยขอบคุณน้องพาเซอร์
having
นะครับ
that
ฟังนะ
approach
ขอบคุณ
is
ครับ
very
ผม
similar to my approach, and it means that you know have something to work towards. You're not going to be kind of depressed or kind of like, oh, we don't know how to figure this out. They're clearly working on something, so that's good to see.
And as soon as you let the mythology into your head, you've already been defeated, right? But if we turn over towards the other side of things, we've got Vitality here. Very different conversation that we're having, Mini. Vitality, as we're a little bit of the ways into stage 2, what's our check-in? What's our pulse read on Vitality?
I think it's good to have a chat right
คิด
now.
ว่า
just because,
2-0 ครับ
you know,
คู่นี้
Vitality are the heavy favorites today. Like this is David Goliath situation. I think that a win today for Vitality doesn't really change my mind about them very much. I think that it's good right now. Like we spent the year with them, like half the year with them. I think they went to London and did okay.
Yeah.
For me, I would expect them to do that kind of result as like a bare minimum. But given what Fnatic did yesterday, where they looked terrible, I think I'm starting to
You
give.
feel a bit happier
I feel
about
like I'm
them.
giving some grace to Vitality now. Like I'm always expecting more from them, but there are some teams who are clearly struggling a lot more than them right now.
Yeah, 100%. I definitely feel like we've become a region that's not a one-team region anymore when we look at the results that's been happening throughout. You're giving me a face, but like Fnatic used to be
zero-team
top dog.
region.
Yeah, now we maybe put those words in my mouth if you want. But I think if we take a wider look at Vitality and the year that they've had so far, I think they were one match away, from being able to qualify to that very first global event of the year, and then it kind of just slipped away from them at that point in time. And then we look towards stage 1, they were able to get to that grand final but weren't quite able to lift the trophy. And now we look at London, and yes, as you mentioned, Minnie, I completely agree with you. They're attending these global events now, but that's the expectation that we set out for this roster at the very start of the year, that at minimum they should be attending every single global event and be having a podium finish at global
Yeah, I think
events.
podium finishes is like the ultimate objective, with a trophy being the kind of cherry on top. I think that if we look back to their game, they've only had one game so far at this stage against BBL. They did lose. It was very close, but there were some things that, you know, maybe we could talk about. Like I think that
They have had
they have
two
had
games.
2 games.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm a fraud. I'm a fraud.
It's all right. It's all right. We all get to be a fraud about something.
Lost against BBL.
Let's talk about Durka. Let's talk about Durka
has been on the Neon quite a lot this stage,
Yes.
and that has been something that I have not been the biggest fan of. If you look at the stats here on London on the left, where he's playing against, in my opinion, better competition at the highest level. He's playing a lot of Jet and Raze there, 250 ACS. Stage 2 so far, I know it's only 2 games so far, the Neon not looking as comfortable. And I think the key thing for him to me is that like Durka is a very good op player.
100%.
And I think that in some of the comps, especially that Haven, we're seeing Chronicle in the chamber, that drags the operator away from Durka's hands. And if he's just playing that Jet, he's going to be upping people. So to me, I think today, one of the things I'm looking for is Durka back on that Jet lane.
We'll keep our eyes on that, but first we have to cast our eyes over towards the skirmish for a 1v1 between Seven and Yampi.
Which age is today's agent? I've been playing quite good on Phoenix lately. Phoenix has become my main agent. Incredible ace last week. Uh-oh.
Easy, mate.
Wait, if I hit him in the first shot, I think I might win every single one.
So, respect the 7.
Uh-oh, 4-4.
Bra. I always go to 5-4. Always sudden death. Wait, you can't drop pistol. Bro, this game trolls me. You can't drop a gun.
Game. Well played, Yampi.
Thank you.
You're a good guy.
You too. Bro, you can't drop a pistol. I thought that you can drop a pistol, but...
So we have the result from the skirmish, but let's dive back into the conversation, right? Durka maybe shifting over in towards roles, maybe trying to activate him a little bit more, something that could give Vitality more identity.
Yeah, I think that obviously him just going to that Jet Raze the big thing. I think the other conversations about Yampi on that Phoenix.
Yeah.
When I first saw it, I was like, I'm not sure about this one. But he has been firing so much that I think that kind of role makes a lot of sense to me.
I think it suits him. I think based on what we saw at kickoff with him being on the Yoru as well, I don't think it's too far away from something that would be comfort for Yampi. So I think figuring out this identity is the kind of clear thing for them to be able to go to champs and have a podium finish like we're mentioning.
We have our veto coming through here. It was Haven, Sunset, then Ascent. Any quick thoughts before we dive onto the stage?
No split from Pacific.
ผมว่าหนูต้องพีดิกแบบ50แต่ก็เลยห้ามสวน
Well, we'll keep an eye on the punish pick, but now it's time to cast our eyes over towards stage for the standoff. if we know one thing, it's that Yuppie's apparently ready to get going in this matchup.
When is he not? When is he not? He's always cheering. He's always giving us energy. No matter where he is in the studio, he's that guy.
We've got another look at this veto through. Any more thoughts?
Vitality picking Haven, I think that is the key map for me where I want to see some of these agent switches. I think that Dirk on that Neon I want to see on a different duelist. Probably the Jet is the most comfortable. I'm interested as well, Chronicle in the Chamber. I think if Dirk is then on that Jet, just switch him over to a more traditional Senti. Probably the Cypher. I wouldn't mind the Vice here. I think those are the key things. I'm really looking at Vitality today to fix a lot of their mistakes. Last weekend at BBL, they were throwing so many advantages. They're throwing 4v2s, 5v2s, and that is what lost them the series against BBL. They're not going to be as challenged as much today by Pacific, but if I see any 5v2 losses, then I would say that this is a loss of the day
We're
for
talking
Vitality.
about challenges, but like just your fundamentals, man. Check your corners. The amount of rounds that they were losing against BBL, especially when I think back to the Haven, I think Rose played in the same position twice and was able to take 2 rounds off of them based on Vitality not checking out those corners. And I think that that's coming off the back of the Neon wall. They're not clearing behind it when these executes are coming in. I think it was Yampy's ultimate as well on that attack. Whenever they were using it for an execute, they weren't clearing out these corners.
Pacific, once they get to Sunset, looking a lot better there because Vitality played it only once and
หมดแล้ว
looked like they
วันนี้วิท
hadn't
เอาจริง
practiced it much. They hadn't had much time to get it down. I think that is a case where Pacific could
การมาของซาโยวันนี้แหละ
I want to see Vitality looking a lot cleaner on that map.
High expectations for them, and their expectations always met by the Razor chairs on stage, backing
วันนี้เดิร์กใส่หมวกเว้ย
play
ตาม
as we
สู
move
ตร
towards the agent
เอาจริง
composition. The question for Pacific, Billy, you highlighted earlier, no split here, no
จาก
comfort
สถิติ
pick. They got to do
no
something
split.
different.
Honestly, I'm kind of happy though because I like to see them moving things around, and I'm hoping that, as you mentioned, Minnie, this sunset pick from them tells me that they saw a flaw of Vitality's on that map, and there's something that they potentially want to be able to counteract. So I'm intrigued to see what will happen if they get to that point. I think for the Haven though, I'm curious to see what Pacific are going into this double duelist composition. Ninja on the Jet is the first thing that immediately jumps out at me, Minnie, and then of course Vitality, we're getting to see Derka on the Jet as well, which is what we wanted.
Yeah, Dirk on that Jet. Chronicle's still in that chamber. So the question to me here is, whilst I like the switch from the Neon to the Jet, and I think Dirk is in prime position to just go back to Dirk timing and just farming a team like Pacific, I think that the operator value, or the chamber value to me is the question. You can't really use double ult effectively on defense. You're not going to get that economy going too
4 ทีม
much.
สุดท้ายโฟร์แซนด์วิช
Who's
เปิด
going to
โป
use the
อ่ะ
operator? And then what is the value of chamber outside the operator's usage if you're not
โคตรเดือด
Yeah, I have to agree. I definitely think that Darker Jet, this is what we wanted to see, right? And the operator is the big thing that's
แล้ว
to
เก
keep
ม
an
ที่
eye
ไม่ได้
on,
ดู
especially starting
โอ้
on
โห
this
วงเดือด
defensive
จัด
side. For Pacific though, Ninja on the Jet, we're seeing Ninja flex across a multitude of agents right now with the things that he's having to jump onto, and I think that this is a risk. Let's see if it's a risk that's actually going to pay off. I think Seven as well has been great on this duelist. He's since
VP
moved
champ.
over to it, and yeah, he needs to be able to bounce back
โห
today.
นี้ VP แม่งไปไกลดิ
A bounce back required, but 2 guys who are ready to bounce right into the action. We got Mitch and Tom on the mic. Take it away, boys.
วันนี้หัวร้านมาแรงมากครับ
Thank you very much, Star.
ร้านไหนบ้าง
Vitality and Pacific, Tom. This is going to be an interesting battle. I think everybody coming
ไม่ตลกวันนี้วิทย์ไม่ตลกแน่นอนวันนี้วิทย์ไม่ตลก
Yes, Pacific 2-0.
วันนี้วิทย์ไม่ตลก
What we've all seen in the stars, but maybe we were tripping. For this squad, this is probably one of the biggest challenges that they'll have. Vitality seem like a team that should be winning this dominantly.
Yeah, that's for sure. But a man who is hoping
วั
for,
นเกิด
well, basically that
Perfect
exact
ด้วย
scenario is Profek. Happy birthday to my bald brother from another mother, Profek. I'm hoping it's a good one because, you know, it's always difficult when it's your birthday. You got to play on the stage, and if you lose, you then have to go.
บัฟวันเกิดครับวันนี้
Forget the fact that you lost, but
Perfect.
realistically, they're up against a team that has never won a game. They're on a 10-loss streak. They're coming up on what is the record for the most
ผมพันอันยอง
losses ever in a row in VCT. So we'll have to wait and see. But for Thinky, it's a chance to go versus Pal and see if he can beat him. I guess you could say the same for Valorant as well. Was also under the Pal hammer. And yeah, both will want to try and beat
ทันกำลังจะเริ่ม
last time they played each other. Well, the last map at least.
Pacific กำลังจะโดนกระทืบ
We'll have a slightly closer game.
Oh, I've heard Pal has a surprise party for Profek planned after this one, but only
มา
if
ถึง
they
เข้า
win.
เอามาก่อน
Otherwise,
1 ครับ
he sent
1
me to his room
เรียบ
early.
ร้อย
Chronicle already taking down Ninja. And
Hom
that
hom.
mid aggression isn't just for the fight. They've set Yumpy up as a rat in the corner. Bait from Dirk as he walks back down again. This time, Yumpy's coming with them, and a big fight brews, but Pacific end up coming out on top. Cubert's managed to pull them back into a 3v2. Damage done onto Cupid, onto Waddle as well. They're holding on for dear life, but Waddle evaded death. And now Profek, the birthday boy, has to win a 1v3.
เบิร์ดเตียบอย1-3เฮ้ยมาถึงก็โดน
for him, but ultimately now on the wrong side of the map and a million different angles to clear. Luckily, a couple of those players are incredibly low. 7.
เวิร์ดโปน่าจะไม่พลาดหรอปะไอ้
to heal himself,
พวกเนี้ย
and instead is going to sit aggressively in the corner. He's got to be careful because if he goes down, this becomes a much easier fight, even with the flank
แต่ไม่มี
coming
ดาว
in.
สักดวงวาง
Both
เปิด
players now one shot. Of course, in terms of stars remaining, not really anything to be played with by Profik, and I like the fact that they are in optimal positions to try and deny this. Even now knows that there is a player behind, but hasn't been able to get anybody to bait in on that fight. First one finally goes his way. Now can look to try and get things to half. Waddle eventually will need to swing around the corner, and I don't know if there's time.
I don't think so.
It's going to be desperately close, and actually he has got it.
บอกแล้วเบิร์ดเตียบอยคัทเป็นไง
Clutch birthday boy on the stage. I guess there is a birthday buff and a ball buff after all.
Yeah, what happens when the two combine? A 1v3 for Vitality.
โอ้วันเกิดนะอันนี้
And let me tell you, if you come into this match as the underdogs, lose the opening duel, and then Vitality have the goal to re-aggress, and you punish them for it, end up in a 1v3. See Sayonara whiff more shots than I think he's whiffed all season.
เจอโปรวันเกิดเข้าไป เป็นเรื่องเลย
The lead not finding its way into Pacific's hands, and now full buy for the defensive side. Only one weakness in Sayonara playing with the Ghost, while Pacific next to nothing in terms of strength. That's a freebie. Down to 15, but that's the guy with the classic. And the damage being done by Profek more than making up for the damage done in the other direction. In fact, he's feeling very confident indeed. Cosmic Divide online for round number 3. That's, listen, Pacific have got to be panicking seeing that ult in play.
Yeah, it's everybody's favorite ult.
ยาวจัดโบนี้
Straight into an end zone flawless. It's probably the round you want to keep nice and clean for Vitality. Of course, the story of this matchup, I think Mini said it well. It's like a victory here for Vitality. Doesn't really tell you much about Vitality. It's only if things are too close or if they lose. I think Pacific have definitely looked better on specific maps. I think that's always been the issue for them. They'll come in, they'll win a map, and you'll go, oh, they're here, and then they'll lose the next one 13-5.
Yeah, that's always the issue. It's the consistency from them, and it tends in one direction more than the other. Nice bounce in the molly to cover that right corner. Vitality already taking a ton of space with Durka up close.
Yeah.
And he'll have backup with Sayonara.
มันสู้มือจัดอะ
Be looking to drone through here. It looks like instead Durka's playing the
ผม
bait
คิดโคน่าจะ
again. They did
ไม่
this
ใช่
in
พีค
mid
หรอวะ
to start the pistol round. The patience got the better of them in the end. You remember they got Yumpy into that corner.
นี่ไง
Over on B
เรียบร้อย
now.
ครับ
That's a fantastic
นึก
pick
ว่า
by
น่าจะอยู่
Chronicle.
4 คนเดียว
The Outlaw coming into this round, not a lot of players on light shields, and they've sacrificed Cupid to Durka. At least the reveal should give them
ยังอีกเหรอ
surely
ยังไม่ช่วยอีกเหรอ
Waddle finds it.
doesn't help him.
แล้วซาโยไม่ช่วยจริงเหรอ
Can still
ไอ้เหี้ย
strike with Chronicle going down though. It's a good job Sayonara found that pick, and low HP makes that a very easy ult to deal with.
At least it gives the HP back, but it doesn't do the same for the remaining player. Ninja to try and fight versus the remaining players, and he's not going to get anything.
พูดได้คำเดียวเลยว่าไม่มีภาพครับผม
And yeah, so far Cupid's TPs have not exactly gone to plan. I was a little bit surprised when the drone's going through that's the moment he
น้อง
decides
มาติลาซันเดย์สวัสดีครับพี่เอ๋ยอยู่ไหน
the info. He's already halfway through teleporting.
พี่เอ๋ยอยู่ไหนคือยังไงบ้างพัน
Yeah, that's I'm gonna say not ideal.
A little bit mistimed.
Just a small,
That's your boy,
error.
right? That's your boy?
That's my listen. Down
Okay.
that stage.
You taught him everything he knows.
No, well, that's not true. That's not true. He wouldn't be here if that was the case. Let me tell you that. The 3-0
45 วิย้ายได้ครับผม
Wow.
So that's Profek 8-0.
ยุโรปมีเพลงมีครับเหมือนเราได้ เหมือน
เหมือน
เรา
เรา
เล
เลย ย
ค
ค
รั
รั
บบ ผ
ผม ม
ใครเข้ามาแล้วอย่าลืมฝากกดไลค์ด้วยนะฮะบ้านแดงนะใครอยู่บ้านแดงฝากกดไลค์ด้วยนะครับเปิดการมองเห็นฮะเฮ้ยโอ้ฉลองวันเกิดหน่อยเว้ย
And potential for an I don't think Durka will give him the ace. Durka's not that kind of guy. He's
Oh.
gonna fight him. Yeah, I knew it. Dirka's the teammate you want to win a game, but not the teammate you want if you want to have fun.
How in the world is Profek 11-0 on the Astra? We're 4 rounds into the game, for God's sake.
มาแมน
1v3 to kick off the map.
วิทย์ตรงตูดครับ
and every round's been a highlight. This is ridiculous. At least it's an eco that happens to you in, but the straight
It doesn't
spam
make you
down
feel
long.
any better.
No, it never feels good. No matter what moment that happens in. At least the orbs are going to a guy who's got Cosmic Divide. But for Pacific, this round here, it has so much weight on it. They have rifles, not really ultimates, but neither do their opponents for the most part. This is where they have to step up. And let's see how it goes as we jump in to their comms.
I'm holding short.
The anti.
It was chamber. He might re-peek through short.
Is it joining long? Hiding.
Exactly. Hiding from short. Catch short. Patrick. I'm peeking off you. Are we going back into A or re-pushing?
Let's think one. One, two. Let's. Can you drone short? We peek here.
Come peek.
เฮ้ยโพดไอ้ที่โพดส่งมามันเสียรายเดือนด้วยนี่แต่ทดลองใช้ฟรีนี่
Let's smoke him in flash. Wait for drone. Okay, you ready? Wait for drone. We play off the drone. I have only one.
Trip short, guys. I'm joining now.
Drone. We're gonna do it now. 3, 2,
Trip behind.
1. Go boys.
เหมือนจะต้องเล่นรีเทคครับวิดราวนี้ฮะซายโยถอยออกไปละ
I have short. I'm only backset.
Recon in one.
Playing retake, I think. Full retake.
They have short, boys.
ทีเด็ดไม่ได้อัพนะวันนี้แพนเตอร์วันนี้คู่นี้ให้วิทย์นะ
So we have to play on
Go
site.
forward, Patrick.
Yeah, I'm playing in hell.
Play 3 sides.
ปูเซนหน้าลองเล่นคอมดีกว่าวิทย์
And Dirk has already passed the trip, but Cooper was watching it, dropped off the box just
ไม่
as
น่า
Dirk
ว่ะ
came to his screen.
มันไอ้นี่ไป
Unfortunate timing, but Alarante's there to
มี
at
เจ
least
ตฟินิก
pull
แล้ว
us
แช
back
ม
to
เบอร์
even
อีก
territory. Surrounded our Pacific. This is going to be a tough retake to hold off.
ไม่ได้กระสิกขนาดนั้นละผู้เล่น
Removing Ninja, but the timing works out. Trades back and forth to leave things even once again. A stun has left 7 in trouble, but nobody able to actually deal with the player. Sayonara a little bit further behind, and now it's all on to Profek. His first death
เฮ้ย
looming,
โอ้
but
โห
he clears
นึกว่า
one.
เบอร์เดย์บอยจะจัดให้
Finally,
อีก
they'll be
เนี่ย
able to deal with the birthday boy himself.
เอาซูชิบอยมาเล่นแชมเบอร์
Importantly, a first round onto the board for Pacific.
Yeah, as we
ใช่
said,
พวก
a
อันแชท
much needed round. Coming into that, they're putting their credits on the line, and a loss there. It's just going to send
ปูเซนต้องคอม
Vitality
เอเนอร์จี
sneaking
ได้
into the lead. The
แต่
credits
พี่
are
ชอบ
already
สไตล์
stacked
คอม
so
เค
high
ซี
for
สุด
full
แล้วผ
buyer.
ม
We'll make a little bit of a dent,
ให้พิมมี่เล่นเป็น
but it's not
นา
out
เล
of
ศอะ
the realms of possibility
2-0 มีภาพใหม่โอ้โหอย่าว่าแต่มีภาพเลย
for this squad.
Enemy remaining.
4D เลยครับผม ชัด
Starting to
แจ๋ว
think we weren't going to see that here today.
Yeah, and as I sort of said, I think that they have looked better. You go back to their game versus Foot that ended up being pretty close. Them even taking a map that
จัด
wasn't
ไป
split,
แพนเตอร์
which
ขอบ
I
คุณ
think
ครับ
became a pretty important factor for this team. That there are other maps that they can play. Taking a map off mates as well. They've not lost a series 2-0 just yet, but
แล้วพี่
they
ใส่
also haven't
พี่
won
ใส่
one.
บอท
So
ในคลิก
it
ไปมันไม่
kind
ขึ้
of
นเฉย
becomes
เลย
irrelevant if you're unable to get any of those across the line. Profek. Okay. There we go. I think maybe the birthday balls went too far because that was a very cocky play.
Yeah, cocky, exactly. I'm not certain it was
Let-
necessary
Lei.
at this moment in
Nghĩ
time.
lei.
Yuppie has to run it back so they can at least still have an extra body to throw at this
อื
one.
มเดิร์ก
Dirk is
ไม่ตัด
spamming
ให้ตั้งห
away,
นึ่งวะ
does a little bit of damage, but you can see Ninja
สวย
still
ละ
pretty healthy, while Dirk hasn't gotten out of there scot-free. A solid side take for Pacific, a man advantage, and Yumpie's ult is the only thing that really worries me. They've got a reveal to help him out, a flash to break through. He's going to get hit by the trip, but at least that's the info, and trades out his ult for that life. But the Hunter's
Ui.
Fury has done so much damage, still much
3-2
more
ครับ
left to do. Shock Dart in there for more. Reveal to help out Alarante on the swing.
Ui.
Backside, he'll take Chronicle. It's
Ui.
looking beautiful for
1-1
Alarante, but still time on the clock. So Waddle had to land
Waddle
the
มันก็
shot,
ยัง
and
แน่
then
นอน
he
อยู่
does. Pacific 4-2.
Nice try.
Holding on for dear life, but they haven't fallen yet.
Yeah,
มี
lovely
รอยยิ้ม
utility
มีรอย
coming
ยิ้ม
out from Waddle as well.
พี่
Like,
ว่าปูเซ
he's
น
someone I've wanted
เล่น
to
แผน
talk
มาก
about
ไป
quite a
จน
lot.
ทำให้
That's
เสีย
someone
ความ
who
เป็นตัวเองไหมครับ
said coming into this season
ไม่นะ
shooting on
พี่ว่า
a tier 1
ไม่นะ
roster, and you could see the moments. Like he's a very, very comfortable sort of a player. The amount of damage that was done off the Hunter's Fury, the dart towards the end, and then you set Alarante up to hit
ไอ้
those
คลิป
shots.
ที่โพสต์ส่งมาพี่อ่าน
To be
คอมเมน
fair
ต์
to
ด้าน
him,
ล่าง
he
เห็นปะ
really does.
คอมเมนต์แรกอะ
Second round onto the board
ของ
for
เจ้าของ
Pacific, but still feels
จ้าของ
like
คลิป
a
อะ
long way to go. And look at all the ultimates that are available for Vitality in this round. Still, some on the other side. 7 has got that run it back.
มีแล้วโพสต์แต่บอทชื่อยาวจัด
And he's managed to win the fight. At least versus one of the players, but that's very quickly traded out. The Hunter's Fury's not really found much other than info, and the A site has been lost in response. Spike is definitely a little bit further away. And Sayonara has just missed the boat on finding a pick.
แต่ว่ามันไม่ใช่ในบอท
Sad
ใช้ไม่ค่อย
position,
เป็น
no
อะ
smokes left for Pacific. They can't block off that spawn just yet.
วันนั้นฟูเซนยิงไม่ได้เอง
Where it is
ใช่
on the
ใช่
regen, but
อันนี้คือประเด็นหลักเลย
I
นะเอา
thought
จ
it
ริง
was bouncing off the back wall, but never mind. So the drone stays up for a little while. Pacific
จริงครับออริจิน
have some info up towards heaven.
เพื่อไปคอนเสิร์ต
This
บ้างไหม
blade storm is on its way out. Cosmic
ไป
Divide
คอนเสิร์ต
finally
EDM
put
ครับ
into
ผ
play.
ม
Durka take one step
ต้องจ่าไปไหม
corner, but Ninja is covering the crossover.
Ui.
Beautiful work by Durka to start, and he's bought some space. They dive out, surrounding
ไม่
Ninja
ไหว
and
เยอะไป
dealing with him with ease.
ถึง
Great round by
21 ไหม
Sayonara, the dropout, and a fifth found for
คิด
Vitality as a
ว่า
result.
อาจจะไม่ถึงครับผม
I think well
คิด
done
ว่า
by
อาจจะ
Dirk
ไม่
to
ถึง
still break that space. That's one of the always the worries when you see someone switch from that
อัน
neon
นั้น
to
เขา
the
เป็น
jet.
คอ
Neon
ส
is
อ๋อ
very good at
โอ
sort
เค
of creating space off the back of the wall
ให้วิทย์
and then
2-0 ครับ
sliding through it. But he did exactly the same thing with the smoke. Just created
ให้วิทย์
an
2-0
angle that he couldn't be fought from, immediately clears one of the players, and then everybody else can make a move at the same time. I also don't think it helps that Ninja has had a bit of a stinky start to this map. That was his first kill onto the board, and sure, maybe you don't expect him to win that clutch at the end, but I think they're going to need him to wake up if this double duelist is
ถึง
gonna
แน่
have
ครับ
as much
PCF
impact
ไม่
as
หมู
they hope it will.
Yeah, much as we all love
PCF ไม่หมูแต่ Vitality เคี้ยวหมู ไปคอนเสิร์ตต้องไปกันกับเพื่อนเยอะๆถึงจะสนุก ยิ่งสมัยเด็กๆนะไปแบบ ไปคอนเสิร์ตแบบหัวหิน เขาใหญ่ ไปกับเพื่อนเยอะๆแมันโคตรหนุก บางอันต้องเป็นซูเปอร์มอดซูเปอร์มอดเหรอ
but losing this round, actually, looking at their credits, I thought it was a little worse. They're not in that bad of a spot should they lose this. Had they have
หมายถึง
had
ต้อง
they
ให้
have
ย
followed
ศ
up,
บอทเป็นซูเปอร์
they
มอ
got
ดเหรอ
pistols.
I think the other problem as well is you have to look at the context of this map for Vitality. When
พี่
they
เค
played
ย
versus
ขึ้น
BDL,
แรงค์
they
เรียน
lost
ไหม
13-11.
เคยครับ
They
ผ
had
ม
a 2-10 defensive half and almost managed to bring it back on the attack. They had a
คนใช้
decent
เหรอ
attack versus KC. The last time they lost it, they had a horrible defensive
Super
side.
Motta.
Like that's normally where they struggle. Right now, they're 5-2 in the lead, but maybe that can change. I said Ninja's had a quiet start. That's a
คำ
better
สั่งอะไรวะ
response
Super
in
Motta
this round with the ult.
Good
ไม่รู้
chance.
วันนี้
Rifle recovered. They run it back still. The blade storm there. Their way back into this map is not too far gone
อ้าว
yet. Dirk has
กำลัง
walked into
เพลิ
the
น
danger
ๆ โอ้โห
zone
แล้วพี่
on
เดิร์ก
the
เอ
way.
้ย โดนอีโค
Cooper taking him out. Now Pacific are better armed than Vitality are. At least they can be soon. And they're not in a rush either. Traps and camera covering off A where the majority of Vitality are. And Profek, well, he's walked through that smoke again.
โอ้ย EDM นี่รู้จักกันง่ายครับผม
I do see a ping from Pacific. He blew him the smoke. And maybe they assume that he has taken this position.
Oh, yeah, they
better.
definitely
The
do.
ult is popped by 7. They've got the read, the paranoia on.
Oh.
Hasn't hit, but it doesn't matter. Even if 7 goes down, all they need is the trade on the ult. Beautiful work for Pacific. This round has gone way better than I imagined it could have.
Yeah, no, they calculated where Profek had to be. He's been on that C side of the map pretty much the entirety of the game, and what was a weaker purchase round, an opening from Ninja.
คอนเกาหลีเขา
And
ไป
then just
รู้
support.
จักกันด้วยเหรอ
I
น้อง
think
พัน
that's always important because you have to go into this matchup. Obviously,
ดู
other
แบ
than
บว่า
Waddle,
น่า
who
ต่าง
wasn't on
ต่า
the
งอ
team
ยู่
before, this squad got absolutely battered by Vitality last time. And I think Vitality, when they play against a team they know they can beat, like when they're punching down, they always seem like a very good team. Like everybody comes in confident. They don't seem to worry. It's normally Vitality crumbling in high pressure games, which I don't think they will feel that this is one of them. So it's going to be down to Pacific to firstly not let them do that, but also come in themselves confident. So, okay, if you want to fight us, if you're going to keep pushing and be aggressive, and even come at us when it's a low buy round and well ends in a mode of thrifty, you need to punish them for that. And that's exactly what Dirk was doing. Swinging in there, just okay, I'm gonna go looking, I'm gonna go hunting. That was a very easy kill for Cupid in the end.
And it's a good read for Pacific that the freeze would work against this squad because we've already seen a couple of times now that Vitality, even in the pistol round, even in the round where Profek walks up C, if you don't give them anything, they get curious and they start walking forward. They start giving opportunities because often they claim those opportunities for themselves. But this time around, it's Pacific finding the better end of the deal, the better end of the bargain. 6-3 potentially for Vitality as they buy up here, but losing this round could give Pacific the way right back in. That last one was a bit of a Hail Mary. The Blade Storm popped at the start, but lots of pistols, and they made it work. Now they come in armed to the teeth, but the op in Chronicle's hands already pushed up on A, and we'll be searching for an opportunity as we see Pacific start to peel back towards this position. Oh my!
Okay.
And Dirk has already taken
God.
one. They still haven't seen this op from Chronicle. He's waiting to step in.
ไล่กันไปไม่ต้องเม็ดฮะกดวาร์ปไม่ทันครับ
And with that
เกิล
TP in from Cupid,
และทีพีมันเล่นข้าง
emerges
ใต้
from the shadows to a wide open A side. I
เลิ
was
กต้องเอา
gonna
ให้
say
ไว
Dirk
ตัวเนี้ย
is challenging.
Ooh.
Oh my God!
okay.
Of course he is.
Well, you put him on Jet, and you can see the confidence go straight through the roof. Durka right back into the corner again.
โอ้โหเดินบอกเอาแวนดอลกูคืนมา
With the Guardian.
เอาแวนดอลกูคืน
Don't
มา
get me wrong, I'll always sit there and be like, if there's an agent that's a duelist, Durka should be able to play it. But then you put him on the Jet and you go, maybe you should let him play the Jet.
It just feels rude at this point. Vitality come in, they build Pacific up like a buttercup pony to let them down. That's a disaster in the making. That last round felt like a lifeline for the attacking side. Remember, underdogs
so
in this
clean.
matchup. Having some signs of life early is what you need to see. Here on Vitality's map pick,
มีเดินเสกไม่หยุดครับ
there,
จั
but
งหวะ
it
นี้
seems like the overall story is favor for that defensive side.
Yeah, and it's not Vitality's favored side either. So
Spam
it's
again.
like...
Spam again?
คืออะไรวะพวก
Proper-
อุ้ย
I was going to say, since he was 12-0, he hasn't had a kill, but maybe they haven't gone directly into his sight quite as much. And
โปรเฟกมันอินเซนจัดเลยว่ะอ้าวชิบหายแล้วแจมปีเฮีย
An important trade.
กำลังได้เปรียบอยู่ดี
Fighting in front of the utility, and Valorant is now caught too.
Spike planted.
ๆโปรเฟกเอาไปสองแพ้
Sayonara very far
Perfect
away,
ngùng.
although there's a couple of
ทำเพื่ออะไร
up players. This definitely won't be an easy retake for Vitality.
Valorant is giving them the chance to get right back on the board.
อื้อหือ
Still that operator from Chronicle to deal with. Let's swap it out to a rifle on the retake, but now that they've lost Sayonara, I think that op's going back into his hands and he's running for the
เอา
A
อย่างนี้
side.
เอากินอะไรดี
Please
ของ
find
น้อง
one
บาสมา
more
ใส่
before
เลย
that's
ยัง
the
ไงอะ
case. An orb, the best that this will be. And for Vitality, they'll concede the round 6-4 now. Pacific. Just when I thought they were out, they pulled me back in. Pulled
ไหน
themselves
บอท
back into
ไม่มี
2-round gap.
ถ้ามีเอามาแล้ว
Yeah, fantastic round from Valorant. Like without his backstab, well, it's basically this. It's just Prophet managing to find openers, but Alo just gets a perfect timing to try and catch out.
ก็เปิดสตรีมมิลลิเมตรมันทำแบบไหนบอทไม่ได้หรือเปล่า
And it does feel like, at least for now,
Enemy remaining.
a lot of the Vitality retakes are more just individuals trying to get themselves back into the round rather than the match he's setting up. I think they had one full-on A retake and it looked really clean. Every other one has been, okay, Yumpy's trying to get in now, Durka's trying to get in, and it just ends up as one player going every single time.
Oh my.
That's not a bad
เชี่ย
opener.
โหดไป
Look
แบ
at
บเนี้ย
Alf. He's already up extremely close, and even with the flash catching, he's
นี่
good
เจม
for
ปีอีก
one.
สองรอบแล้วนะเฮ้ย
Waddle's got his back with Durka down. They've spotted Sayonara up close. He'll only get one, and it's the lower HP player. And now Waddle
Jempi.
moves towards this A site for the plant. You think if
ไอ้
you're
เฮียสองที
Vitality,
แล้วไงเฮ้ย
all the while 7, hearing those steps fills in the space beautifully.
โอ้เรียบร้อยเลย
Fake
ครับ
sold by Waddle. He can already flee to the other side of the map, but I think he's going to stick around to be an extra backstab.
Spike planted.
Maybe setting a few too many traps, but
That's
never
lovely.
mind. That's worked to a T. Profek, another 1v3 clutch. He's found the first, but the position of 7 should pretty much cancel any chances that Profek has.
Yeah. It would have to be a cerebral read from him and a blunder from the opposing side. He definitely has the idea that somebody could be on that side, but you have to bear in mind how much time has already gone on the clock. You need to basically full diffuse this under their noses,
โอ้โห
which he's going to try, but with an Odin on
เอ้ย
block,
พี่เขาใช้โอดินเลยเหรอ
failed at all until just now. That's an easy closeout. A great recovery from Pacific. 5 of the last 7 rounds now going in their favor. That early start, the only thing that's keeping Vitality in the lead.
โซน
What was
W2L
looking like could have been a very dominant map choice for them. It's now starting to be called into question, and even half here for Pacific would honestly be a fantastic turnaround.
1 round left in the half, and Pacific have a chance to equalize.
ถึง
This
21
definitely
แน่
didn't
นอน
look
ให้ถึง
likely. 7 or 8
9 ตรง
rounds
นี้
in,
ถึง
but
แล้วแม่งหม่งหม่งจัด
they
เลย
found their footing. They found their mojo. Now 1 more for neck and neck, and it starts out Waddle, ultimate to play with. The Hunter's Fury activated.
แจมปี้มัน
sends
แจ
straight
ก
onto
อ่ะ
Profek. One more tag will take him out. He's chasing him, but not finding him. The pressure put on from the other side, though. Profek stuck in a corner. The judge might be the perfect weapon, but he's so low that it's easy to take him down. The Guardian back sight won't get more than 1. And Yumpy, the flash not
ถึง
catching
แพ้ได้เลยครับ
opportunity. It's an easy trade out for
ถึงแพ้ได้เลย
Pacific in every fight. Down to the 2v2 with a plant now. Well, it should be theirs, yeah.
Hunter's Fury is available.
Good cron.
Sayonara has tagged him, and now the flank comes in. They're so busy trying to escape the Hunter's Fury that they forget about Chronicle. That will be enough for them to at least get themselves a small lead at the end of this half. But considering this was a 4-0 start for Vitality, a bonus victory, and a pretty hefty lead early on, this is not quite as clean as I'm sure they would have liked.
At the end of the day, they're facing Pacific, a team who you said at the start of the series is on a run to be the team that has lost the most matches in a row. Vitality are not
อันนี้ไปคอนเสิร์ต
happy with this half. But I'll tell you
งานอะไร
what,
กันอ่ะ
we have one happy boy down on the stage with that start to the half. Profek, the birthday boy, and we had a little interview with him before the matchup. Let's hear from the birthday boy himself.
One enemy remaining.
2-0 นี่ยังไหวอยู่
Now, Profek, happy birthday.
Thank you very much, boss.
แต่น่าจะถือขึ้น
You
คอ
excited for a little birthday game going through here?
Oh yeah, I'm hella excited.
And are you going to be delivering a gift for your teammates with a little W?
I think they're gonna deliver for me, right? I have birthday, not them.
That's perfect. So you're just going to sit back and let them frag?
Exactly, I'm just gonna relax and they do all job.
On a serious note, Pacific on the other side, right? A team that obviously have had their fair share of struggles. What do you think about them as a roster?
ลุ้นอะไรน้องมาส
Yeah,
เตอ
I
ร์
mean, they're, I think, good team because always they are getting at least 1 map from the enemies. I think they only didn't get against us and Fnatic. So, I mean, they have
คอนเสิร์ต
potential,
BTS
I would
ปลาย
say.
ปีอะครับผม
When I watch them back, like, I think they are playing well together. But sometimes firepower, it's like, I think sometimes they just like firepower. And that's it.
Are you going to show them that firepower difference today?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Good luck, man.
Thank you very much, boss.
Oh, yeah. Well, he certainly did. It was a fantastic start from Profek. 12-0, ends up 15-7, which, you know, is all right.
That's okay.
Definitely cooled down towards the end, but he had to. You know, we saw him start to push through.
ทำอะไร
spots. He was
ทำอะไร
getting
ไป
a bit
แจกอะ
greedy.
I would have had to like 30 bomb
ทำ
the
ไม
first
แจกอะ
half to keep that sort of pace up, and
เออ
well, it
รอไป
did seem
MRT
like
ดีกว่า
when he
ใช่ไหม
slowed down, as did the rest of Vitality. Still, they are in the
สวย
lead.
มากน้องโรนิน
And as said, when we watched them versus BBL, they had a horrendous defensive half and then still managed to bring the game back to 13-11, almost closing it out in their favor. So we know that their attack side is where they like to be. My expectations are this is going to be a slightly easier half for the likes of Yumpy. And I do think now going into the defense is where I want to see a bit more from Ninja. Like if he's going to be pulling in that jet operator.
ยศบอทนี่มันแจกได้ไหม อยากได้
Earn some credits up
ยศ
first.
บอท
And the pistol round would probably help them do so.
Yeah, well,
แบบ
winning it
เป็นยศ
certainly
บอท
will.
เหรอ ไม่ได้ดิ
Kron. Headhunter's big danger in
ไม่ได้
this
ไม่
round.
ได้
He's bought himself a lot of bullets. 6 to work with, 1 expanded. Reveal gets nothing. Flash primed and ready. Good wall bang right off rip, but
เฮ้ย
Seven goes out looking for blood.
เหลืออี
He
กหนึ่ง
finds it, but it's his
Valorante.
mostly shield on the floor. Ninja and
ไม่โยกแล้ววัยรุ่น
Alorante barely
เฮ้ย
alive. And yeah, Yumpy was tagged up, but he's got that little self heal even as he walks away from the wall. Now the clear advantage for Vitality. And who on
สวย
Pacific
ครับ
can
Panther
possibly pull it back? A 10 HP Alorante is about to round the corner into a Sayonara that can one shot, and well, he'll take that opportunity with ease.
แต่แต้มได้อะไร
There's only so much that can be done
ไม่ได้
now.
ทำกิจกรรมนั้นแล้ว
Ninja, 45 HP. It needs to be some instant shots, and he's already smoked off the corner. Dash about to fade. Thought maybe he'd try going through and
แล้วพวกตั้งที่บอทบอทเป็นชื่อคือยังไง
dipping
อะ
out,
โคตร
but
เห็นแบบบางคนแบบเหมือนใส่ชื่อ
instead
บอทได้
opts to wait for his teammate. A very long time as well until that dart's back. I think it was still above 30 seconds. Yeah, so there's no dart for Waddle to play with. Must have used it not too long ago, and so just trying to break him with raw individual aim. I never really felt like that was going to work. 8-5, another pistol under the belts of Vitality, and a chance to have both conversions on either half, which realistically should guarantee you a win, but it doesn't always.
ช่องลองอีก
Yeah,
ช่อ
for
งห
this
นึ่ง
team as well, I have to say, with both pistols under their belt, a 9-5 lead,
อ่า
there's
ต้อง
almost
ไป
no
สร้าง
way
ช่อง
in my
เข้าโพส
mind
ต์ก่อนอีกช่องหนึ่ง
today
นี่เหรอ
that they end up losing this. And then you add to that the fact that Profex having an absolute belter. I am surprised to see Yumpy this quiet. He's someone that has been delivering pretty consistently as an individual. Now you put him onto a Phoenix, you expect that to continue to rise.
In that game versus BBL that they lost, he went 27 and 18.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's kind of more what I'd expect.
he had a fantastic game. But again, a lot of that was on the attack, which he might not be able to do because I don't know if there'll be enough rounds for him to now get up to 27 kills.
Do you think it's going to be a dominant second half, do you?
More so, he's on 4, so for him to get to 27...
เห็นมันมีให้สร้างชื่อบอทพี่ก็สร้างไป
I need a lot of OTs.
Yeah, so
แต่ไม่
it's
เห็น
like-
มันจะ
more
เป็น
so
ชื่อ
just
บอท
if
พี่
he's
งงๆหรือ
playing
ว่าเรา
that
ต้อง
well,
สร้าง
they'll run out of
สร้าง
time.
ช่อง
That makes
ชื่อบอทให้
sense.
ตรง
That makes sense. Okay, I thought you were just coming out here to body Pacific, but that's a job we'll
สมม
leave
ติพี่
for
ไปแอด
I do
ใน
also
ทีมมัน
believe
เป็น
that,
แบบ
but
VPR บอทพี่ก็ต้องไป
that
สร้าง
wasn't
ID
the point
ชื่อ
I was
VPR บอท
making
นี่
in
แหละ
that moment.
It's very rude, Tom. Very rude to these competitors
Yes,
down on that
very
stage.
rude for me to not believe in the team that is 0 and 10
It's
in VCT matches.
yeah, the Valorant Shanghai Dragons or the
ถ้ามี
EMEA
งานโค้ด
version.
เอาใหม่อ่ะโห
Not quite that
ถ้าเป็น
bad,
แบบ
but we actually don't have enough
Assist-
games in the year
Assist
for them
พอ
to be
ได้
that
นะ
bad. That's the real difference. For Pacific, look,
โค้
one
ด
way
เล
to
ยไม่
break
ค่อย
that streak
ไม่ค่อย
taking down
ถนัดเท่าไหร่
Vitality would be a feather, would be a lot of feathers in the cap, to be honest, for
ใคร
Pacific.
สร้างก็ได้แบบ
This is not the round that they look to contest. Going down to the spike here is optimal for this squad, especially with the Yumpy that's 2 away from the ult, but you don't think he's going to sit back and wait for the spike to explode. No, he's happy to die in this moment. He's happy to give you a Marshall to play with as long as he can find his orbs, and they are sat up top, fish in a barrel for Yumpy. 1, and even if he dies now, the job is done, yet he's not going down before he's taken many more with him. Denying the orbs hasn't gone so well.
Yeah, it's not the greatest thing in the world for Pacific, and I know that Anders will be very happy. I saw his tweet a moment ago about he loves the fact that Phoenix can get his ultimate online this quickly. It was actually exactly what he was saying, and not the polar opposite. So there you go. Yumpy, even though he's had a quiet game so far, going into the bonus round, will have to run it back. They're going to have full rifles across the board.
8 ไว้ไหม
And,
คือ
I
ลุ้
guess
น
other
ให้
than the shield and
นี่เหรอ
the Odin, I'd
ลุ้
say
น
that's
ยาว
a
เหรอ
better buy.
Not sure why the Odin was
ไหน
included.
พวก
in
ลอง
there.
สร้างให้พี่หน่อยดิ
Well, yeah,
VPR บอท
that's the one more expensive gun that's
more
on the other
okay,
side.
better,
It was a positive.
You can say better. You can just say better. It's fine. Nice kill on the Yumpy by Alorante. Odin spamming away, forces crawling back. Great usage of that weapon early on, I have to say. But 4 players towards this C side as they go back in to fill in the space. Look who's already walked through.
พี่สร้างเสร็จแล้วอ่ะ
Has taken
มันจะ
advantage of
อั
the
ตโน
blind
มัติ
spot.
ให้เลย
I
ป่ะ
don't
พ
even
อ
know
วิ่งแอ
how
ด
he
ชื่อ VPR บอ
detected
ทเข้า
this,
ไป
but
เลย
they're going to be surprised to see him that deep already. A cloudburst, and now he could be anywhere, but well, he's 28
เดิน
HP.
ไปเลย
That was almost the kill for Ninja, and instead he'll get
เดิ
nothing
น
for
ไป
his
แต่
trouble.
เพื่อนอยู่เดินไปไหน
Sayo with a double, and even this flank up by Waddle has to be given away because of
เดิ
the
นไปล่า
trap
โอ
there.
เมน
Blind spots for Pacific exploited, and on Vitality's side, it
เรียบ
seems
ร้อย
there's nothing but vision for them.
Yeah, I was about to say, Profec's the one getting revealed right now and has taken 0 damage, and Wado is down to
วิท
20
ไหวไหมครับ
HP.
ไหวครับ
Well, there was nowhere left for him to go. Chronicle will close. 4 players survive in a bonus round for Vitality. That is now the pistol, the second round, and the bonus round won in both halves.
Kron seemed extremely happy to win that round as well. He was vibrating with joy. Either that or someone's giving him info at the chess tournament all over again. But round 11 for Vitality sees them up against Pistols. Sorry, their 11th round win, I should say. This is not round 11. This is round 16. If we add the 2 together plus 1, it's pretty easy. But this should be an easy conversion. A push up to 11 and a death sentence for Pacific on this map. They did some great work with the low buy before, and this time they do back themselves a little bit. A couple of bandits and a sheriff invested into that. They have enough credits to do that without compromising next round's purchase. But more so, the issue is that last round. It was the fact that Durka was able to slip through on B like that. That big of a blind spot. When we look at Summit, yeah, we expect to see those things, but not here on Haven.
Yeah, no, the immediate 4-player C stack up just to try and deny that push. Especially when you have an Odin there, it's like the odds of them getting through that choke, even if you just have one more player, I think it's probably enough, but they must have been convinced that was going to be an all-in play. And yeah, the fact that Durka just threads the needle, it is such a massive problem. We'll see if in this round they get the gamble correct. Majority of players are towards this A side of the map, but 2 have now been spotted by the drone. Seems like Durka, at least initially, was going to try and fake presence, but with the aggression, they've all decided to go back. Now, 40 seconds left on the clock. The time is one of the major dangers in these sort of rounds. A nice shot from Valorant as well.
ถือว่าไม่ช้าเกินไปเท่าไหร่
The other rotations. 30 seconds left. They could go back, but Sayonara has gone forward with the spike. The decision has been made, and it seems to be the right one. 3 kills for the youngster.
5 ครับ
Cooper, the only one.
ทวินหน้าไม่ได้
I'm going to hand it over to his biggest fan for this clutch.
ต่ำเต้เลียดิน
A lot of people would say Cooper doesn't stand a chance, but they've never seen this man.
Hello, I would say that.
They call him the bandit for a reason. The round might be yours, but he'll steal it out of your pocket. Look at him go. The start of Diampi, the IGL on the other side, the man who's put up stats that Cooper couldn't. Well, now's his moment to shine. In the smoke, waits Sayonara, the prodigy of vitality. But now he meets Cooper. And Profek spammed him through the wall. All right, 11-5 for Vitality.
It was close.
It was. It was almost his round.
I think your level of hype was actually warranted for
VPR
the
bot
singular kill he got.
แต่พี่แอดไปแล้วนะ
He could have got that kill, ran through, ninja'd it. You see the angle was planted at? That could have been a ninja.
Yeah, they never would have known he was there either.
He has ninja on his team, and even though he was dead, he almost had ninja in the round.
So he had ninja in his ear.
He had ninja in his ear, almost on the screen as well. It could have been beautiful.
Speaking of ninja, he's pied.
He has pied, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's pied. Nice.
That's tough.
We all like pie.
3 kills, 14
What's your favorite
deaths.
pie?
Blueberry probably.
Okay.
Parcel do a little. As long as there's not too much blueberry, it can be a little overpowering. But
yeah, I think I'm quite basic. I'd just go apple.
Apple, yeah, I suppose that is a.
Or maybe
apple,
like an apple and blackberry,
pie,
something like that.
Okay, no, actually, yeah, I'm partial to an apple pie, especially piping hot on a cold day, which is any day in Dublin. And most days in Berlin, but not this time of year. Bloody hell. 11-5 and a timeout from Pacific. They're going to take a moment. Their last timeout.
Well, you know, they lost 4 rounds in a row.
คือยังไงอ่ะ
Started playing a bit.
ปิดเสียงเจ้าของช่องที่แชทที่พิมพ์มา
This is
หาย
it. This is
ไป
the
เลย
moment. Ninja's got an operator. He's going to turn everything around. He's going to get to, 27 kills.
Even following that logic, they lost the half still, even with the comeback after 4-0 down. So they would lose the game still.
I thought you were like Cupid's biggest fan.
I'm just saying,
I'm giving you a silver lining.
Because clearly that's not what's going to happen. It's going to be different than last half. They lost 4 in a row. Now they'll win everything. I'm just saying, on your logic, they would still lose, which, you're going to look like a fool in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to have egg on my head.
Yeah. Well,
by the way, it seems like we might be waffling a little bit too much. And people who always have clean comms.
คือถ้าใครซับตอนเดือนแรกที่สตรีมมันจะมีเลข 1 อ่ะ
So they can't get shock on A. Sova A boys start. They're spamming. Went down 1 HP boys. I need to heal myself. Oh guys, they kind of a good recon on me boys.
Just molly garage and like walk into it, Yumpy.
Let's pick mid. Guys, I know I'm on A.
I have your garage boys. You can pick me.
เหมือนของทวิตแต่ Founder อ่ะ
I'll check under window. You see it now? Yeah. Nothing. Come to garage barrage, Shuraka.
Yeah, wait. Give me 1 second. Sorry.
Yes. They might walk short boys on me. I will vault across.
No trap.
No trap.
Camera on top. We need to break it somehow.
Wait. Turning game. Guys, we finish on C. We finish. Yeah, leave me on. We freeze for now. We freeze for now.
They smoked the mid.
They have a control boys. They have.
Wait, boys. I can reveal C long ult and there could get timing.
ไม่ตอนแรกมันไม่ได้เอานินจาไปนี่เล่นเจ็ตไง
I'm revealing.
นินจามันเล่นโลอื่นได้เล่นเจ็ตไม่ไหว
Nothing C.
One more, C clear. C should be clear. I have Phoenix on me.
Okay.
I'm coming to window.
ไอ้ Pacific มันต้องเล่นคอมแบบดูลิสตัวเดียว
You can even bait me if you want.
Yeah, I have to bait you. I have to hold mid.
Yeah. I'm also going C long with my ult. Yumpy, if you need me to ult, call me.
Yeah.
เลือกใส่ได้หรือเปล่าครับ
pay Palace for that round. That made him sound like a genius. Quick call, interrupted the chaos in the middle of the round, and it got Durka exactly what he wanted. Gets out with 1 HP.
I'm going to dart, and I'm going to ult, and then you have timing.
Didn't even need the ult.
He still has his ult, but we'll ignore that bit.
เพราะว่าได้กิฟต์ซับหรือเปล่า
Something tells me they might be saving.
Yeah, but I don't think I've ever seen anyone here that isn't saving. And even then, you don't usually
Oh,
see them here.
okay.
It's usually further back because they don't want to die.
He lost the fight from up there.
What in the world leads Yumpy to clear that?
I don't think he did. I think he
แต่
just
ซีเน็ตหลังๆมันสโลว์แล้วครับผมมันดูแบบมันเป็นดูเวลิสแบบ
I don't think I've ever seen anyone
ไม่ใช่แบบโมเดิร์นดูวิลิสแต่นึกออกปะ
immediately.
Oh, and the camera
Can we
hoppers
get
there
that
too.
from?
That's just
Can we
cruel.
get that from Yumpy's POV? I want to see if he was looking up there, because if he is,
If he pre-aimed it, he's crazy, and if he didn't, that's very unfortunate for Seven. Especially Seven. There's players in this roster that maybe I'd
คู่
say
สองวันนี้
have
EF ครับ
worse reactions, but Seven
ยังไงก็
is
EF ครั
up
บ
there in the league.
ของกำลังแรง
With a very impressive individual.
yeah, he definitely wasn't. Like I knew, there was no way he was going to be looking
GX
up
แม่ง
there.
แม่งหนักมากเลยตอนเนี้ย
Holding out hope, Tom.
พร้อมโดนอ่ะ
I thought you
GX
thought
อะ
he was the one dude
Of
who's like,
course I didn't
I
think.
need to check the
I
beat.
wish
อย่างมากก็
I dreamed,
อย่างมากก็
Tom.
2-1
Man can dream. No longer. This has turned to a nightmare for Pacific. If only someone was there peeking. This has been a nightmare for Pacific so far. They've pushed down on mid, though. A lot of control. That smoke blooming early, though. Vitality are completely avoiding this space.
คู่นี้ 2-0
I think
ชิว
that
ๆครับ
read
น้อง
not
เหมียว
too hard to find that they might have taken the space there, considering absolutely nobody on A long. And it's a full freeze from Vitality. The drone cover, the trip covering their back from Chronicle. They heard the drone go down A short and now shifting back in this direction.
Yeah, this is 4 players committed to mid
Drone
for the
A.
defense.
What do you do on mid now? You hear this drone go down on A. It's your light side of the map. You've droned up from Waddle and saw
I think they're
nothing
just
there.
playing retake. But Seven has his ult in mid. Like, if he was
Yeah.
anywhere else, I would think this is a retake setup. But because he's in mid, it doesn't feel like a retake setup anymore. Do they check this? Well,
Okay.
even if they did, it's not quite quick enough. And now he's going to try and catch them from behind. Sayonara's denied the ult, won't be able to spam him through the wall quick enough. And the rest of the team have taken their space in towards A. Now, they don't have that ult for the retake anymore. More importantly, Sayonara still has a Hunter's Fury if he can hold
ร้อน
that
ร้อน
back.
ร้อนร้อน
And he's got to win that fight against Valorante, and then this round becomes a whole lot easier. He's
พอแล้ว
curious, but does he expect the left corner? He wins anyways! And the Hunter's Fury immediately.
Oh!
The call that they were flooding out, it gives him targets, and at least hits his first. Nothing more forward and the op going down. They know Sayonara's towards long, no ult to deny this. Got to run through. Reveal is inside the smoke, but that's almost caught. Cupid, spam not quite there, and the defuse is already across the line. This won't be the round that they win.
อูซาโยนสแปมตรงด้วยนะแต่ไม่โดน
Three
เมื่อกี้
piece found, bit of confidence, and 6 chances to close this one out for Vitality.
I'll be honest with you, he's 20 and 5. I don't think he needs the confidence.
Yeah,
But,
that's a dangerous thing.
อ้าว
Keeps on building.
but no,
That's a sickening fight. He should have won
a
that.
good retake from them, especially. I think that I like that we see the aggression still.
เรียบร้อยเดี๋ยวโคตรนี้อุ้ย
And a better round from Ninja as well. Like,
เฮ้ย
it's
ขอบ
the
คุณ
two
น้องกล้อง
questions
นะครับ
that
สำ
with
หรับ
these
subscribe
double
นะครับผม
teams, like Seven taking
ขอบคุณ
space,
ครับ
Ninja being able to get back in and get a couple of kills after what has been a very, very quiet game.
เสียงดัง
How
ฟัง
long
ชัด
can
แต่
they
ไม่ได้
keep
ปรับ
this streak
อ้าว
going? It needs to be
ทำไม
6
เลขหนึ่
in
ง
a
ไม่มาแล้ว
row.
วะ
Yeah, it does need to be remarkable.
Shoot! Shoot!
He got a good pick last round. When this smoke fades, though,
Shoot!
The problem
I'm
is the
very far
trade.
away, you can't hear me.
oh no! He was on them for the last 10 seconds, and now a miss. A whiff, and he's sent running for the hills. Ninja with a tough start to this round. Pacific want to respond by pushing down.
Who's on?
Fury
Yep.
already going to force Yumpy back. Out of this corner. Chronicle, sorry, it was
Stop
back out of
winning
the
it.
corner. Yumpy's onto
Oi.
Ninja, and Chronicle just stepped back in the smoke. He's got a free kill. And he's giving it to Durka.
Stop
What a
winning it.
lovely guy.
Generosity
I'll
at
be-
its finest. Well, that was a mess. But even still, a 2-man advantage. Chronicle now posted up. He's going to make the rotations incredibly difficult, but Sayonara's gone down. It doesn't matter. The trade is immediate, and there is Chronicle. He's been in that spot multiple times. In fact,
อาโล
he was
ลัน
mid
เต้
a few
ตัวเดียว
seconds
อย่า
ago,
ให้มัน
but
ยาก
even still, he catches the rotation every time.
30 seconds left.
Valorante versus the
เรียบ
world
ร้อยครับ
spike
ทีเดียว
drop,
ผม
but it's nothing more. A 13-6. A fairly easy game in the end for Vitality. A few blips on the radar
หมายถึง
from
เรื่อง
Pacific,
ตัวบอทอะนะ
and it's safe to say that their own map choice needs to be a lot better.
Yeah, Sunset has got to be a big improvement for Pacific, or this will be
พี่ไปกดดูแม่งบอกให้จ่ายตังค์อัลต้าในสตรีมอิเลเมนต์อะเอ้ย ไม่ใช่ดิ เนี่ยมัลติแชทเนี่ยดูนะ แม่งจะให้อัปเกรด to Ultra นี่ เห็นปะไอ้เหี้ยขี้หูแตกเลยเมื่อกี้ ใส่รูปอะไรก่อนดิโอ้ชั่วคราว เดี๋ยวค่อยไปหารูป นี่อะไรวะเนี่ย CS2 อ๋อ นี่มัน follow เราไม่ subscribe ดิ เออ 5 ผู้เล่นที่ชอบสุดณยุคนี้เหรอ ณ ตอนนี้เลยใช่ไหม แป๊บหนึ่งนะ ขอเซตนี่ก่อน วิทย์มา 20 วิทย์ 20 โหลดรูปหน้าพี่ใส่ไปเหรอ ผู้เล่นตอนนี้นะแม่งยากมากเลยวะแม่งปิดเบียดกันหมดเลย ดูเอลใส่ไปก่อนเลยพิมมี่ อืม เซนติเนลใส่แนทไปก่อน นักธนูใส่พี่เหรียญไป เป็กใส่ซาโตะไปตัวหนึ่ง ส่วนสโมกสโมกตอนนี้มันใครวะ สโมกแม่งสโมกตัวนี้ต้องให้หลอยต้าว่ะ อืม น่าจะกำลังดีเลยชุดนี้น่าจะโหด หลอยโหดกว่าตัวนี้หลอย เมื่อกี้เหมือนจะได้ราวหนึ่งปะไอ้น้องมักกะโรนีมันจบ 7-5 ไง การได้ราวหนึ่ง 13-6 คืออยากเปลี่ยนชื่อบอทเพราะอะไรรู้ปะไอ้แค่ชื่อแม่งยาวจัดเหมือนสตรีมอิเลเมนต์อะดูดิไอ้พวกแต่พี่ใส่ชื่อนี้ไปได้นะเว้ยดูนะ ยูเซอร์เนี่ยเห็นปะอันนี้ปะเนี่ยเห็นปะเนี่ยใช่อันนี้แล้วป่ะเนี่ยเนี่ยใส่ยศ OG ทำอะไรได้
Microphone activated.
here, but as expected, to be honest.
Yeah.
As expected. Yeah, I mean, I think this is the storyline that we set up in the beginning, right? Is that it isn't so much is Vitality going to win this, but the manner in which they do. And it's nice to see it's a commanding one from them. One of the key differences that we talked about were the Jets. Now we're going to get into it, right?
For
because
sure.
you've got a change up here for Ninja.
Yeah, Ninja's first time ever on the Jet, and I don't think that it looked super comfortable. I think he pied at one point, Mini. Like, and there's points in time. I mean, look at that. He's got under 100 ACS, and it's really difficult because I had said in the agent select that we're seeing him flex across a bunch of different things to be able to iron out, especially with Waddle coming in and jumping onto that recon role now. But this was just a bit of a hot
แต่นี่มัน
mess
ของ
for
ไอ้
the
นี่
time
นะ
Yeah, I
Steam
think
Element
Pacific
นะ
are in a bit of a weird spot on Haven where I think that 7 hasn't really gelled onto that entry role as much as I think maybe we thought he might. And so he's pulled back down to the second duelist, which I think is his comfort. But that means that they need a primary duelist. It becomes Ninja, who's not very experienced. And I have to give him a lot of grace that he was just kind of
It's
thrown to the
unlucky.
wolves, so to speak, against a very good team
His
and couldn't.
first time on Jet,
couldn't
like in his
deliver there.
career, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it was difficult, but obviously we are happy to see Derka back on the Jet. That was the main kind of like point of that one is like, yeah, Ninja, you're going up against Derka, who we want to see on the Jet. Really nice to see that, but I think as well, something that we had highlighted before this game was that we want to see Derka on the Jet because he's such a great operator player. But obviously with Chamber being in the mix, it means that at that point we're having to see Chronicle on the operator. So I almost kind of wish that they differentiate between who picks up the off at times to kind of give that false conditioning to teams. Hopefully, like further down the line, they'd be able to flesh that out a little bit more. That's something that's kind of going through my mind if they want to stick with this Jet permanently within this composition.
I think, frankly, Durka should just be on the operator. I don't think that Kron should be on it, to be honest. I think that Durka is clearly shown at a world-class level that he has that ability and is going to provide more value when he gets those bigger games.
This lends us nicely into our next conversation, right? Because, well, Minnie, you were saying you were going to give them grace, but let's be real, we were back in the green room. You don't give anybody grace. There were still concerns for you and Vitality.
Yeah, I couldn't really care less that they won 13-5 in this game, to be honest. I think that individually there were some silly things I was seeing. Prophet got a little bit too excited that it was his birthday and just pushing through a smoke for no reason on a 4-1 round. And then Durka here re-clearing Garage by himself, also making a silly mistake. There's no team play here at all. I think, frankly, like, I know they're going to win this game. They know they're going to win this map. But me as a coach, I want to see a team get into discipline mode, get into those consistencies, build those habits. It's all about just building habits. And if you're just treating a game like this, like it's just like an easy win, then there's no way to build that habit and build that discipline and then build off that foundation. You find yourselves in like a bigger game doing that kind of stuff ever, you're just going to lose. So a bit disappointed by the way they kind of managed against a weaker opponent.
You mentioned the word habits.
โอ้โห
and
2017 เลยว่ะ
that
ไอ้
stems
เหี้ย
deep into old habits. When I think
9
back
ปี
to
แล้วเนี่ย
Vitality, the early stages of stage 1 in those first couple of weeks, they didn't look like a cohesive team. They looked like a team that were taking these individual duels, and that's what we saw in those rounds that Minnie's just highlighted, is that you have players that are re-clearing space with no utility. There's no sort of plan in how they're being able to do that.
ไม่ใช่
And that's when,
ตั้ง
yeah,
ตัวไว้เฉย
little moments like that, teams will capitalize on that, especially very great teams. So yeah, I think now as we go into Sunset though, I'm excited to see Pacific on this map. I think that they've obviously been able to pick it for a reason, and I guess the person I'm looking at here is Ninja, because I think when you start off with not a great map and now you're moving on to the deadlock on the Sunset, which I don't know what your opinions of this agent on this map is, Minnie. I don't know if you're a fan.
No, not really.
Yeah, didn't think so.
But he is actually going to the Sage,
Okay,
which I am a fan of.
yeah.
So Pacific locking a fairly decent composition here. The Sage and the Cypher together, not the best combination, but I think that they got something to work with. Vitality side also changing things up massively, losing that first game, now going into a very interesting no entry duelist composition. Phoenix, Sage, Chamber. Honestly, I'm feeling it. I think that having an entry duelist in this meta isn't absolutely necessary. I think that Phoenix is so strong, you could sometimes have it as a primary. They're the first team that I've seen in this year do this kind of idea, and I'm very curious about it.
Yeah, I think that a trend that we're seeing quite a lot recently, and maybe we should have seen in EMEA specifically sooner, is this Sage and Chamber pairing. And I think especially on a map like Sunset, it will serve them very, very well. I'm intrigued to see how this is actually going to look. Obviously, we know the Phoenix and the Fade are able to have really good synergy with one another.
นิน
And
จา
look
ได้
at
เล่น
Derka
นิ
and
นจาเล่น
Sayonara
เสก
to
โอเค
set
อยู่
up those trap plays with the C's, with the Molly, to be able to get that extremity control very early on. I think Pacific side, yes, it's always a risk when you want to change compositions, but they're a team that need to be taking risks to be able to find that first win here in VCT EMEA.
The thing I love about that Sage and Chamber together is once they get to that defense side, you got to pick your poison. You're either going to be walking into a Sage who's delaying you and you know the map's collapsing on the other side, or you're going to be walking into a Chamber. And sometimes it's going to be both of them at the same time, and so it's a real pick your poison. I think the Phoenix pick though, to go back to it, it is just a question of should it be a Phoenix or should it just be a Raze? And that's going to be eyes on Derka for this one, whether he needs that entry duelist or not on this map.
Eyes on Derka, but ears on Mitch and Tom. Take it away, boys.
What a strange way to say it. Pacific versus Vitality, map number 2, and for Vitality, a chance to close this out. Mini not happy with what he saw. He wanted to see the discipline off rip, but it did look like at moments Vitality were having a little bit of fun with it. You think that'll change here on Sunset off their map pick?
I'm just more upset that the mic forgot about the TikTok stream where you can see us and hear us.
Yeah, exactly, Mike. You don't think anyone's watching on the TikTok, the vertical stream?
Yeah, some people do. Which
the disrespect, I mean, they're not going to like you after what you've just said, but that was a choice you made.
Exactly.
You're going to have to live with it. For Pacific,
and I've forgotten what your question was, but anyway.
For Pacific, I think this, as you saw on the toast there, this is their final opportunity to make it to that top 2 on points. Losing here will completely block out any chance of that happening.
They're not making it top 2 on points.
They could, though.
They could
right now
mathematically, but they won't. So
you don't know that. You can't say that. False prophet.
I will say it. It's not happening because they need a bunch of other teams not to get any points.
And it could happen.
Yeah.
ได้เพราะ
One in a
ทวิตพี่
billion, or
ไม่
just the
ได้
more
ปรับอะไรอยู่
likely that they'll just try and play through the play-in or something. Anyway. 7 has started off well. They didn't manage either of the pistols, went a few O down in both
ถ้าตัด
halves.
ไปนี่หวานเจี๊ยบ
Gonna try and stop that from happening here with a pistol round.
ว้าว
There's already a trade back from Sayonara, and he's looking for a little bit more. Fighting versus 7, who's looking good on that
อย่า
neon
สไปตกดิสวยละ
until he wasn't.
ยังไงครับพี่เดิร์ก
Lasted very long. Yumpy popping the south heel, the wall
เฮ้ย
up, and he's looking for a
โอ้โห
almost won, to be honest. There's a little concerning. Chronicle's looking the wrong way in heavy traffic, and he takes out a yellow card. That's not going to work, is it? Bar's taking it back. Derka, 3 kills under his belt already. Pretty much equal HP with Cupid on the other side. Knows he was last in mid. Doesn't see him mark it. Does he connect the dots? Back to the corner for now. It could be Ringer
ไอ้ในวาโลที่มันการ์ดแดงการ์ดเหลืองอะไอ้ใบแดงใบเหลืองอะหมดยังอะ
But Cupid's in the same boat. Where's that Phoenix gone? A smoke out and a tap on the spike. He's trying to draw him into combat. Derka wraps around and straight into Cupid's crosshair. A 1-0 start, and Pacific
ไม่รู้สึกครับ
for the first time are in the lead.
Yeah, you can see Derka devastated by the fact that he's giggling. And yeah, 1-0. Pistol round under their belt. An important start. As we said, all jokes
ไม่
aside,
พี่เดิร์กไม่รู้ว่ามีตรงนั้นไง
points and whatever. This team is yet to lose.
ถ้ามีเสียงอะใช้มันกะเซอร์ไพรส์เมื่อกี้
Always have been able to at least take
ใช้
one
ไก่
match within
ตื่น
the
เนี่ย
series. One thing that is absolutely terrifying though is that Derka in round 1 managed to get his ultimate.
พี่เดิร์กไม่เลี้ยว
and
ผิด
so
ปะ
has now
นึกว่าจะเดินข้างล่างเมื่อกี้
a Vandal into round 2. In fact, it looks like the entire team they are so confident in this game that they are going to let Derka ult and try and win the round off that alone.
You have 2 Derkas. If you have 2 Derkas, it doesn't really matter what money you have as long as you can afford
Hey,
a
him and
rifle.
Prophet don't look that
เฮ้ย
similar.
เชี่ยพี่เดิร์ก
You know,
พี่เดิร์ก
Dad
ซัด
Mom
อัน
lets
ติ
know
เลย
what
อะ
I'm saying, Tom. I'm saying he can rise from the ashes like a phoenix.
เรียบ
Come
ร้อย
back
ครับ
to fight again. Maybe that's what they'll look for now that they know Ninja's here in the corner. The wall will
เป็
block
น
the ball.
เรื่องเลยอย่างนี้
Where's the
Yummy
spike
spike.
going? Where, does he not realize he has spike? Does he realize? And maybe he just doesn't care. The ult to get it back, I don't know. I don't know what he's thinking or why he's thinking it. He's broken the cam, that knowing where it is, taken out the drone, put a wall up that's gonna be stressing these boys out. And I really don't know. Does he not realize he has the spike?
Oh, it definitely seems like he does now. Oh, that's not even one of the players that had upgraded weaponry. That's just a pistol. There's managed to take down one. Now the ult comes through, and that's the nasty surprise. Durka has kept that under wraps, and now walking into the Outlaw. It's done damage to Classic. It's going to kill one and two. Well, that's a sponsor in itself for Vitality. And well, I can kind of see now why they're feeling
เรียบร้อยฮะ
Durka's taking some time to go get another orb, just so he can get
ได้
his
ดีใจ
ultimate
แป๊บ
back
เดียว
online again. And Cupid, here you go, Mitch. It's
อี
the
ก3 วันหมด
1v4.
แล้วโอเค
Well, listen, Tom, a lot of people wouldn't believe in him. This was a round that should have been Pacific's, and Cupert's come to claim it. He was good in the pistol. He won the clutch, and now he's already got 2 under his belt.
แต่ว่า Perfect เป็นลูกซองอะดิ
By the second, a smoke to play with. Durka down, 1 more, but he falls at the final hurdle. 12 HP. It could have been beautiful. It could have been everything. But the lead, it only lasts for 1 round, Tom. Oh, I started to believe in that.
Take the red pill and he loses
ไม่
the
ทาย
round, or you take the blue pill and he still loses the round.
Oh,
You started to believe, didn't you?
I really did.
Yes, I started to believe.
I saw those tags start the lap.
After the 2 and then this one.
I was ready to.
That's a nice attempt.
I was ready to throw this headset on the floor and make a 30-second
แม่งเกือบ
sprint to the
เอาลูกซอง
studio
มา
to
วิป
hook
โช
it.
ว์เลยเนี่ยเหลือ 30นะผมมั่นใจ
No, I
เมื่อ
would
กี้
have been kicked out, but it would have been worth it.
The security guards here are a lot bigger than you.
I'm a lot fat. No, I'm not. I was gonna say faster, just to be clear.
Definitely not.
If it was
แน่นอนจ
it
ริงๆครับ
sounded like I said,
แชม
yeah,
เบอ
that's
ร์
pretty true. Well, that's not gone well in the eco round, has it? Pacific get nothing done, and genuinely, the first time they took the lead, they got
โอ้
it.
โห
They got their head
วิน
above
หน้า
the
พี่
goal
เดิร์ก
for a
มี
split
อันตี
second,
อีก
and
แล้ว
they got dragged back to the depths. Ninja,
Mitch,
1v5.
he's one off his ult for the second time.
Yeah, and he's look
บอก
at
เลย
something.
นะครับ
Look at
ว่า
the tip of the spear here. Live or die.
ไม่น่า
It's
รอด
history either way.
I want to go back to Durka playing Neon. This doesn't feel fair. He's going to get his ult
อุ้ย
guaranteed. There you go. Ninja's killed him.
You've killed him. You've cut off one
So,
head of the Hydra,
as
and
of
there'll
right
be 2 in the
now,
next round.
He is averaging an ult every 2 rounds.
More, yeah. Yeah, because he got it online in the 3rd round, so technically it's more than one
Well,
every
yeah,
2 rounds.
he can use it.
1.5 rounds, he's got an ult online. That's probably not ideal.
Why were they not doing this sooner?
Pal,
Yeah, you know.
if
that
Thinky
guy.
was there still to help out,
อัน
maybe
ตี
it'd be
เต็ม
different,
ทุก
but
ๆ2 วินอ่ะมันใช่เรื่องไหม
Kid
เนี่ย
Scott could have cooked it up.
Hmm.
Been a big fan of the Phoenix on Pacific at times. Maybe they should have brought it out here.
Well, it's only 2-1. The manner in which it's gone down is probably a bit
it's anyone's game,
upsetting
Tom. It's anyone's game.
for the Pacific fans.
Fair to
But
say
they
it's
do
anyone's game.
now have weaponry. There is that second run it back. The last one, safe to say, was very successful. But this one might be a little bit tougher. Molotov's going through, but he hasn't.
Oh.
Okay, found someone at the very last second. Cupid is
เศร้า
gone.
จัดอะ
Waddle with the trade, though. Keeps things even for now.
Ow.
Looks for a little more. And it's Valorante and Waddle that is shutting
ไซโยพลาด
down
เลย
this
ตอนนี้
B-site take. Durka, the man who started it off, now hunting for another ultimate. But he's got 4 Pacific players to deal with. And it seems like they are already falling back into more passive positions. They don't want to give Durka anything.
I think they saw his barrel on the jump peak from 7. Because the second he jumped up, he ran back around the corner. And now they seem pretty trained in on this position. Reveal hasn't caught him.
Oi.
Big mistake. There's no way he gets away with this. Suspicious of the corner. But Valorante lands a much-needed shot for Pacific.
ถึงได้ก็
2-2.
ไม่ทันอยู่ดี
They
เสกมาก
fight
กว่า
back here and now. But that was way too close. He's halfway to another ult. Like, it's disgusting. Yeah.
พี่เดิร์กไม่ยากดอันตีทุกตา
Genuinely,
บ้าไปแล้ว
I thought he might get allied. Like, because, okay, that was definitely a cursed dart. I don't know what happened with it. It got caught in like a little crevice that didn't scan anything.
Yeah.
So that's why those 2 players had no idea he was coming when they should have done. But even still, it was crispy aim from Durka. 2-2.
แต่พี่เดิร์กเนี่ย
Pistol
จับ
and round
ฟินิกซ์
4.
ทีไรนี่โอ้โห
A much better
ดุ
start for
ดุ
Pacific.
จัดอะ
It's just the way some of the rounds have gone that's a bit worrying.
จำได้สมัยโคโรมาแรกๆแล้วเมตาฟินิกพี่เดิร์กฟินิกนี่คือแบบโคตรดีครับ
On the vitality side, the problem though is Sayonara is going to be able to pick up that orb. Sorry, Durka, and that's his ultimate online.
เข้าเลยหรือเปล่าครับ
An ult that's
Howley,
almost
yep.
certainly going to catch Cupid.
Oh.
He's trying to flee, but he
Ow.
TP's right back in. Dodges the
Boom.
ult, but doesn't dodge the shot from Yumpy.
Wait,
Calling the
oh.
wall out. Alorante's at least able to trade that, but Chronicle, oh, he stepped into the trap. And Alorante will quickly claim him as well. This is looking like the B site might be off limits with this Cypher around. Waddle, even down to a sliver thanks to the decay in the corner, still fights back, and Pacific have claimed the lead again.
Yeah, no, Yumpy getting
สำหรับ
caught with
พี่นะ
utility in hand.
บางทีมันก็ช่วยกันแสงกันสิ่งรบกวนรอบๆตัว
You can see there
โฟ
again,
กัส
they're
อยู่
not
กับจอ
shying away from
แต่
these
ของเลิก
fights.
ไม่รู้
The
ใส่เพื่ออะไร
TP further aggressive.
เมื่อก่อนพี่ชอบ
It
ใส่
does
หมวก
seem
แข่ง
especially Alorante and Waddle over on this B side have looked fantastic. Once again, though,
ที่โคดรอปแล้ว
Vitality
แต่
are
ว่า
falling back
โหมัน
into that age-old
แต่ถือว่าโค
strategy.
นิโคนี่ถือว่ายืนระยะอยู่
Durka
แบบ
go kill, as he's going to have a
ท็อป
hero
ท็อปเพล
right
เยอร์แบบมานานมากนะ
An orb
ถ้า
or
จะ
two
ดรอปสัก
kills
นิดหน่อยก็คง
will
ไม่
do
แปล
the
ก
trick. Seven though has got himself the 2-shot off.
เมื่อก่อนพี่เอหัวโล้นไหมครับอ๋อ
Vitality
มันจะโล้นก่อนได้ยังไงครับผมมันต้องโล้นทีหลังหรือเปล่า
One away from a res, like we said. Yumpy not walking up with the spike this time. He's been a problem on mid, popping up the wall, breaking the cam, taking a lot of the information out of the hands of Pacific early on. Cupid forced back, but they're trying to split him. Luckily, Alorante again is there to defend his backline. Alorante has just been an unstoppable defender every time they push into his sight. Every time they step into a
เป็นเรื่องแล้วนะฮะ
There's bodies on the floor and they're rarely his. An in-zone flawless for Pacific. And yeah, it was a low buy from Vitality, but if Pacific are to get back into the series,
สมัยแก
they
มบิ
need
ดไง
rounds like this.
Yeah, for sure. I think just some confidence builders. I think he's already. Yeah, there's a couple of moments in the last map, but maybe few and far between.
Nice, come on.
Pretty sure he got paranoid by his
Come on,
teammate
boys.
in the middle of that as well, which didn't help. But hey, he's 9-3 right now. Cupid's up there as well. And they've managed to force out a vitality pause, something that didn't happen throughout the entirety of the previous map.
โอ้ย
It's 3
จัด
rounds
ไป
in a row
น้อง
now for the defensive side and going into
นี
what
โอ
is probably their first full buy. Obviously,
ซัน
Chronicle
เซ็ตมันด่าน
saw
กัน
it
แบบ
quite
ไม่
a
เคย
lot
เห็นหลาย
lurking
ที
with
มบุ
that
ก
attack side operator on Haven.
ด่าน
Seems
กัน
like
นะครับ
they're gonna try and mimic
ซันเซ็ตสำหรับพี่ตัวนี้ถือ
this
ว่าเป็น
map
กัน
as
นะ
well. But for the defense, coming in with a few ults to play with, Seven still
ด่านกัน
having
นะ
that
น้อง
outlet,
แม
maybe
รี่เจน
feeling like the credits are not going to be the best on the other side, and
นัดบุก
he would be right.
เลย
Three
ตัวสลัด
players as
เฮ้ย
of right now with
แอบฟัง
the
อยู่นะ
light
ว่า
of the shields.
แอบฟังอยู่พี่
And well, if
เล
anything,
ก้า
I feel
ตอน
like
นี้
the Pacific
โอ้
coaching
โห
staff are talking a
น่า
lot,
จะไป
but
ไกล
they
แล้ว
probably just
เหมือน
want
ไป
more of the same.
ไปอยู่เทียร์สอง
Yeah, if
อยู่
Alorante
อีมี
can
เทีย
keep
ร์
up
สอง
that
รวม
9-3 KD, you're
รัสเซีย
pretty
5
good
คน
hands.
มั้ง
Cooper can keep being the clutch player in those late rounds, and that's just fine.
ไอคอนโอ้โหโพเดี๋ยวรอวันจันทร์
Whether
อั
they
งคาร
can
ก่อ
or
น
not,
รู้
it's
เปล่า
going to
ว่า
be put to the test. Vitality
ไอพฤหัสศุกร์เสาร์อาทิตย์พี่คือไม่ได้
taking a
ทำอะไร
moment
เลยอ่ะ
after 3 rounds in a row were let slip,
แบบ
and after Pacific
ไม่มีโอกาสได้นั่ง
pulled themselves
หาย
back
ใจ
into this
ทิ้ง
map in a way
สัก
that
วัน
they weren't capable of over on Haven. For Vitality,
สบาย
this is
พี่
where they're most dangerous after they've had a moment to think.
ไม่น่า
Let's
ส
see
บายเท่าไหร่
what they think of this round.
Flash on the reveal.
เออ
And I'll do this.
เอายศวาโลเหมือนเดิมไหม
Nothing, man. They want to do mid
แล้วไหน
map,
ยศโอ
boys.
จีอ่ะ
Can we just freeze here?
Edits, we can go take my orb on A or B also.
Timo has A space.
Yeah, kind of, but they might have a line on operator.
Guys,
Say
just go
OT
pop A
wala
with
na.
A. We have full util. We can just pop towards A.
I can flash short.
Check short, please. Check
Just
elbow.
use full util, guys. We have fucking 4 ultis. I have res also, so we can just.
Careful on the line.
I will flash from here, guys.
Good.
Yeah.
3, 2,
ใส่แล้วใส่เนี่ยที่บอกให้ใส่หรอ
On the line.
Nothing close. Sage wall down. Let's go.
Break short for short.
Guys, the wall down. We need to break the wall. We need to break the wall. It's here. Sage was near here.
ไม่เห็นมีอะไรเลย
Let's pick. Somebody pick. I have res, guys.
Guys, listen.
I'll pick me, I'll pick me.
Listen, I will go short with my ulti, and you guys will walk elbow after, okay? Just
Okay.
freeze for like 5 seconds, and I will go short
Need to check flank.
solo, and you guys keep going elbow.
อ๋อ
Pushing elbow, pushing boys.
My paranoia.
Nice. One more, he's flashed. He's flashed.
Out short one.
I can't play now.
Go short. Rest me up behind you.
Yes.
Also.
I chicken.
Oh, bingo, one more. 120.
อุ้ย
Oh fuck, he hits, bro. Oh, good, bro. Unlucky.
Ooh, holy!
holy shit
That's one hell of a round from Waddle.
ไอ้เหี้
We'll
ย
stick to what
ได้ไงวะ
Vitality had to say at that moment, but even while throwing a res in, he's able to come out with a 4K. A big round from him individually, and just look at the way this round ends. 3 in quick succession, and then correcting onto 1 HP
ยานลูก
to take down the
โค
final
ตรบ้า
round. A big round won and a big round needed from Waddle to take that over the line, and a very costly one for the side of Vitality. Weaponry gone, Phoenix ult gone.
จังหวะตัว
Red
3 มัน
gone.
ดีไปหมดอะ
At least they got the tour de force.
นึกว่า 4S เมื่อ
Well,
กี้
that could be one of the plays of the stage, honestly, to come out of Pacific is a
โคตร
bit
บ้า
of a
ยิงเลย
surprise
ที่
for
โห
Waddle. New guy on
กระ
the
ใช้กระ
block.
สุนเยอะไปนิดนึงครับผมแต่ก็ใกล้เคียงเมื่อกี้
Certainly
เกือบ
making
ละ
waves out here. Pacific 5-2 in the lead, an eco out from Vitality, and what was seeming like a solid round from them. A lot committed, not just in terms of the rifles, but the ultimates as well. The res, the run it back, and one man changed it all. Alorante, who has been a consistent problem for Vitality, picks up the opening here. And as we said, not a lot to fall back on in terms of weaponry.
Got camera taken out.
All right, he's very alone. The rest of his teammates pushing up mid. Chronicle's done well, but the Spike is still just looking to try and connect with them. An unorthodox way to get there, but he has taken that space for free.
ยังไม่พอครับผม
The
เซต้า
defenders know what ground they've lost, though.
30 seconds
Holding on to positioning within main and within the site. It's going to make it very awkward for a plant to come through, but actually on the backside, they're just going to go for it.
ตอนนี้
Vitality realizing their own issues here.
ภาพแอสเซ
He's
ทลอย
playing a
มา
little bit safer. He's going to walk out to the site for now, but there's no need. Pacific are the ones that need to make a move. They have a res online, but no way to use it. And that tour de force is always going to be lurking in the back of their minds. Wraparound from Chronicle, though, he's removed from the action. He's trying to cut off that late wraparound, but it means Yumpy doesn't have to worry about his back anymore. They can focus forward. That's a big mistake. Pistols starting to thrive as Yumpy swings in from market. Sayonara holds the backside, and they group up, leaving Chronicle to play that market. 7 all alone. They know he's not defusing. More time bought, and they don't even run the clock down.
แล้วมาโดนอีโคอย่างนี้ครับ Pacific
From Vitality, the tour de force got them in, but the pistols did a lot of work there.
Yeah, there was so many moments where I thought, like, especially Sayonara.
เพียงแค่ทักถาม
I was like, if he goes down, spike down, round over. He manages to sneak his way past. And then when it gets to these close quarter battles with the cross being held by the operator, it became so difficult for them to get back in after what was some fantastic rounds, but also some costly ones. They now let it slip versus the Thrifty. Oh, Vitality might be able to break back into this half.
Well, after what really has to be a top 10 play from Waddle, it's right back to winning ways for Vitality. They do it on the low buy. The ults have been a big part of this attack side so far. The run it backs for Durka. He's now 2 away yet again.
Was that number 4?
Consistent problem. Yep, it would be number 4. We're still on for pretty close to 2 per round. Way closer than it should be, in all honesty. And Vitality are getting a lot of control early on, but the thing I'll say for Pacific is look at that trap inside B main. They don't need to worry about a B push for quite a while. I don't know how high it is, though. It might be possible to jump over it from the stairs. Maybe. Yeah, well, doesn't matter now. Dirk has just tapped 2 players in mid. What?
His ult's online, by the way, just in case you were wondering. So that is number 4.
Run it back. Here we go.
They want to use it. Yeah, they definitely do now. The res coming in. Dirk immediately taken down. TP across. But time is being bought. I think that's something that has actually been done fantastically by Pacific so far. Be it on the Sage, be it on the Cypher. Just having that utility to deny has become a problem. 20 seconds left for them to try and split towards this side of the map. Multiple players here ready and waiting, but Cooper needs to get something ahead of this trip, and he does find Prophet. The spams from Waddle, looking for another highlight play as the swings come in. They need to get that plant down, and they might just have it. Shock dart not quite deep enough. The swing a little bit too late, and the corner being held. It makes this very tough for Durka, but he's been fantastic so far. Looks for number 5, but can't quite get it. And now down to just Chronicle remaining, and he won't close it either. It will be a 6th round for Pacific. And Vitality cannot find their footing in this half.
ดูผลงานจริงใจเป็นผู้นำผลจังแบบนี้
It's looking like the favorites have swapped sides for Pacific. Now putting together even some rounds that they shouldn't, having clutch performances. Cupid, top of the board, 11-7. Alorante defending steadfast, no matter which part of B is pushed towards it. Well, yeah, it was a crazy round from Durkee, and even with an individual stepping up like that, it's not enough for Vitality to take it across the line. Now full body coming in here, and Durka, and this truly is ridiculous. Durka is 2 away
สั่น
from a
กัน
running
นะผม
back. Again. I've never seen it be this consistent, round on round, and they're losing. If they're winning, because he's getting a 4K every round, it makes sense. They're losing 6-3. He's 1 away. He used it last round.
Yep, Mambo number 5.
It is 2 per round, literally.
แต่พูดถึง
It's ridiculous.
1 every 2 rounds.
ดูวิลิต
2 per round, 1 every 2. Yeah.
ใช้ฟินิกตัวเดียวก็แอบลำบากอยู่นะ Vitality
It's already crazy, but that would be nuts. And there you go, Mambo number 5 on number 5.
แต่ว่าแมปนี้มีเสกมันแบบมันก็เหมือนช่วยเอนที่นะเสก
Well, considerably more ults than
ช่วยเข้าได้ใช้วอลปิดใช้อะไรได้เล่นได้หลายนี่อยู่
Which take from that as you will.
วอลเสกมันดีครับเวลาบุกแบบเนี้ย
No res available.
มันปิดทางหนึ่งได้อะมีวิธีเล่นเยอะอยู่
Create some segmentation, maybe even just create a ruse. That's the goal from Yumpy at this point.
อุ้ย
Bait them into rotations, and he's succeeded.
เสกเลอร์เกอร์
Again,
อ้าว
they're dealing with it well, but this time there's a
พลาด
trade.
ครับเซเว่น
Not quite quick
อุ้ย
enough. Neither is Yumpy.
มาช่วยได้ทันเวลาพอดี
Freebie. Even still, though, a massive advantage. Durka is looking to go through. I know he wants to farm orbs, but this might be an orthodox way to do it. In the end, doesn't matter. We go back again.
He was here. It was it. Kron was sitting in market. Like, all right, guys, just delay them. Just keep them back.
เดิร์กฟินิกยิงเรื่อยๆครับ
I've got the fight. I'll clean up the round. And Durka ran at them. Durka just.
เซเว่นอาจจะต้องเลิกจับโอเปอเรเตอร์ก่อนตอนนี้
When he's having starts like this.
โอ้นี่เรานับทุกนัดเลยเหรอเนี่ย
Then ended up dominating.
Do we have any
วินเมื่อกี้4 นัด
the record for the
Now he's
most
back again.
Phoenix ults?
นี่ถ้าใครทำอะไรเรานี่เรา
Think it might be
โอ้
6.
โหแล้วน่าจะอาฆาตน่าดูเลยว่ะแบบจำไปอีกนานอ่ะ
Because I don't know if it's possible to do it quicker.
Fracture.
อุ้ย
Fracture, maybe it's happened before. You get 4 ults farming at the start, play full default, and the other team is bad enough to not push you. That could happen.
Or
but
if you just keep getting like an ace every round.
yeah.
No, insane. But it hasn't helped them too much.
ผมมั่ว
Pacific 6 rounds on this defensive side.
ถ้า4 นัดไม่โดนเลยนี่ก็แต่ก็หนักอยู่นะแต่เมื่อกี้เห็นอยู่ช็อตที่ต้องได้อ่ะ1ช็อตตรงกลาง
The best player, but it's a team game. Thankfully for Pacific. Again, they've got
เดินคอนแทคเข้าครับ
Durka's is not
ปั๊บ
online. We're not going to see 6 just yet. Although
โค้งแรกผ่านไป
if he gets this kill, gets
โค้งที่ 2 1 ศพ
but instead
เหตุ
he
ได้
goes down. 7 will stop him coming back from the dead. No, he
มี
won't.
รีเซคชั่น
No, he won't. Never mind. He's been rezzed, and now he can
Yeah,
pick
he's
up the
got
orb.
เก็บออฟต่อ
He's going to be 1
ได้
away.
2 เม็ด
If Pacific get that control early and don't
วิ
take
นหน้า
the
วิน
orb,
สุด
there's
ท้าย
still
มี
kind
บะ
of control.
ไอ
Like,
วิน
leaving
ฟู
it
บา
there
ย
for Durka
ฝั่งนู้น
is a big
Me
reason that
and
he's
the
able to get
Igning
these
Met.
online so often,
Oh,
as
this
well as the
ult
kills
could
in
be
the plant.
nasty.
That's 2
ไหน
complicated.
ปอ
At least 1 guaranteed. Ninja already in that corner. Reveal up top. He doesn't hear
รู้
it.
ละ
And now he's paranoid
Next
as
side
well.
dead
And
man.
now's a Molly. And now he's shot in the back of the head by Chronicle. So really not a lot of ways out of there for Ninja, as you can see. And really not a lot of ways into this for
ตัด
Pacific.
เลยหรือเปล่าครับ
Durka is running.
มาให้
He's
เล่น
got
นะ
his ult back
แล้ว
online.
เดิร์ฟมีลันดีแบ็กอีกแล้วทุกคน
He last used his ultimate. It was last round. And he's got it again. So, you know.
เฮ้ย
Oh, okay. That's a spray down.
เฮ้ย
Oh my god.
โอ้โหถึงกับต้องเสีย
Oh my god.
สะ
They're
เฮ้ย
actually seeing Durka like 3 times around. Like, it's like, hey, guys, we killed Durka. Well, he's been rezzed. And now he's got
เสีย
the
ลัน
ult,
ดี
and
แบ็ก
then
เลย
he's got
วิน
the kill.
นี้
Now he's got his ult, so he's going to run out with his ult, and then we kill the ult. And
ไม่
then
กดว่ะ
fall
เป็น
back,
พี่
and now he's
ไม่
back
กด
again, and
เว้ย
that's third Durka. Look, I'm all for bored people. I love
เก็บไว้
seeing them, but I'm
เก็บ
seeing
ไว้
this
ดีกว่า
man too much.
This is too many, mate. He's forming his own blue man group. Like
He's a Diglett. There's 3 of them.
This is absolutely outrageous. And you know, there is a chance. He's 6 away, but there's a chance that he ends up with 7 by the time we end.
No, there isn't.
No, there isn't. All right.
No.
Show him, Durka. Show him what you got.
Yeah, ult him. Come on. There's no bringing him back this time.
อื้อหือ
A
คุ้ม
chance
จัด
for
ครับ
Pacific to go
ด
in
อก
with a
นี้
lead.
คุ้มจัด
Yes, we've been talking a lot
บอกเลย
about ult points, but it's absurd how many ultimates this man has managed to get.
But we always talked about Fracture, 4 orbs. Oh, imagine how strong.
ได้วิน
Phoenix,
ด้วย
I've
คำว่า
never
แพง
seen a
แต่เมื่อ
Phoenix
กี้
ult
แพง
this
ไปหน่อย
many times on Fracture on any map.
No, I've had enough of it. Like, genuinely, I'm sick of it.
I'm annoyed. I can't imagine how Pacific feel.
Yeah, and they're winning for now.
For now.
But, you know, they got a man advantage. There's no way Durka gets a 7th
วิน
ult.
นี้เดิกเลือดประมาณ
It's not possible.
300 อ่ะ
Yumpy. He's been a menace around mid. He's
Ui.
constantly challenging. And well, he's looking for a little more. 7's done well. But does he have any idea that
He's
Prophet
a win.
TP'd in the middle of that fight?
Yep,
Oh, it doesn't
lie.
matter. Durka doesn't even wait. Durka doesn't care. He's just taken another fight. He's 18 and 11 right now. And this creates a very weird
2-2
predicament for either
ไป
side.
ไหนครับ
30
I think
seconds
he just
left.
saw Durka as well play a massive bait. He knew Cupid was TPing up on top of him, but he continued to just look around at eye level like, oh no, where is he? And if he stuck it, I think Durka flicks up instantly, but luckily Cupid was wise enough to realize he hadn't pulled the wool over Durka's eyes. A plant here for Durka. 4 away. We can finally say, without a shadow of a doubt, no more ultimates. 6
in this half.
In a half. Yeah, in this half. If he doesn't pop it in the next, I'll be very surprised.
ช้าไปปะวะ
Pacific a chance to maintain the lead going into the
แต่
next
ว่า
half.
มี
But the time is
ตัวสุด
ticking.
ท้ายเป็น
Prophet is
คอน
far
โทรล
away
เลอร์
and Dirk is on the site. That's the first problem and
ขัด
the
ได้อยู่
biggest problem to get past. The birthday boys being good in the clutches, but Durka has been dishing out death like it's an all-you-can-eat. The smoke is good. It causes problems halfway already for Cooper. Big play. If he gets it, but it's unbelievable from Durka. 6-6. You can look no further than this man.
Yeah. 6 rounds for either side and 6 ultimates for Durka. It's going to end up even in the end. Nonetheless, before we come back, let's get a glimpse into Chronicle's journey through stage
หรือว่ามันถึงเวลาแล้วพี่เดือต้องถอยไปตัว 2 เล่นแบบซาโตะ เพราะหลังๆรู้สึกเลิกจับฟินิกแล้วส่งพลังจัดอะตั้งแต่ช่วงปีละปลายๆละ
that you need to be very good at playing the game is as easy as possible for you guys to understand. Also being a great teammate outside and in game as well. I'm taking the responsibility of balancing those personalities, like how people put their energy in or how they should maybe chill out a little bit. If I'll talk about Barcelona, it might be a boring one because like trying to think about it, I don't really feel anything. It's hard to say just because I already played a lot of stage 2 finals. For me, there are more important things to do. If we deserve that opportunity, we will play better obviously and we will also attend Barcelona. But right now, it's just a goal that is so far away.
Well, 6-6 is the score at the halftime for Pacific. You know, we would definitely look at this as a solid half. Had they not have had a big lead, 5-2 up, 6-3.
ไม่ใช่กูลูกี้ครับผมวันนี้เบอร์กับ
For Vitality,
เตอร์เก้
well, Yumpy's got 9 kills. Second place on the scoreboard. Durka
has the most kills and most deaths.
Yep.
He is the perfect orb farmer that we've ever seen. He is min-maxed how to get orbs on this map. And yeah, even still, even with his performance, it's not been the greatest map for them so far. On the other side of things, Alarante's had his moments, Cupid, Waddle, we've seen everything. But let's see what's going to go on in this pistol round for Pacific as we listen in to their comms.
Can we pop from short? Yeah. I smoke for you guys.
There's flat, top flat. They're gonna flood.
Flooding.
Short and
You
default.
can speed up elbow.
Down A.
I'm staying here.
What about it?
Last player
Uy.
standing.
โอ้โห อย่างนี้แย่ว่ะ น้องนิโอไม่ได้พก
And we're back with Cupid.
Oh yeah, take it away, man. Take it.
7-6 for Vitality, in zone flawless from the defensive side, and it's fair to say Pacific are going to be pretty sad we chose that round to listen in. They're like, what about round 7? That was good.
Well, I think all the other rounds have been. How's he got his ult again? Oh god. Well,
โอ้โห
7-6
เฮียแผนแบบ
for Vitality.
เซอร์ไพรส์จัด
will claim the lead. It's the first time, wow, since they had it in round 3 after winning that second round with Durka on a hero rifle with his ultimate. This round though, a bit of a lighter
แต่
purchase.
บุก
from
ไป
them.
6 ก็ไม่แย่
A couple
ถือ
of
ว่า
pistols and
ทรง
SMG.
ๆบัส
Two Guardians clearly looking for a stronger buy in the next round. On for Sayonara, a chance for the backstab. The faster play being attempted by Pacific, trying to move more aggressively forward through the market. That's a great flash.
He didn't know if they were about to come through the smoke. And Durka doesn't want anyone else to get the kills. Remember, he's the man who's looking for that ult record. He wants it in a map. In zone flawless from Vitality. And the problem is, if Durka keeps playing the way that he was towards the end of that last half, there ain't going to be enough rounds for him to get near any sort of record. It's also going to be harder for him to find the ult orbs on this half. I'm going to say that, anticipating him to get his ult online in the next.
น่าจะ
Wait and see.
น่าจะ
Even
ก่อน
still,
ละ
though,
ถึง
with
ก่อน
the
แน่
pistols and with the
เพราะว่าได้รับแล้วอะ
purchases and an in zone flawless.
น้องบอมตัวจริง สวัสดี
Means
ครับ
that
ผ
they're
ม
gonna come in with majority rifles for this round, a singular SMG, and it's where Pacific are going to look to break back onto the ball once again. As I said, their early half of the last was a decent one, even after the round 2 blunder. Can they now build off this? Well, it looks like the defense are not going to sit back. A chance for Profek early, but can he now escape this? In fact, they don't look like they want to challenge him. They kind of let him leave.
This was a fantastic early round from Vitality. The pressure that they put on, pushing down A, pushing down mid, and then they see no one's there after the initial fade utility, after Alorante broke the dog that went through, and they decide instead to rejig that aggression, move it through to outside B, find one, get back, and confirm the advantage. With these weaker weapons, that's exactly what you want to do, and I love this setup in middle. The fact that you have 3 players essentially on 2 on the same angle, 1 a little wider for Profek. Setting traps in rounds like these is exactly how you bridge that gap of the buy. Profek now standing inside mid. He's given up the angle. They filled it in. It's an awkward fight, but he still gets one. Good work done with one of the main rifles.
Where are they going? 35 seconds. They have mid control, and then
30 seconds
they're going to go back to A late into the round. Like they have
B
no
contact.
information other than, yeah, just okay. We've got B main control, so this is going to be very difficult to clear. Still having smokes online, paranoia, dart as well. That will help them out, but those slows still available. At least one of them. 14 seconds left to try and get through. The TP will allow them to get in onto the plant, but it's also allowed for rotations to come in.
Okay.
Post plant at
เนี่ย
least
เศษแมปนี้เศษไม่เอามาแบบว่าช่วยเกมบุกโคตรดีแล้วก็ยังดีไม่พอครับ
It is clear that I don't even think Yumpy realized
ลา
they
วิท
won
ขึ้
the
น
round.
9
It will be the defuse for Dirk.
ไม่ไหวครับ
A much
PCF
slower
มัว
half,
จัด
I'll
เลย
be
เดี๋ยว
honest. It's taken him way
ตัว
too
นี้
long to
ทีม
get
ไหน
that
น่า
online.
เชียร์ครับ
Yeah, Durka has fallen off massively at this point. I
เอาแบ
think
บ
the Phoenix is going to be retired
เอาแบบ
after
เชียร์
this
ลุ้น
one.
แช
He's
มป์ไหม
probably
หรือว่า
thinking to himself, "Damn, I wish I was on the neon."
เชียร์เอามัน
9-6 for that defensive side. Like I said, I love the early aggression and how quickly they abandon it. Profect as well to trade out one. And for Pacific,
หรืออยากเชียร์แล้วเครียด
the clock playing back to be
เอามัน
made,
นะ
down
EF ครับ
to
ผ
like
ม
20 seconds,
EF
even less.
BBL
Well, yeah, slow is pretty much going to ruin your day there. And although they had the TP to get out
M8
and still
ก็ได้
find the plant, gave too much time. Vitality won the fights, and they had Durka just about to complete the flank to win it anyways.
Oh, this is not the start to the second half they were looking for. And that's not the start to this round they were looking for either. Pressure being put onto Profek once again, but he is looking incredibly comfortable and crisp today. A fantastic first map, and it's just a great day.
ลิควิดก็มาอูแต่อีมีแม่งอีมีตอนนี้ถ้าจะให้พูดทีมแชมป์แม่งยากมากเลยว่ะแม่งกว้างจัดอะ
There is some serious wind. It feels like we're back in map 1 again. I'll be honest with you.
4 in a row starts. Yeah, Profek like smiling ear to ear like that. That is a dangerous thing to see across the stage from
มันเป็นแปซิฟิกเดี๋ยวนี้เรากำลังคุยถึงอีมี
I imagine some of the boys are hyping him up.
เอาเครียดก็เอฟโนติกครับถ้าอยากจะแบบเป็นซึมเศร้าก็เฮเลติกครับผม
This is their first time out. It was Vitality who ended up using them because remember Pacific had a big lead. As I said, it was 5-2. Most importantly,
TH ยังเต็งในใจไหมครับไม่ฮะ
And from that point, Vitality have not lost.
ถ้าเชียร์ TH อาจจะเป็นซึมเศร้าได้เลยครับผม
Dominated in every fight. I think
พรุ่งนี้ KX พี่ว่า KX ไม่3ดูเอลแล้วครับไม่3ดูเอลแล้ววิทยังไม่ตอบโจทย์ไหมวิทลุ้นแชมป์นะถ้าอยากเชียร์แชมป์พี่ว่าตอนนี้วิททรงลุ้นแชมป์อยู่
Yeah, they had a very good half. I think we saw that crazy clutch from Waddle. Alarante's been playing well. To be honest, throughout the day he's been playing.
วาโลมีแค่2ภาพ
Unfortunately,
1,900 กับ 1,210 คูณ 960 อันเนี้ยแทบจะหมดแล้ว
especially for someone that we have seen that light from, and Seven kind of in a similar boat. So
เราก็จะมีพวก 1,280 คูณ 1024 กับ1,600 นิดๆหน่อย
to see that switch up. Otherwise, I think it is going to be their first 0-2
PCF มั่ว
of the stage.
I do find it to be hard. I do find it hard to be critical of Ninja though. Like in his position, filling in all these different roles. Yes, this isn't his first time playing Sage, right? I think it's his 5th. So it's not exactly the best situation.
บอกมันอาจจะไม่ได้รองรับปะอันนี้มันสตรีมอิเลเมนต์ไง
Vitality are still ahead. Waddle equalizes the numbers, but he's down to 10 HP. Spotting Kron. TP to get out of there leaves him unstressed, unbothered, and unmovable. Clearly, Waddle finds himself in a 1v1. Yumpy, the man he's up against, and well, Yumpy's got a lot more health than Waddle does. Even a headshot from here might not be enough with the Phantom in hand, whereas for Yumpy, toe taps will do.
Patience of Waddle. That's all he's really got. He's hoping that maybe his opponent crosses over. Instead, he'll be the one to take a step forward. The second he goes around this corner, could be him gone, and it will be. Patient from Yumpy. An aggressive round on either side, challenging for mid. But as I said, this was the round where we saw Pacific kind of throw everything at the wall. They had all of that weaponry, but were unable to get it done. Now, with the loss bonus under their belt, they are still going to be able to buy rifles with the light shields, and they have 4 ultimates to play with going into this round. The problem is, well, Durka, he hasn't really been killing anyone, but he has slowly been getting towards that ult. He might genuinely go from the fastest combination of Phoenix ults to the slowest ever, because I think it's been 5 rounds and we still haven't seen it. But good odds he gets it in this round.
Well, he has died once and gotten a kill. They've avoided Durka every step of the way, and it hasn't made a damn sight of difference. This time, avoiding him is going to be pretty tough. This is the buy round from Pacific, one where they have a lot of ultimates, and so I expect Vitality 11-6. This is where they want to fight back with some of their own. Pretty close to a res. Pretty close to a Nightfall, everything else online, but it is mainly Durka. Of course, that's what we're wondering. Where is it going to be used? Mid, it seems like, in fact, just
มินิบูไม่ได้อยู่แล้วนะครับ
for a moment, and that
ตอบ
bullet whizzed
พักยาวเลยครับมินิบูตอนนี้
of Durka. That could have been a pick
น้อง
for
กัน
Seven,
สวัสดีครับผม
he has been owned in return. The fight on mid for Alarante extremely solid, and it looks like Chronicle is about to be
PCF มันอย่างเงี้ยละมันเล่นไม่ได้เนียบตั้งแต่แรกอยู่แล้ว
The reveal's going to give it away. No, he stepped in
Ui.
the wrong angle. Waddle still gets the kill, but at the cost of Ninja and Profek now behind them. As the Hunter's Fury is being used, Profek's going to round the corner
อ้าว
and drop
สไปร์
the
ตก
spike.
ขออนุญาตขึ้นแท่นเลยแบบนี้
Being blindsided again and again. At least Cooper can make it to the safe side.
He's TPP.
No, it's not.
จบ
Oh, that's just cursed. That's just cursed. He's seen a player that far back that he didn't expect.
วอล
Another one to still be in the B side. I can understand his vein of
คือ
thinking.
อะไรอ่ะ
If a guy is TP to
แมน
spawn and is fighting the back of B, odds are maybe the other guy's
ซี
somewhere
เน็ต
on A.
ออกที
Instead,
ไม่นะ
he
จ
was
ริง
sat in the worst possible position for him to
ๆ
TP.
ซีเน็ตออกไม่ออกก็ไม่ได้มีผลอะไร แต่คนมาแทนมันไม่ได้แบบแตกต่างจากซีเน็ตขนาดนั้นหรอกปะ
Goes
ตอน
anywhere
นี้
else
ซี
on
เน็ต
B
นั่ง
as
ดู
well,
อยู่
or
อะ
at least
หึ
sees him.
เป็นไงละมึงโทษกันแต่กู
Or gets a second
ไง
to start the plan. 12 to 6.
โทษแต่
From
กูตอนนี้
6-3 up.
Yeah.
Pacific were given hope
Oh,
only
this
to
is
have it
Dirk's
stolen
ult.
away, and now Dirk is invading the cage. The ult finding one, but he's
Okay.
taken down immediately. Seven's invaded the space, sent Chronicle packing, and claimed the B site.
เอมดูเอลสองคนไม่ค่อยดี
To finally get another round on
หมาย
the
ถึงเซ
board.
เว่นนินจาใช่ไหมนินจาแบบที่เราเล่นดูเอล
Sound
ปกตินินจาไม่ได้เล่นดูเอลครับ
ahead of it. Seven's done fantastically.
วันนี้เซเว่นหลุด
And
ฟอ
now
ร์มด้วย
Yumpy, he does have rares available.
เจอของแข่งมันโชว์ยากครับ
It almost feels like it would have to be
วัน
used
นี้
as
เจอวิท
bait
ไง
at
ปก
this
ติ
point.
มัน
All
เจอ
the
แบบ
players sat in the open.
พอได้หื
Either
อ
that or he needs to kill first, but look, they're all waiting for him to try and swing the angle. Good work from Allo to
วันนี้วิท
close,
ก็ลั่น
but
ด้
it
วยค
is
รับ
Seven finally stepping up to the plate. A big individual round from him, but it has
ปี
to
หน้า
be
อ
the
ยู่
start
ออ
of
โรรา
something.
สั
They
งกัด
lost 9
รวย
rounds in a row before
ๆหมายถึ
finally
งใคร
finding another of their own. Now they need to win 5.
One
At
enemy
Nightfall looked like it could have been the turning point. But Seven
อ๋อ
showing up in what looked like Pacific's
โอ้ไม่
darkest
น่าแล้วครับ
moment.
ผม
This is their first round win since Vitality were on 3. A streak of 9 that's put them in an almost uncontestable spot to close this out 2-0. At least Pacific already around better than last time. That's disgusting. In such a crucial round, and now pushing up top mid, the slows giving him away. Sayonara's past him in the smoke. Seven.
He's chasing ghosts.
He's lucky to get out of there alive, honestly. A 4v5 still with a res online, but that res is gone now. Yumpy down. And it looks like Pacific have recovered. They've stabilized this round.
Great work from Model again.
รู้จักซานตาเลสด้วยเหรอครับ เฮ้ย
Spray
ต้องรู้จักดิ
transfer,
ครับผม
but walking backwards potentially into the crosshair of Sayonara. Instead, though, no. Waddles protected his teammate from Durka. The swing from Sayonara is going to be everything, though. Catches Cooper with utility, and that swaps the angle from Seven. Now Waddle needs another big clutch round, and he's not going to be able to do it. They had their moments, they had their fights, but ultimately the inevitable
ไม่
happened.
น่าได้
It
บัฟ
will
เพราะว่า
be Vitality 2-0 this
สตรีม
series,
อินเวนน่าจะไม่ได้
getting
รอง
an
รับ
extra point,
API
and unfortunately, while talking
PG
about
ฮะ
points for Pacific, it now has to be the run all the way
หู
to the
เรา
grand final.
ลบเยอะจัด
Playoffs and everything in
โคตรใจ
between. It is going to have to be an uphill battle
มันจะมีตก
for the side of
ปีหน้าไม่มี
Pacific,
ระบบ
but
ลีก
for
แล้วครับ ไม่
Vitality,
ไม่
they
มี
are
แล้วครับ
rising
PC
at new
ไม่มี
heights here
PCF
today,
แล้วครับ
looking clean on that map number 2. Durka's Phoenix, I think his argument for being
ระบบปีหน้ามันจะเป็นครับแล้วทีมพาร์ทเนอร์เหลือ8 ทีม PCF ไม่ติดแน่นอน ไม่มีทางออกขึ้นตอนวิด 9 จริงๆ ทีมตุรกีนี่ทีมใหญ่ๆเยอะมากอะนะ พอพูดถึงออโรราเมื่อกี้นี้โอ้โหออโรราวาโลมีปะวะ เฮ้ยออโรรามันทีม CSI ไม่ใช่เหรอฮะตุรกีเหรอ ไม่ใช่อันนี้นี่G2 C9 ว่าไงคืนนี้ G2 ก็แดงก่ำมาเลย กลับมายังเนี่ยอืมยังไม่กลับนะเกมเลยยังไม่กลับพรุ่งนี้ตอนเที่ยงน่าดูนะครับไอ้รีเจ็คเนี่ย อันนี้ก็แลนใช่ไหมน่าดูเลยนะตอนเที่ยงเนี่ยน่าตื่นมาดูจัดไอ้จอง QT ดิจอง QT ที่ป่าไส้ติ่งอ่ะโหน่าดูมาก เวลาดีด้วยตอนเที่ยง
Many times to warm up those pipes over to the couch.
สู้
We
ทุก
could
ลีก
start with the happy birthday.
Very fun. I can take that if you want.
No, I'm gonna do it. Twitch
No,
chat's
you
gonna
don't
be
wanna do
like
it?
cringe in the chat.
Okay, that's pretty sad. Well, congratulations, guys, on the win. First off, happy birthday, Profik.
Thank you very much.
Tried to get Mini to sing, but it doesn't seem like it's going to happen. The rest of your teammates were singing to you throughout the first map, though, so that was really nice to hear. I want to ask you, how does it feel being here playing on your birthday, first of all?
Really nice.
Really nice?
Yeah, and
what
I'm
did you
happy to be
want
here.
to say? Because you made a little face there. What did you really want to say?
I was just thinking about the answer because I'm not fluent in English, right? So.
Okay.
Yeah.
How are you gonna celebrate?
Huh?
How are you gonna celebrate?
I will celebrate tomorrow. Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah, what are you doing to celebrate?
I'm just gonna go outside Berlin, you know, like for some dinner with my teammates.
There's in-jokes happening here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love to hear that. I wanted to get you guys' thoughts on London, first of all, because I don't think Minnie and I have had a chance to chat with you since then. Were you satisfied with your performance and placement that you had at that event?
I think so in a way, because it's like best tournament we had as organization team too, and it kind of like first in international with this team, and we had kind of like young players who never played the Masters before that and stuff.
Yeah.
So was, in my opinion, like a good tournament still, and I still feel like if we will have fixed some issues maybe beforehand and stuff, we could maybe go further. But top 4 was still good for us.
What kind of issues?
Just macro and stuff. Not macro and stuff, like more meta. Like
Okay.
Neon and that stuff, it felt like when we played against other regions, it felt like you don't see those kind of things in EMEA and stuff.
It was a bit rough at the start. There was a big turnaround, and there was quite a lot of like subjects you guys brought up, like listening to Yampy more, some of the comms, comfort maybe at times. Looking now, what do you think the strengths are for you guys right now, and what are things that you still need to improve on?
I mean, still listening at Yampy, and I think just more how to play together in like micro situations. I think is the best way to learn for us right now, and I think that will help us a lot against like other international teams, because I feel like when they go at you with like 5 people at the same time, it's a bit hard, and in EMEA it's usually like people are like in tiny groups everywhere, you know, and you kind of know what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, I would say same. That micro in these moments against like PaperX, Leviathan, I think our micro was
ถ้าเราดูอีมีจบเราตื่น
not the
เรา
best
ตื่น
level,
มา
so
เที่ยง
of
ไหว
course
ด้วยเหรอ
like the team like them will punish us, you know. So I would say micro.
I feel like it's quite difficult though, because it's not often you get
Hnak
to play
hน่วงมาก
against
นะ
teams that have that kind of style, really. I know that we have some of the Turkish teams here at EMEA, but I guess at a global level as well, it becomes more difficult. Darka, I want to ask you about the Haven composition change, because we're getting to see you on the jet, which I know a lot of people are very happy about, yourself probably included in that. But obviously, with Chronicle being on the chamber, it means that we're seeing him play more of the operator. Have you had a discussion to kind of figure out maybe you take turns and who gets to pick up that weapon on certain rounds?
I mean, of course we had a discussion and stuff because similar agents. For me, because we tried multiple things and stuff, for me it was just easier to entry with a jet, even with a rifle, and just playing kind of like annoying corners. Oh, they're coming, I pop my dash. Like
โคตรน่าเอียบแน่นอนครับผม
send it, you know. So on defense and attack, I just feel way more comfortable, and I feel like I can get myself into position. I can get out from easier than other agents and stuff. So I was like ready to sacrifice open stuff, but I can still sometimes just pick it up or, you know, buy an outlier if people don't buy full armors or have no money.
Talking about Pacific today, obviously a team that I think in the back of your heads you might wake up and think, a game that you should be winning. What is that mentality when you come into a game like against Pacific?
I mean, I think it's always the same. You know that for us points are important, so you know, like we never disrespect enemies. So
You've fallen from my trap, Profek. So why? There was a round that we saw you walking through a smoke by yourself.
on C long in Valorant just takes your head clean off.
Yeah, because the comms were they are 3 re-clearing A.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So then I assume that Cypher is
Okay.
on mid, right, and he's controlling mid, and it was just Sova and Cypher. So it's my
Okay,
bad,
okay.
but there was
no,
a
no,
logic
that's
behind.
fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's good. We blame your teammates. It's fine. I agree.
So it was fake info.
No, it's fake info. Yeah, it's good.
Okay, so what review?
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't even know that. I'm rotating, and I'm like, I just
No,
hear
I think there
three,
was.
I just hear 3A, and my guy pushing C long smoke, and I'm like, please, someone don't kill him.
Well, other than getting annoyed at teammates for fake info, maybe, we do have a funny round to show you guys. It was at the very end of the round where someone was juggling a weapon, I think, so that you would be able to flip it. Talk me through the comms here.
Yes, I'm trying.
The slow-mo on this.
Is
This
it
was
nice?
a defining,
Yeah?
defining moment of the match.
W
for sure.
teammate.
W teammate.
W teammate. That's what you have to say to that.
W teammate.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's nice just being able to see you guys have fun again as well in the server.
Stop with me, stop with me. I don't want Vandal. Stop. Kron.
Yeah, what?
How important is
Good
it for you both to be able to continue having fun in this game, for you to venture forth and be able to have a solid stage 2?
I think you can answer.
I mean, it would be nice to have more fun and stuff. For me, lately, been a bit hard and stuff, like switching roles and stuff. Well, of course, I know for myself, I play a lot better when I have fun, and today was just kind of like focusing on my individual, so I kind of like put everything like outside of the box for me, like in terms of comms and stuff. Just wanted to do my job and kind of like do my things and get a bit more confidence back, because last 2 games, like the first 2 games, wasn't feeling good, so and did not have fun because of it too either. I feel like if I just can get confidence back for myself and stuff, then it will be way more fun, and then can have more fun with teammates too.
For sure. Well, thank you so much for joining me here today and joining Monet as well. Congratulations as well on the win, and best of luck in your next match. But we're going to go to a quick break, but don't go anywhere, because after this we have Giant X going up against Eternal Fire.
สรุปได้เหรอน้องบัสยอดว่ะ คือมีวิธีใช่ไหม
alive, of being able to skip the play-in, of being able to skip the potential lower bracket elimination on the line. You're playing for your life. It's not a great position to be in here as GX are set to square off against Eternal Fire. Not a good spot to be in here, Manny.
No, absolutely not, and I think that's it's a big Eternal Fire narrative here. I think that they were like one round away from making it to London, and now they find themselves in a position where they might be missing playoffs and having to go through the play-ins. Things seem to have dipped in form a little bit, but it still feels a little bit early still.
It does feel a little bit early for Eternal Fire. I think especially as well because they've made a roster change between that first week to that second week. I truly thought that game against the Team Heretics was going to be like a redemption game of, you know, kind of the match that you're mentioning of being just one step away from London. But for me, we didn't get to see that fire that we usually come up from these players. It didn't feel like they were, you know, riled up in that way. But I think for this man in particular, Spear, he had a great debut performance.
He had a great first 3 rounds at least.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this. He aces in the 3rd round. That's crazy.
Yeah, he had the funniest day of VCT was what people are naming it. He had the ace on the 3rd round and then got 13-0'd in the next map. So he had an interesting day. I think that
At least
you know,
he didn't pie.
Haven, not so good for him, but he did lose 13-0 in that game. I think Spear is one of those players that I've not yet to speak about, but he's been at the top of my list for should be in VCT this year, and it's nice to see he is here. And I'm hoping that they've now got a little bit
วัน
of
นี้
time
สเปียร์
themselves
ต้อง
to
ตื่น
ramp up now into this group stage.
I do
แม่ง
think
วอ
it
ร์
is
มมา
tough
นาน
to
เกิน
buy
ไป
when you
ละ
don't get to 14 rounds, just mathematically speaking. But yes, I mean, certainly this is like a welcome to VCT moment, both with a positive of, hey, here I am, here's what I can do, and oh, this is pretty hard, actually.
Yeah, for sure. I think that for me, though, I think that this team, what I knew about them before and what they were good at was that death ball style. They were playing the double duelist, they were grouping up together, they were using their kind of firepower and their kind of confidence and bravado to just send it at people, and that was their strength. But right now, they've changed.
Yeah,
Fabian is now not on that second duelist, he's playing Vito a lot, and in my opinion, not playing a particularly interesting Vito. I think a lot of his you know, stats right now are coming from the fact that he's just so good. I would want to see them just do Spear and Fabian on that double duelist running at people again, and I think that solves a lot of issues for this team.
Yeah, ideally. I think, as I mentioned, I want to see them get their confidence back because it felt like that definitely slipped in the second match of the regular season so far, I should say. And I think that, yeah, when you are integrating a new player, you probably want them to feel most comfortable, which is why maybe we didn't see as much of that. But for me, if I've got a player like Spear joining my team, like, I am definitely hyping him up to be able to do these incredible things that he was doing. But I think I'm more interested from your perspective as to, you know, why he was kind of top of your list when you were looking at the tier 2 circuit, Mini.
I'll be honest. Stats.
Stats online.
I don't sit there often, even with
Yeah.
players that I pick up and look at all the VODs. I just look at the stats and then we'll trial them. Spear stats are one of those stats of this guy is a world-class player. Like, that's
Braggers.
nasty. They haven't quite got it together yet, but ramping up through this group stage, even if the worst happens and they have to go through play-ins, I would expect them to be one of those favorites to go through that the entire way.
Yeah.
It is just kind of the reality of this format, right? Is they've already played so many games and we're in week 2, right? There is just not a lot of time to integrate a new player. There's not a lot of time to experiment with comps. There's not a lot of time to do anything at all.
Well, this is the thing as well. Like, I had mentioned it the first day that Spear had come in, but just in case you missed that debut from him, he was always traditionally a sentinel anchor type player. But of course, when you have someone as incredible as Echo, you will have to kind of move around and figure out who's most comfortable on what. But in saying that, Spear has been picking up the Julius more recently in his time in challenges before he joined the main roster here in VCT. So I can only hope for the best for this roster to be able to bounce back today and find a win.
Something tells me you might have known this was a possibility, but moving over to the other side of the coin, there's been a lot of possibilities of rosters and compilations, and maybe a few more than they'd actually like, right? Giant X coming in, hoping to play with one player, Mushak. We now know that's not going to be happening this stage at the very least. The move with Jesse coming in has been made permanent, so we now know that he will be playing with them for the foreseeable future, if not the long term. That is a very big sidebar. The gist of it is Jesse in, don't worry about it, he's not going back out, we're all good. But if you're a coach, this isn't the roster you hope to come in with. This isn't the team you thought you were going to be playing with. You've had to make it work on the fly.
Yeah, and I think that Pipson overall has been dealt a bit of a bad hand this split. Like losing Cloud to Fnatic, he has been the kind of franchise player for this team, the IGL. He's got the relationship with Pipson here. Having to figure out the IGL situation is a big thing, but now having to figure out the fact that you now got a last minute kind of stand-in in Jesse. Right now, Giant X, they're a bit all over the place. They're having to work with a new IGL, they have to work with their roles and agents, like there's a bit of stuff going on there. And just finding their identity again. I feel like Giant X, we say that a lot, but that is the reality when you have all these changes.
It's frustrating because I feel like Giant X were always that double initiator team. They always had a very clear identity, yet the amount of roster moving pieces that we've had throughout this year has been frustrating to watch, I think. And even Pipson has been, he's not sugarcoating it. He knows that the kind of point that they're at now is that they need to look forward to that players, and that will hopefully be able to give them more time to be able to flesh out these ideas. Minnie's talking about the role and the IGL and all of these things. These are things that they still need to figure out in order for us to even look at it and go, oh yeah, I understand that. Because when we're looking at the amount of different roles, and I had complained about this the other day, the amount of roles that Flickless is having to jump on, whether that's a sentinel, whether that's a controller, whether that's breach as your flash initiator. It's a lot to ask from one person that has been also asked to step up to the plate and take on this IGL role, especially when we have players, Minnie, as you mentioned the other day, that's so vocal in those mid-rounds, such as Net joining here.
Yeah, I think there's an obvious route here. I think I would just have
ดูแค่หนึ่งก็รู้ละกินขาด
Ara, have Flickless just playing that Senti role quite a lot, and then because it's a bit more difficult to IGL not in the pack there, but Net has been so vocal. I've been sat here listening, and Net has been a pleasure to listen to over there. Like I can hear all the comms. He's very vocal in those mid rounds, and so it doesn't matter your IGL is out of the pack because you have someone else who's able to control that pack. So I think those roles in that system is what they're going to be building the foundations off of, I hope.
I mean, there always is that ability to do a little bit of the like leadership by committee, right? Breaking down the different aspects of what you need, as you're suggesting there with a player in the pack of Net. But there's just not a lot of time to feel it out, right? Again, getting back to what we're talking about, the format is brutal for Giant X. This is, again, if they win here, they can keep the dream of playoffs alive. If not, well, not so much. Here we've got the veto. Billy, anything jumping out to you?
Nothing crazy jumping out at me. The one thing to note here is that both teams have been banning Summit as their first ban throughout these past couple of weeks. Giant X obviously not wanting to take the risk whatsoever by getting rid of that map, which means it opens up EF being able to ban out that Haven.
I think the interesting thing to me is that Giant X are picking that Ascent quite a lot, and Eternal Fire have decided to turn around and just pick it straight into them. I think that just shows a lot of confidence from Eternal Fire's side that they don't have a lot of respect for Giant X's map pool in that respect.
Yeah, I think when I think about Eternal Fire back in Stage 1, they didn't have any respect for any of their opponents. So if this is a sign of what's to go on in this server, in this series today, then that makes me a little bit more back onto the Eternal Fire train.
Look, confidence, hubris, sometimes the two sides of the same coin. All I'm saying is there's an Echo interview that I'm really excited to hit the broadcast a little bit later on. Quick thoughts here. Based on what we're expecting from these two teams, what's going to happen to the server now that we've seen the map veto?
I think that the map veto aside, I think it's just Eternal Fire going back to that identity, hopefully, of just death falling around and just out firepowering Giant X.
Yeah, and I think if you're Giant X, you have Jesse now part of this permanent roster. You need to build that foundation, as you're mentioning, and build upon that.
Well, it's time to build, but they'll have to do so in the server. For now, we head to the stage for the face-off.
versus Giant X.
The question becomes, will the Giants stand tall or will they burn as the Flames look to consume them and Eternal Fire look to get it a little bit hotter on stage, now with Spear at the forefront.
Yeah, for sure. And I think when I'm looking at these two teams, let's not forget this is do or die today if you want to be able to make sure that you don't get eliminated from playoffs contention and are then sent to that play-ins. And we had mentioned that Giants are already very aware of the fact that going to play-ins is a potential opportunity here because of how the stage has started for them and the way that they found themselves. But as we kind of mentioned at the top of the show today, Minnie, you don't want to finish bottom of your group because then at that point you're straight into the elimination bracket when it gets to play-ins. And say you get drawn up against an Enterprise, for example, when I'm looking at some of those tier 2 teams that are coming up into tier 1, that's not an easy team. A lot of the tier 2 teams coming up could beat a lot of our tier 1 teams here in VCT EMEA.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is a must-win game for both of them for different reasons. Going on to Split, for starters, Giant X seeing maybe a weakness in Eternal Fire here. Eternal Fire did play it before, but it was against a Team Liquid with Lohan and did destroy. I think the key thing for me today is that I just want to see Eternal Fire away from this Veto. I just don't want to see Fabian playing this Veto. I want to see him on that double Judas. I want to see him on that Raze potentially. Just joining Spear at the front, sending it, running at people. I think if they do that, they have a very good... They will be heavy favorites against Giant X, in my opinion.
I cannot wait for the Veto to be the first thing that we see when we get into the We'll leave it alone for the moment. Let's say there was going to be a Veto. I'm going to throw a thought experiment at you. How do you make Veto work? Can you make Veto work in the current meta?
It's not great. I think that it's just play Chamber if you want to do that. And on a map like Split, even Chamber is not particularly well loved, even by teams like Lev, who play Chamber almost every single map. Teamwork happening though, all good.
It is a nice way to highlight, right? When a player is making an adjustment to the stage, there's so many million things that you have to pay attention to in the adjustment. And yes, no Veto.
Yeah, I think on both sides I'm liking what I'm seeing. They're kind of answering our call. Eternal Fire, Fabian not on the Veto, going to that Raze. Double Judas is going to be typical Eternal Fire we see. Looking down the line, Fabian, Spear, Echo. I'm looking at those three players on their comfort roles. They're just unbelievable players. I'm hoping that translates today against Giant X.
Yeah, I think when I'm looking across both sides, as you mentioned, they're doing the right thing and the comfortable thing for their kind of roles in terms of the players that they have. You know, maybe not so much for Jesse. Omen seems to be a new agent that he's having to pick up, and that's the expectation with him jumping onto this Giant X roster now. But so far, thumbs up from both of us, I think, for both compositions on each side.
Well, it's been a momentous day already, and that's only set to continue because it's time for a serving of Pyro.
Oh.
How do you feel about that one? Do you like it?
What? There could have been a lot worse.
It could have been a lot worse.
I've heard Mitch and Tom's.
It's not the best. I find it quite funny though. Okay, I need you to tell me on this, Minion Lover. Tell me the glorious win cons here for either side. Give me the pitch. Give me the rundown of why I need to be paying attention. Because again, apparently Billy's got thumbs up about this one. She's buzzing.
Yeah, I mean, I can totally understand why. Giant X have committed to Jesse. We saw the announcement earlier today. Unfortunately, Music, we're not going to get to see him in the server. I'm really sad about that.
ก็เหมือนต้องแบบดัดแปลงสุ่มดัดแปลงคอมมานด์นิดหน่อยอะไรเงี้ยหรอ
Eternal Fire have stopped with all this wacky nonsense and put two of the best players in the front of the pack.
Do you think that's how people feel about us casting together? Stopping all that wacky nonsense with our other duo?
Maybe not. No, they're probably looking for Hypok back.
No, it's nice of you to go that way rather than the other side. But, you know, that's pleasant. See, I think kind of already highlighted a little of this, but just to kind of clarify, you can read it there yourself. Both these teams would basically be unable to qualify unless they get this one in the bag and then they go into the kind of play-in side of things. So it is a momentous game for both of these two. They need this one. A little bit of a spark to ignite could certainly help out. As said, though, Eternal Fire at least not coming in with that Veto. There's something wasn't really sought after.
No,
it was not. I mean, at the same time, Eternal Fire proactive in A main, Giant X take the site, but nice from Echo and Eternal Fire to take extra main space away from Giant X.
I love that. Beautiful reaction already. Giant X kind of then left a little
เสียทาวเวอร์ปุ๊บจับคู่เดินเมน
try and get to the right places here, create some small crossfires.
ตัดใจได้สวย
opportunity.
There's also a flank coming through.
เจอหลังในหลังไอทีครับอย่างนี้หมด
Yeah, couldn't be Prius.
Ui.
Well, Flickler's only going to get one there. I thought it was good for a second. If I'm honest, this gets way more competitive than I imagined, but Spear in the end, Ordaz there, a beautiful post plant.
It is, and I mean, for the retake of Eternal Fire, before they even have the execute come through, they're thinking about the map space. They're thinking, hey, where is the weak arm of the push? Let's go and try and break that. And Giant X, I mean, to kind of compliment them, they're also proactive, going through mid, reclearing that space. And overall, it's Eternal Fire who just shoot better when they get down to it.
Again, though, I think that's something that we've wanted from this Eternal Fire team. Get them in the position to kind of align with this.
Yeah, and 100%. And I think for Giant X, if we want to talk about them, look at Jesse's most played agents this year. Omen 64%, Brimstone 20. You can see he's a controller main. He was playing on the Phoenix the other day, something that he was really criticised for. He was like a fish out of water. And now that we've seen Giant X not only commit to him being a full standing member of the roster, but not try and get him playing these weird roles, I think we're going to see a much better performance from him.
We'll keep our eye on it. We'll kind of check back in as we go. A good start here, and Ordaz actually in a bit of pressure. Love it.
ชิบหายแล้วครับ
Hold on, there's something to this one.
โรเทตไม่ทันด้วย
A couple of upgrades. Ara's so low on HP though. You'd love to see that filtered out to maybe Flickless or someone else potentially. As Fabian already opening the account for this retake going through. The power sent on that CT side. Spear starts stepping forward. Post box is an issue and sadly unable to filter that rifle further back. It's all down to Jesse. And this will be a lovely one into the roster properly. Beautiful clutch. And a Red Bull clutch at that.
Look what happens when he's at home. Look at the goods he brings up. A brilliant clutch and now Giant X on the front.
เป็นเรื่อง
It's just a classic. Sure, Eternal Fire.
โอ้โหเสียหายจัดแพ้วินนี้
But hey, listen, you've got to be in the position to win those fights, and that's so perfectly.
That's magic for him.
โอ้
What a
โห
confidence boost.
ลาดบุลเลต
Team's just committed to you.
Let's go!
Put a bit of faith behind you, as obviously
Yeah,
the,
lad
previous,
bullet.
the other iteration of the roster just wasn't going to work out. Time to onboard yourself. That is gorgeous for him. So for Giant X, though, can they build off this now? The buy's perfect. Looking to go farming. I do get concerned when I see bandits these days, though, because that thing in the right hands has been commanding the attention. However, Giant X shouldn't make errors here. And they haven't so far. Past the first hurdle. Clearing out Echo, slow and steady.
Keeping it simple, why else should it be? But Eternal Fire making this map pretty claustrophobic for Giant X. You're looking at Flickless to be that foundation. He's the one who holds any flanks.
โอ้ไม่น่าเป็นไปได้ 0% เพราะ
player down. Eternal Fire are in the right place. A good stack. I like where Fabian is. Kind of an early warning.
ไนท์บอทยังไม่เข้าเลยตอนนี้
The stuns, the smokes, the haunts. You're starting to feel a bit.
ไนท์บอทมันมีอยู่แต่ว่าเปิดแล้วไม่ทำงานไม่รู้ทำไม
Relatively quickly. There's going to be players here. We're down to about 45 seconds. I'm not too worried yet, but my concerns do spin up a little bit.
I mean, the contact and Stan plays a pack. I can understand it from Giant X. And at this point in time, you're looking at the ones being dealt with. Spear. I mean, he's filtered through the kill feed and continues to do so. It's just Ordaz now on site.
But they don't know about Ordaz.
Oi.
What a shot! The second's a belter. 22 HP though, and Flickless looks the wrong way, and Ordaz can play to the time, 13 seconds. Oh, what a valiant attempt from Ordaz! Almost again.
I feel as if this is going to be the game. Coming down to the individuals, Giant X just not paying attention to the small details. Your utility's getting broken.
แม่งหน้าอ้อมไปเลยเมื่อกี้แบบบนไปเลย
An inch away from glory. Well played from in the end by Giant X to get over the line at least, but I'm looking at this next round, what the purchases look like. Gonna see Spear bringing out his op.
So close.
I like the addition of Spear already. See how comfortable he looks on that operator. Currently dedicated towards middle. Just very deep posting from Ordaz back B site. There's the operator noted.
Joke's over. You're dead.
The ult investment coming through. Pop towards site. Do they clear
แต่จำได้สมัยสตรีมแรกพี่ใช้สตรีมมีเลเมนนะแล้วก็เลิกใช้ไม่รู้เพราะอะไร
This couldn't have gone better for Giant X. Perfect site take.
Yeah, and on top of that, I was going to just see Ara just deposited in a nice little corner. It's going to be difficult to retake, especially when Net has heaven space. Oh, I mean, it's just a white towel flung in. Why should Eternal Fire attempt it? Right
ไอ้
now,
สตรีม
Giant
อิเลเมนต์
X,
นะ
the momentum really favoring them.
เมื่อก่อนอะ
On
นะ
hunting.
เดี๋ยวนี้พี่ไปดูก็โอเคนะ
That's a huge
เดี๋ยวนี้มันทำอะไรได้เยอะ
If Giant X can just execute on those B sites like this, yes, obviously they did have the Phoenix ult, that's fine. But I mean, it was a 1-2 punch. That site was down in a second. This is a huge booster for confidence for Giant X.
100%. And then you not only think about the confidence, you think about the conditioning. Now Eternal Fire at the back of their heads are thinking Giant X at any moment can execute on us, and we don't really have the answers. So now you get to work that map a little bit more. Neki lucky to keep his rifle. He's 2 away from that nightfall. So they've got to be thinking about what Eternal Fire have in their back pocket to come back into this
แต่
one.
ว่าเดี๋ยวคงเอามาใช้แหละ
Looking at Spear with the ult there, Ordaz as well, but again, it's just the timing of this.
เผลอๆใช้หมดเลยนะพวกดูพวกแจ้งเตือนพวกอะไรพวกเนี้ย
Where Spear had gone at that point, he fell back earlier towards vents, that's fine, but leaving that gap pretty wide open.
แต่ไม่รู้ว่ามันลิงก์กับไอ้ PC Donate หรือเปล่าเวลาโดเนทเข้ามันจะขึ้นในไอ้นี่หรือเปล่าลิสต์แบบรีเซ็นต์อะ
100%. I mean, the fact that Giant X are already, as we said, starting to have that B space, and I think as well on a few of these rounds we saw Eternal Fire being proactive through the A space, trying to clear that out with we saw Neki at the back of Fabian and Spear. Right, hey guys, we're gonna try and make ourselves or make the map a little bit closer for Giant X and kind of go from there. So overall, I can see that the cogs turning for Eternal Fire, but they really need to fix this B issue.
Yeah, and there should be answers.
แต่ว่าของ
I don't
ของ
see it
สต
being
รี
a
ม
huge
สตรีมแลบ
problem
อะ
if they
โด
can
เนทขึ้นนะ
come up with a solution nice and quick. It's what the coaches are there
Donate
for.
ขึ้นใน
Fingers
ฟีด
crossed. You'd hope so. And also just maybe keeping mid control. You can't lose B main and mid at the same time. It's just there's no way you're holding on to heaven.
Donate
and
ของนี้ชื่อ Donate เหรอนะ
backside. So fingers crossed. It's not a
แล้วนี่ alert แม่งขึ้นทั้งของสตรีมแลบแล้วก็
I mean, as
ของ
well,
PC Donate เลยที่ปัญหาเสียงซ้อนอะ
ultimates, they're all about to come online, Neki, Favi, and the likes. So therefore, I'm
เพื่อจะ
hoping
มี
that
มือ
this
ถือไหม
defense
ไม่
is
น่า
going
มี
to
แล้วครับ
just
ผ
get
ม
stronger and stronger as time goes by.
Okay, just maybe waiting for contact. Playing towards spawn here. I think Fabian and Echo just trying to be in the right place with the pistols. Bolster the numbers of what remains. Neki obviously with that Phantom and Ordaz just on the Stinger. So if they get that, cool. No attention paid towards A yet. That Haunt's going to go uncontested, uncleared, and they're going to rotate an extra body. Now, I think if Giant X don't start, I guess, flexing a little throughout the map, they can start cheating players
แต่
over
อะไรอะ
early if
ไม่
you're Eternal Fire.
ไม่ต้องเสร็จแล้วดิ มีแค่ของเขียวไง
How diligently they clear this
อยู่
side
จ
of
บ
the
แม
map.
น
It's
ก็
simplistic.
คู่นี้สุดท้าย
I mean, Giant X had issues with this last time. I don't think they'll make the same mistake twice. Already responding with the or kind of waiting
มัน
on
ต้อง
the
แต่
utility that's come through.
จะก๊อปเหรอ
And maybe let Eternal Fire sweat a little bit in their own thinking. And you can start to see bodies drifting back over towards A. We're going to get an ultimate here, at least from Giant X.
Yeah, only one going to be affected. Echo not really finding much safety, and the scaling's really nice now. Aura set to succeed. Lovely utility usage. Should additionally know Echo, he was found there earlier. So they've gone through the
ไม่
protocol.
เซ็ต
It's a
โค
little
ตร
bit
เดือ
of
ด
damage done, that's fine.
หันไปดูแมปเลยของใคร
But again, for Giant X, they've got a lovely tick in the box here. That checklist just gets easier and easier the more times they comfortably get this B site. Yes, it was against the light to purchase, but that's still going to weigh heavily with Eternal Fire's mind. You could see it with Fabian trying to be
ไม่ได้อยู่
dedicated
จบ
towards that
คู่
mid
เซ็น
pick-up
นะ
in case
มา
it
ออฟให้พี่ได้
happened.
พัก
No
บ้าง
one was there at that point, but still,
แมป
obviously,
TX
it's
ตรงนั้น
fresh in their minds.
มัน
And I think as well,
โดนอีโคครับเลยทรงนี้ ได้วินแรกแล้วอีโคเลยสโนว์บอลไหลยาวเลย
necessarily seen Eternal Fire holding from heaven and kind of having the hold on B more
โจทย์ว่าเพิ่งจัดก๋วยเตี๋ยวไป
if that
คือ
makes sense, rather than having anchors on site.
โอ้
Wonder if
ซัด
that's
ตั้งแต่
going to be the
3 โมงแล้ว
adjustment
ต้อง
to
พั
the
ก
following rounds. Obviously, this is just an eco. You don't want to change too much and give your opponents a hint of what the future setups look like.
คู่นี้ให้ EF ครับ
An orb. They
น้อง
want to
ร็อ
get
บ
at least one that's at the cost of his own
อื
death.
มน่าจะตรง3 แมป
So at this point, I think we actually might even have a listen in going forward here. I did just ask Hazza if you often talk about the minions when you're casting with him.
I do actually. It's actually Hazza that loves the minions more than me. Yeah, it's concerning.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Ult-wise, still got Ordaz's spear. Did invest theirs, which is a little unfortunate. Back on the operator, I want to see the adjustment as to
Pepper
what
Leg
the plan is.
Genji
Of course.
I was waiting for it.
Were you?
Yeah.
ตัวจริงมันมีข่าวอะไรบ้างไหมหรือว่ายาวเลย
Sticking. We'll find out what the issue is. I'm sure. Put my
ไม่
glasses
ค่อย
on.
ได้ตามเลยพวก
I heard something.
ทีมที่มันไม่ได้ชอบ
Spilling.
Spell it.
Someone's had a dribble.
อีซี่น่าจะไปยาวแล้วครับ
Who's
เดานะครับเหมือนอีซี่มันก็มาลงให้ EF รอสเปียร์พร้อมเนี่ยแหละ
Oh, Fabian loves playing with this camera, doesn't he?
Is this the culprit? Hold on. Oh. It's me. Yeah. Oh.
สเปียร์มันตัวทีเด็ดอยู่แล้วรอเดบิวต์
Yeah, we absolutely have found him. Yeah, we went for the secondary shot there. Do you suffer from spillage often?
Yeah, typically. I mean, need a bib usually, you know.
Bib, yes, of course.
Especially when I'm watching the Minions movie.
I really thought it was like an analogy for something where you're gonna like, you know, go into this great like segue, but you were just talking about children's movies.
Children's movies. I mean, I was like, do you ever see the one with
แบบนี้อาจจะต้องเป็น GA ครับตรงนี้
Oh, I've not been this disappointed since
เสียทรงจัดโดนิโคยาวเลย
Not cultured.
How do you feel about Shrek?
Big representation from Shrek.
Representation is very important, and I'm glad that's inspired you to feel like you can pursue your dreams.
Yeah, I can be who I want to be.
Yep.
That's all about what Shrek is, you know.
Do you feel that you live up to that?
I've just got many layers.
Like an onion.
Like an onion.
Yeah, see, I've seen that one. Yeah, the fill between us is dangerous.
Yeah.
The problem is, we've actually got a counter of water-related incidents, or any other beverage. To be fair, Red Bull would never.
Nope, they would not.
They would not.
They always clutch, I've heard.
Oh, that's a stretch. Oh, that was a tough one.
I'm getting told that was good by producers. I'm getting at least one more day.
They told you that, did they?
They did.
I didn't hear a thing.
คู่ไหน
So I think you played that.
คู่ที่แล้วใช่ไหม
I think you've actually just lied. Yeah, exactly. No, you've actually just lied. That's crazy. Like, no, producers in my ear, yeah, they're loving it. They think I'm really funny. That's crazy. You just lied to people.
Oh wait, it's just the voices.
They're back again. They're back again. They didn't really leave. It looks like it has been resolved. And whose team comms are we going for now?
I think it's Giant X.
GX's. Okay, so not even the culprits.
Yeah, exactly.
The innocent bystanders in the spill incident of 2026. We'll be diving into those right about now.
Wait, not yet. One more. Ready? Tell me when you're ready. Ready?
Go now. 3,
2. I'm gonna prowl in with
Oh.
you. Ready? Prowling close. Could be ramp.
Yes, I haven't.
Get side, boys.
I'm going over side.
One more.
Rafter. We're alone.
Nice.
I'm gonna Viper ult city. One elbow. Page is here too.
Hey, that's sound. Give me some sound, guys.
Yeah,
One is rotating city.
I'm getting bomb.
Can you come back to B?
Yes, I can. I'm gonna go heaven.
เฮ้ย
Heaven, bro. I think 1 is 7.
1 นาทีโกเฮเว่นคัมแบ็กทูบีฮัลโหล
Nice.
Astra was there.
Astra is elbow, yeah?
You have a lot of time, guys. Chill.
I think he's gonna pick me. I'm just gonna hold, bro.
Bro, Ned, listen to me right now. I come back Vance to you, okay?
Yep.
And finish A.
Did we see Neon?
No.
Both. One more. I'm prowling him. He's Rafter. I'm waiting for you. I'm gonna make noise. I'm making noise for you.
Go.
Towards the rafters. Can he drop maybe? Yeah.
I'm just holding. I'm waiting for you to pick my Rafter. Can we go Rafter B after you call Rafter?
Operator.
Drop down.
Him down.
Go B. No, go B.
Come. He's after run.
I'm running, bro.
Nets comms are solid, I've got to say it, but Spear now left to try and put it all together here. A 1v2, and they are hightailing it towards B.
I mean, he's going to be there on time, not too far behind, but he has to get by Ara.
เฮ้ยขอบคุณแม็กด้วยนะครับจ่ายสวยที่1จัดไปขอบคุณครับผม
Right place. Needs to make sure that timing doesn't slip away and leaves potentially Net vulnerable, but I think he's on the case here. Spear trying to divide and conquer, but Net's got to be careful as well. Trying to evade that bit of vision, can't get past him. Ara holds it down and beautifully navigated between those two. I was a little concerned that Ara just wasn't going to be able to be supportive enough there for Net, just with that obviously absence of where Spear was, but still, very well done.
No, it's excellent, and Net's belief in his own abilities to be like, no, listen, I'm just going to hold this. And I mean, one by one, Eternal Fire give him the opportunities.
I like.
Glad it gets pass marks from West Side.
That's huge. You need that. Gets the people going.
กล้าออกมาดีเฉย
Motivational speaker now. Okay, Giant X
แต่มัน
finally showing a
แอบ
little bit
ง
of
งๆอยู่นะ
ability
เมื่อกี้
towards the A side. All right, Neki. That's
ตอน
a
ที่มัน
reveal
คอ
and
กับ
a
มันเดินกันอะ
half. And and found Jesse as well. So everything's seen. Eternal Fire can get here with pretty solid
เอา
confidence
easy
at
ออก
this
ครับ
point, but
ดูไอริส
still to take on 4. We do have that Viper's Pit ready.
คนนี้โหดกว่าเดิมครับผม
Yeah, I mean, fair enough to
คนนี้
Giant
โหดกว่าเดิม
X. You don't want to give any chances to these pistols.
อันนี้ดูไอริสพลังหนุ่มฮะเดี๋ยวรอดูเลย
Ultimates
ของ
of
ดี
their
ตัว
own
นี้
if things get spicy.
C's going in. And speaking of ults, there we go. Need to make it count now, though. Ara's fallen. Net on the trade. Net, this corner always seems to deliver, and it does. Line him up and knock him down, but it puts Flickless in a 1v2. I think he expected this, and neither did they. Flickless just about keeping it together at the end. But another threat, but another round won by Giant X.
I mean, you put in the own Viper's Pit, and you actually get a Nightfall off the back of it. So happy right now, Giant X. Spacing of their ultimates, the fact that they're getting stuff from Eternal Fire, a Red Bull clutch that will put Giant X's momentum in such a good spot. It's another, I guess, swing round in favour of the attack. And especially on split, where you can see these choke points work so much against you.
I'm so impressed with these rounds, though. Giant X, these are close rounds, and they're just about pipping Eternal Fire to the post in so many of them. But the problem is the scoreline. At 6-1, it starts feeling like you just can't get across that final step.
Well, I mean, the options for Giant X are getting thinner and thinner because that's a Viper's Pit and an operator towards B. Eternal Fire should know exactly what's about to happen. His body's outside of A site for Giant X.
It's a good read on positioning.
เดี๋ยวได้ GX เด็กตุรกีจะเกิดแดนโดโนเนิร์ดด้วยวีซ่า
Maybe how much pressure Westside's ult gets.
อีกคนที่ชื่ออะไรนะ
Don't know if he's going to be able to clear back pillar. I think he will. Oh, that's
lovely.
What are you meant to do against that? It was so all-encompassing, and now you're looking at Net to hold down towards Ram. So many bodies, but he still gets his. An ambitious push towards CT from Ara.
เมื่อกี้มีคนถามว่า GX
Now down to a 2v2.
คนใหม่จะมาตอนไหนนะมีรู้ละวีซ่ายังไม่ผ่านเจสซี่เล่นมาก่อนยาว
That ult was used earlier. It's considered. Finally, Eternal Fire get across the finish line.
Worried that the operator won't find its impact, but it's Spear, of course it will. This guy was second in ACS in Turkey. Do you know the only person that beat him? It was the Phenom Kachao. Exactly who we expected him to be coming up to VCT, but we need to see more, considering the gap of rounds between these two.
Again, some of this spacing, the execute felt so chaotic. I think I've been a little treated by watching Lev play split and seeing blows sat on that sort of position. I'm like, oh, of course he can get all 5 from there. It's fine. Why can't everyone else? But now the real, I guess reality sets in, and it is just such a team effort to control that. But I don't think Giant X are particularly deterred by any means. I think they're fine still. And Zara goes right back to business this time around. The judge, though, and it's not going to be checked on. Fabian going to find Jesse. There's the judge on the swing. Oh, that's not good enough.
ไม่โดนได้ยังไงอะไร
Plenty of opportunities with that judge. It's just Net and Flickless now. As much credit I wanted to put to Net before, this one I think will be out of reach.
I mean, at the same time, Flickless is starting to work mid, starting to find the gaps in the setup right now. As Net keeps players interested towards A, and Flickless is in prime position.
ทำไมเมนูมันเฟกอย่างวะของโพอ่ะ
This could be huge, but you look
ไม่โคตร
at
แบบว่า
where
เฟก
Neki's
อะ
waiting. Seems
อิตาเลียนกับภาคใต้อะ
cognizant of the chance, but a shot made. But look at the damage taken. 27 HP trying to fake the death cam, if anything, but Spear. Diligent, but not heads up enough. Flickless is making a case for this.
winnable จริง
Oh, this is slippery.
Yeah,
แล้วเน็ต
going
แม่งอ้อมมา
towards
เอก
A
ที
site, but there is rotates in motion right now.
เอียบแม่ง
Eternal
แม่งอ่าน
Fire,
ว่าแบบ
and catching
เน็ต
Flickless,
อ้อมไป
I
บี
think the
ว่ะ
jig is up.
แต่เน็ต
You'd
ยังช้า
imagine
อยู่
so, wouldn't you? They're holding on CT. They're letting Echo get a bit closer again. I think with the lack
คน
of
เดิมก็
presence
เก่ง
on
ครับ
that B
แต่
site
คนนี้
now.
ทีเด็ด
No plant to be
เขาคง
heard.
เทสแล้วว่าดีกว่าเดิม
Might start considering this was a bit of a fake from Net. Go for the plant, but Echo's here quick. He's here very quick. Plant in. Horns up. Can't get towards pillar.
วางเปิดเฉย
Just caught in the heels by Echo. Eternal Fire now starting to build a few rounds.
They are. Giant X on their individuals are able to try and put themselves into somewhat winnable positions, but these executes towards the A site, we've seen it 2 rounds in a row now, just not working out. I mean, I wouldn't hate a timeout if Pipson was to go for it. I don't think we're going to get it. But I'm hoping to see something different. The path in straight onto site, just getting caught out.
Nice!
Giant X, I mean, from the position that they were in, what was it, like 5-1, 6-1? If they can't get a decent advantage into that second half, it's an opportunity missed.
เล่นงั้นจะใส่ทำไมใส่เอากินเหรอ
Now it just feels so readable, doesn't it? Oh, well, they can't go A, so they're going to have to go B, so we can put an extra volley to it. Spear here from the get-go. Maybe just holding out the default. A little bit of a check, show some presence. I guess the question becomes, does Eternal Fire dig deeper to control that space anywhere else?
Completely given up mid. It's Echo to hold on, but he's already starting to move back. So realistically, this real estate belongs to GX, and they can go wherever they want in terms of a pivot. But from the map, we can see this should 100% be a B pivot, a B
อ้าว
split.
แต่ไม่กินสตอกินแต่
Right,
เนื้อ
it's
สัตว์
looking like it is one. A lot of
แสดง
pressure
ว่ามัน
on
ก็ต้อง
Echo
ชอบ
here
กิน
to
เลย
stall
ดิ
this out, which he's done well at. Buys a little bit of time, but that time is ticking. Once that pressure gets to heaven, these two do not feel so comfortable towards main. It gets harder and harder. Yes, they're sitting safe in case there's a swing, but still, they've got that feeling it's coming their way. Actually pull over Fabian too. Here we go. Can Echo hold them
แม่ง
back?
เซต
No,
แบ
the
บ
timing too good, and the
โค
execute
ตร
too
เดือด
strong.
ครับ
This is the best of Giant X in motion.
Just absolutely no resistance whatsoever. And Audaz
Oi.
well, an in-zone flawless, and it's so well planned. I mean, sure, it's slow rolling, but GX, you can see what they want to do. There's intention behind GX that we have not seen in the past 2 games.
เดือดจังอ่ะ
And again, it's can they replicate that elsewhere? Can they do that on other maps, other halves? Right, if this is what they can achieve when they get it right, when they're on the same page, when they've got the timings here, the scaling correct. That was a near-on 4-man stack on that side of the map. And they managed to get past it, I don't say easily, but with decent amounts of comfort. They couldn't replicate that on A. They haven't quite found that towards middle, so
ไม่
I
นะ
guess it
พี่คิด
becomes
ว่ายังไงก็
slam B.
3 แมปคู่นี้
Eternal Fire, what do you do
ไม่น่านอน
now,
ไหว
bro? You've got a weakness. It's been found. Is there anything you can do to get around it?
I mean, right now, it's just vacate the site and play retake. We've seen that before. At the same time, when GX get to these eco rounds, they're happy to invest ultimates. They don't have that. Spear has his though, and I'm thinking that's where Eternal Fire want to set their defense upon.
EF แม่งดูมันยิงดูมันเล่นแบบโคตรเดือด ผลงานแย่จัด
Eternal Fire just seem kind of in between ideas at this point. It's 58 seconds. They've explored no further towards A, no further towards middle. And to be fair, Giant X starting to reset, looking to once again go back to this split. 3 towards mid, 2 towards B main. And you look at what's on the other side, it's minimal resistance, it's really only Echo. And I think they've got it wrong. They're already starting to lean back towards A at some point. This just feels bizarre that Eternal Fire are just being, I guess, pulled around the map here. Aura, oh, look at the Empire. I mean, the paranoia could not have been better. All 3, simple stuff. The Danger Man, well, I was going to say actually Echo, but Spear went for the ult on this.
Yeah, I mean, he commits it. That's obviously the game plan from the start, and he's committed to that plan. But overall, yeah, it's easy for Giant X. Another in-zone flawless. It's back-to-back on the B site. We said we hoped that GX would do good on the advantage they've taken. They've done that. And I think for me right now, Eternal Fire are wanting to be too proactive. They are getting caught out in their own game plan, on their own style.
เดี๋ยวดูแมปหน้า
I mean, it's a simple plan in essence, being patient, playing that clock down. I mean, something that you would probably link with like a Fnatic, etc. But I have to say, it's working out for them, and it's a good look.
I wouldn't be linking much to Fnatic right now, if I'm honest.
Geez,
Bloody hell.
That's rough.
Yeah.
I'll find you.
Have you barked on broadcast yet?
I think I have actually. I mean, there's not many things that I haven't done.
Oh, good to know. Are trying to be the one-man band here, and he's gone far.
Oi.
Straight through heaven
Oh.
and just eviscerating Neki. Well, the support's not coming. So Spear needs to over-deliver here. He's got to hold down the entirety
แย่เลย
of
อย่าง
the
นี้
main. See if his teammates can break back in on their own spawn side.
Oh.
Aura putting on a clinic. And yeah, Spear just gets cleared. Too many problems, too many threats, and sadly, that showstopper not stopping much.
It's certainly not. I mean, Ara has looked unbelievable on his entries. I mean, apart from the few couple rounds on A, it has been pretty spot on. The utility has been perfect. For GX, I cannot say enough compliments about them.
Yeah, we're singing their praises here. Again, yes, we'd like a little bit more on some of the map, but I think for now, we will be handing it over to, I believe, an interview with Echo that was just recorded prior to this one.
So we were just chatting about it. Your new teammate Spear, you've got a lot of history with him in the Turkish league, right?
Yeah, like he was in Eternal Fire when we were playing in Ulf, and he was shooting very well to us, not gonna lie. At the last match, I think we were playing against him in Project Blender, I guess. He dominated us, but we have him now. And he drove 5 kills in his first match. Now we're gonna play against Giantix, and we are gonna win them easily, I think.
I want to ask you something about the comp in general, right? You guys have maybe been experimenting a bit more,
Easily
playing with the VO, maybe doing a little less of the death ball. Is that still going to be the idea, or do you maybe want to go back to what was working last stage a bit?
Actually, everything can be happen. Like if
ไอ้
we
อัน
feel
หลัง
confident, we play. That's it.
ก็
We are
รู้
trying
ก่อน
to
แป๊บเดียวครับผม
impress.
ไม่ค่อยได้ถามหลัง
And like when we feel relaxed.
ๆอยู่ที่จังหวะมากกว่าได้คุยหรือเปล่า
And for
ได้
this
คุยได้
match,
ถามไหม
right, Giant
ตรง
X
นั้น
on the other side, whoever loses is out of the playoffs, guaranteed. Does that put extra pressure on?
No, actually.
No? Just play your game?
Yeah.
Simple as that. What do you think about Giant X?
Actually, I think they're a bad team, not gonna lie. But everything can be happen. We are playing Valorant. We watched their plays yesterday. I think they are not playing great in their maps. Let's see.
So you thinking 2-0?
Yeah.
Guaranteed?
Guaranteed.
Guaranteed. Good luck, man.
Thank you.
การันตีนะ
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. That's big statements and then to
เดี๋ยว
drop
นี้มันเป็นอย่างนี้กันหมดอ่ะ มันแพ้ก็แพ้ไม่ขาดทุกทีมอ่ะ
You gotta kind of back yourself in it, but pretty brutal.
To be fair, I can totally understand why you would think that, especially with how bad GX have been, but this is unprecedented.
มันเก่งกันหมดแล้วมัน
We'll
แบบ
have to see
ดิ
exactly
บ
how
กันนิดเดียว
Eternal
พร้อม
Fire
จะ
are
พลิก
gonna
ตลอด
deal with that.
เดายากจัด
Take it back that.
Başlıyorum.
Aldım bir tane.
Main'de smoke var Anıl. Belki sola geçmiştir.
B'ye şey yapacağız, yakınlaş.
Ya pikliyorum, gel pikledim.
Şu sağ yakına smoke vereceksin, dümdüz mula atacaksınız. Tamam, paramayasını alacağız, sonra execute atacağız.
Okey, veriyorum,
Belki
vereyim mi?
Bitti. Ver smoke, pick atın beraber.
Arkanızdan belki tahmin yapışmıştır çayına.
Arkaya al Soner.
Ya aldık
Tamam, aldık paramayı. Tamam, çok iyi. Tamam, bekle.
Arkadan çayına yürümüştür. Çayına yürümüştür. Bakıyorum.
Tamam, bekle. Adam pikleyecek alttan. Hadi hazırsanız yapalım şimdi.
Atıyorum smoke'ları.
3, 2, 1, go.
Attım.
Yakın sol.
Yakın sol. Yok.
Default.
Hazır. 3 fake. Arka gelir, bir epeyim. Kapalı kuruyorum. Hala Felix Smith. Bak JT'mi alacağım.
Oho.
Direkt al. Beyler bir de gitti.
2-2เว้ย
Yakın oluruz şöyle dikkat et. Güzel. Andrem'ından ben Evan alacağım. Tamam yavrum.
โลหนึ่ง
Ölmeyebilirsin bir cansın.
ขวาเวียนต้องเมคเพย์หน่อย
Biri mid. Arka mı dedim, mid mi dedim lan?
วางปิด
Sarın geliyor sonra. Evan geldi.
Heaven var.
Evan 2. O da var. Andrem.
อุ้ย
Come on oğlum.
เอาแล้ว
Well, it's a solid start for Eternal Fire here. 4-9 now, and the
เมื่อ
pistol
คืน
round is
น้องเมฆ
huge. It does unlock that opportunity to build off the back of it.
เอ้ยเมื่อเช้าดิ
Collected
เอ
in
อ
the comms.
เคลียร์อยู่เข้าขับเรียบร้อย
9-3 cost, but it's not doable if you don't get that pistol round. I mean, 11-3 is a tough scoreline to come back from. Not many have done that. And again, I mean, it's all about getting these individuals online. Fabian showing it there. 3 good kills. And everybody getting loud and trying to G each other up. But we've seen them win pistol rounds before.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
Yeah?
You'd hope a professional Valorant team could win a pistol.
Yeah, well, they won it in the first half, Pansy.
That's such a hot take from you, though. I love that. Big
You're
insight.
such
Big
a
insight.
wind-up.
I don't know what you mean. I've been looking at some of the things that apparently you've done on air because people are like, can you find out what the weirdest thing he's done on air is? And then Haz has instantly solved
เรียบ
you
ร้อย
out, so
of
โอ้โห
course he has.
เดิน
luckily for you, Net's done something that's commanded our attention, at least for now. If he could do any more, then we're back in the room.
Spears here in all of this.
Yeah.
And that's going to allow Eternal Fire an easy decision. Same point, Net's going to probably be the canary in the coal mines.
If he gets one, that'd be wild. Oh, the timing. He should be Dead to right. Oh my god, he has got one.
อุ้ยยังได้หนึ่ง
You've got my interest here. Because Ordaz and Spear are the two that you didn't want to lose, right? That you really didn't want to take a risk on. But
ยกไปบีฮะ
they have at least got an open B site, and they've read that correctly, Eternal Fire, so they are hightailing it over there. Jesse gonna have to give away a little bit of the game, but at this point, they can play numbers. Certainly not out of the woods yet for Eternal Fire.
I mean, you're just basically looking for Ara to get people bruised, battered, and then get the pistols to finish off the work. But so far, this post plan, all three players together, it's going to be difficult to break those crossfires.
Yeah, let's see. So the initial flash goes in. Jesse's still got the paranoia. That removes Neki. Now you've got to look to see if there's any adjustments. Flickless finds one. Neki does do well, but it's all on one and the one fall. And how many flips are we going to get?
อีโคคืนว่ะ
Second time in split.
ภาพคุ้น
If you're Eternal Fire, I mean, if you're after one fire,
เหมือนครึ่งแรกเลย
how would you be?
คุ้นมาก
Every anti-eco should just be a slam dunk. We talk about how defensive split can be, so therefore post plants should be easy enough to convert from.
It's a bit of a shocker, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a bit of a shocker. Oh dear. Well, let's see what the buy's going to look like. I think Eternal Fire is starting to feel a little bit pressured, and, well, rightly so. Giant X making something out of nothing, and we've got three big performers too. Flickless, Aura, and Net.
ไม่แต่นี่เป็นแมป DX ไงพวก
towards Aura and Flickless to kind of revitalize themselves, kind of fall back into roles that feel comfortable to gotta put his
แต่ทำไมดูตอนรู้สึก
and for Westside and
ตอนดู
Jesse,
ไวคอมเมื่อกี้
again,
พอ
give it a
DF
bit
อะ
of time, find your footing here. Jesse gets
สเปียร์แม่งไม่พูดอะไรเลยวะ
as well.
I mean, Jesse has made his value count all the way back in round number 2 when he won that anti-eco for Giant X, and then
ไม่มีไม่พูดเลยดูอยู่นิ่งสนิทเลย
that is half of his kills.
ได้พอเตือนครับผม
But think of how good his paranoias have been.
Yep.
So that's where
Are you an Omen player by any chance? Because that's a mad
เขา
cope
เรียก
going on
เฮ้ย
here. Look how good his
แต่
paranoias
อีก4
were.
คนนี้
But they have been the
ไม่หยุดเลยนะ
Can't shoot
รับ
yet,
ไม่หยุ
but
ดเล
his
ยนะ
paranoias are wild.
The only thing that I'll say is if you're Eternal Fire, your mind goes back to that last game against Team Heretics, and you're starting to think about the 13-0. You're starting to think about how you were so close to winning Lotus and
Sure.
I'm really starting to worry now for the Turkish side, especially with how good they were in stage 1.
It's getting there. A little bit of a worry. So Neki and Spear, there you two big boys to be watching if you're on the Eternal Fire side. Giant X, they basically got the full hand now.
อินโทรเวิร์ดเฉย
Prowler up. Cleared space on middle. It's going to be Flickless watching and waiting for this. Still dedicated on rafters, not wanting to move back. Got full faith in Jesse to help him out here.
He's also got Westside to help him out. I mean, Jesse from long can't win out, but he's at least played in Flickless. But Sheriff's hitting for Eternal Fire and worrying now starting for the defense.
Yeah, Aura trying to punish the cross. Gonna catch two. Great little stun and a reset. Doesn't need to do too much here. He's got them the man to the good. Buy a bit of time. They've got to recover the spike. Regain site control, and that CT open space is always a concern now.
Both players have rifles though, so they can fight back very easily. But it's up to Echo to hold things down.
Yeah, Echo's got so much to do here. There's the haunt, a little bit of a spam, not misplaced either. Westside did cop a bit of damage on it. Now noted, they try and swing together and they die together. Eternal Fire fall in this one, and Giant X just starting to look like they're really getting to grips with things now.
I mean, the buy wasn't terrible for Eternal Fire, but look at the credits left in the bank. Giant X now can fight for 12 when we think that Eternal Fire will probably be on an eco buy as well. It's just, I don't want to say it's mismanaged, but I do worry a little bit now because I'm pretty much feeling that Split is dead.
Just the map in general.
No, I meant that.
Wow, Split hater. Love this map.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
All roads lead to Split, mate.
That is true. All bangers end on Split.
Correct.
But they definitely don't start.
Wait to see what Net does in this round, though. That's going to get you right on board.
Okay.
Wait till you see it.
I'm waiting.
Observers. Let me have my fun.
Look at that Prowler.
Yeah, and it sets up Aura to do that, right? Perfect. Now Aura gets a little greedy. He's confident. You know what he's like. He's showing right. He's going to re-peek as well. It's crazy, but hitting.
You've set that up perfectly.
There he is, and there he goes. Prowler was
อย่างนี้ได้เล่นครับ
Oh
4v4.
dear.
Post plant.
Oh, I like that.
4 on CT.
Yeah, I like that. But I mean, GX now know about that because of the Prowler. There should be at least one body there. Oh! I mean, the shots are great.
Yeah, they're landing some big boy shots. They've forced out the ult from Westside, and normally this would be like quite a nice win. Pull out some of these ults here, but the problem is the scoreline. You're just fighting for survival, and you're just starting to dwindle in numbers. Gonna know
เสียง
the
ติ
player
ด้วย
by
เลย
player. Can Jesse get involved in
และรี
this?
เวอร์ชันเป็นที่ได้เช็คแล้ว
Need to start working here if
นั่น
they
ไง
fancy a go at it. Oh, they've taken a lot of damage. Where's the trade? Jesse
โอ้โห
can't do it. It's a lifeline. And a
เรีย
motive
บ
for
ร้อยฮะ
for Eternal Fire.
Imagine to keep themselves alive, pulling out ultimates. Same storyline from that first half. And I thought the eco buy would get nothing. I feel as if you've cast a cost net there. Come on. But I'll tell you what you can give credit for. Those shots that Eternal Fire were hit.
Just give them sheriffs, man.
One enemy remaining.
Apparently it's better
Last
than
player
Rams.
standing. Thrifty.
You ever make noises like that?
Not often.
Echo feeling something's up there. The pressure on that A side. It's going through. They are digging very deep on that. The flash nicely timed, and Echo, fortunate to be breathing still. They are desperately trying to get him out of position here. Now, where is the speed up on the other side? You've just noted 2, potentially 3 players just off the utility alone. And Aura is a mile off. He's just going for a wonder.
I'm wondering though, do they clear Flickless if they go for this mid clear? I mean, 3 bodies here for Eternal Fire.
Oh, it's just a standoff for a second though, isn't it?
You're anxious watching this.
You are, and on the swing in middle, it's just back and forth the whole way through. Net still standing, going to invest his ult as well. Horn goes up, he's just trying to buy time. He needs Aura to get active in this, get involved. Echo nearly with a chance there.
เอาหรือว่าหลังมา
So alone here.
Jesse though, in position, but Eternal Fire slipped through the
ถ้าไป
cracks
เอก็เรียบร้อยครับ
towards the B site.
ได้วาง
30
I don't know if
seconds
this is
left.
accounted for. GX waiting for notification of that spike plant, but at that point in time, you're letting Eternal Fire
คิดเยอะ
start to set up a post plant, get into favourable positions for themselves.
เรียบร้อยอาลาได้ยิน
Positions.
10 seconds left.
Looking for a bit of that. Aura's here fast.
มาช้าไปหน่อย
They might have lost track of him from earlier. Didn't quite note the slip through on CT. Now seen though. And the expectation wasn't necessarily incorrect. The shots, however, were. And Neki,
ดูไล่ตัวเลนซ้าย
with that sort of walkout. You did remember there was 2 players here. Paranoia there does go a little astray, but Echo played back in on the corner, spots both. Can you do something marvelous here? 35 HP. And 2 players to deny. That's a great start, but sadly couldn't quite get the end. And Jesse, once again with the important rounds here, gonna push Giant X up to
ขึ้นแท่น
12.
Got to go on towards map
นี่มัน
point.
ตกแบบ
Eternal
ต่ำเลยเหรอ
Fire.
วะ
Given that chance, the mid fight, not the best. And I think, as you said, I can't believe that nobody came to Net's help here. The fact that you saw Ara and Sules, I mean, you're a Neon for God's sake. Provide a different problem. In the 2-on-2 though, they do well to convert. And it's the ultimates that I think are really going to finish the job here for Giant X. I mean, you've got a Viper's Pit, you've got the overdrive for Ara. How does Eternal Fire start to think of solutions to these problems that could very quickly ensue?
I just don't think they've got the rounds for it, sadly, but I'd love to see what they can achieve, right? What can you make happen here? Can you extend play? Fancying their chances towards B, and the early Prowler doesn't clear a great deal of that Viper's Pit, so what's the plan beyond that?
I mean, maybe Eternal Fire thinking the Viper's Pit elsewhere, I don't know, but I mean, it's another one of your problems that's going to keep counting. And I mean, trying to go back to mid, but look at the setup for Giant X. 3 bodies here.
Yeah, this time Net certainly does have help. It's going to be Westside catching the cross. Going to know at least 1 player, could be potentially more slipping through. So they have to be aware that Vents is now vulnerable.
And look at Ara, he's now so far up on A on main. He's got the information. Execute coming through on B.
Yeah, but slipping that extra player in towards that Viper's Pit. I'm looking at Jesse in here too. Maybe subverting expectation, but it looks like a pivot right towards Net. Here we go. And back again. Where are we off to? 38 seconds. I don't know if Eternal Fire know where they want to end, but they're going towards the pit, trying to navigate around the back of it. Flash from Westside. No swing from it, obviously. They try and keep their head down. Flickless and
โอ้
Westside
GT ครับ
working in unison here, leaving Echo
บอม
all
ตกข้างนอก
alone.
หมด
Westside to close, and Giant X 13-5.
สปีดโบ๊ทเล่นรัว
Quite a show of strength today.
What a ton of performance from Giant X. The fact that they came in and showed us
เรารันไหน
why
เนี่ย
we always think so highly of this roster. The past few games have left a lot to be desired, but the rogues look good. You can see the confidence
Accent
from the
เหรอ
players. More of this, and I mean, maybe out of the conversation for playoffs just now, but certainly could make themselves a problem for other teams.
Yeah, if they start peaking now, it could be dangerous. However, someone we're talking about having a great bit of impact was Net, who's standing by on the
หนัก
sideline.
อยู่นะเซนมาแล้วน้องน้ำพี่คิดว่าจะเป็นโค้ดได้ไหมครับ น่าจะไม่ถนัดเท่าไหร่อ๋อ นี่ไงที่มีคนถามอ่ะ อยู่ยาวแล้วเจสซี่อยู่ยาวต้องบอกว่าส้มหล่นว่ะจังหวะนี้ โห แม่งมีแต่คนมีปัญหาวีซ่าไอ้นี่มันรัสเซีย
his approach, but then also asking for accompanied utility and the things in which he was trying to do was really, really nice. So yeah, I think all in all, pretty impressed considering the quick turnaround as well that they've had to have.
Yeah, we asked for the foundation of the comps being, you know, with Net on the recon, with Jesse on the smokes, you know, Westside back to that duelist, and they did that. And it seemed to work really well. So I'm hoping to see that across their map pool now.
Yeah, just should have done it from the start, maybe.
Hey, look, a lot of factors leading to maybe some mix-up on the early games here for Giant X, but let's dive into what worked well for them here, and it started with the clutches, right, Billy?
Yeah, 100%. I think round 2 was where we kind of got to see that moment of welcome to Giant X, Jesse. The fact that he was able to win out this
player,
1v2 whilst he was seized as well really was a tone setter for me, and I felt as though it was a repetitive pattern for them all throughout this match. We see this 3v2 coming as well from Net and Ara. I just spoke about the communication that they had with one another, the way that they were able to turn this round in particular, especially when you heard Ara say, rotate through T-spawn, rotate through spawn, and Net's like, I'm good, I think I've got this one.
Yeah, I said it before on the desk, like, Net's comms have really impressed me. I think America's players always bring that. I think it's their style of play is to be very comm heavy, and I think that Net is just bringing that. He's mid-rounding, he's controlling situations extremely well. He's very experienced. Like, I think people forget this. Like, he has played in top-level teams. Like, the Guard was an extremely good team. Yep. He has played high-level competition, and that is shining through on this Giant Astrax.
Learned from my boy MCE back in the day. It's been a minute since then, a lot of experience since then as well, but it lended itself really well to some of the execution that we were seeing here from Giant X as well, right, Minnie?
Yeah, it was a bit of a B simulator this game. I think to give Flickless credit, he found a weakness, and he just exploited it time and time again. So even this round 2 that ended in that clutch, it started out with just a simple just dashing out and just abusing this B site. I have to be honest, I think on Uldas's side, playing the Astra on B can be quite difficult, but time and time again, he only had one Astra star for himself. Look there, just that one smoke, and he's got nothing else really to work with here. His teammates, macro-wise, are not close to him to really support. So, 2 issues for me. It's the not very comfortable Astra gameplay there to hold that B site, but also the macro not really making much sense, is the sense that he's almost being asked to hold that site solo. So I think that there's a lot to go back to the drawing board here for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, I think this map in particular, something that we see a lot of teams do, especially on that defense, is fight for this extremity control. We didn't see that from Eternal Fire whatsoever, really, at all throughout that map. And I think for me, that's worrying, because if I'm looking at Giant X and seeing them as the team to set the tempo against a team like a Deathball team, a Firepower team such as Eternal Fire, then alarm bells start ringing in my head thinking, what's happened to the Eternal Fire that we had in stage 1?
Yeah, also it's like, is there something here about Izzy? Like, what did he bring to this team that is missing now?
And that's not to throw a spear under the bus, but yeah, it's like, what was that contribution?
Is that an overreaction to some degree? Like, I think this next map is really going to show us a lot. Like, is this team out of this match completely? Or is that just not understanding split right now? And we're going to go onto a map where they're more comfortable. It is their map pick, and maybe that Deathball's coming back. Maybe they're not going to be solo holding sites, and maybe just everything looks a little bit better potentially.
I think there is a through thread to some of what we were talking about in the pre-match, right? For
Giant X,
actually, which is just that this is a very fast format. There's not a lot of time to get your feet wet, to get adjusted, to fix things on the fly. For a player like Spear, who wasn't here from the beginning, I mean, we saw him trying to figure out how to put his in-ears in.
เนี่ยสรุปสเปียร์แม่งฝันร้ายจัดอุตส่าห์ได้เดบิวต์ขึ้นมาเทียร์หนึ่งทีมยังไม่ชนะเลย
Play your game when you're on the stage to have the consistency as a player, and you're being thrown into the deep end midway through the stage.
On a roll like a duelist as well, which, you know, that's a big thing to step up to, I think. But on the plus side, Ascent is a very puggy map, I think is fair to say. It usually doesn't take a lot of effort to be able to implement players into a roster, into compositions when we look ahead at this map, because it has just been around for so long. I feel like any pro player knows how to play Ascent at this point.
Yeah, it is also the kind of Turkish home ground. We know that the kind of aggressive style can work on this map extremely well. We know that the you know, strong jet operator kind of players have been very good in the Turkish region on this map. But the thing for me is that Giant X were picking this map quite a lot, like I said before. Maybe not having the results that they wanted, but it means that they were comfortable on this map. They were confident in this map. And Eternal Fire coming off a 1-0 loss now.
มันชอบยิง
How
ป
is
มไป
their
อะ
Ascent looking up against this Giant X?
And already an overtime game as well against Fnatic for Giant X. So we have seen a bit of the Ascent. And here we've got the comps. Anything jumping out to you, Mini?
Not really, just a kind of standard mirror-ish kind of situation. It looks like Spear's going to be on that Neon and not the kind of Turkish jet. So the operator play is going to be a little bit more difficult for him on this defense if he's not as comfortable with the Neon maybe than the jet, because jet a little bit easier to play in my opinion. So yeah, it's just your typical kind of double duelist approach. We're going to be seeing, hopefully, Eternal Fire bringing more of that aggressiveness that Billy was asking for on Split. I want to see them fighting for those mains. I want to see them pushing at middle. I want to see them bringing the fight to Giant X.
I'm curious though if this Neon does get locked in, if that was Spear's choice, because in the past, Eternal Fire, granted it was with Izzy, they were playing a Jet Phoenix composition on this map. So I'm curious if that is just an individual thing in the terms of Spear maybe wants to play the Neon versus the Jet. Let's not forget, he has been recently moving over to this duelist role and is primarily known as being an anchor. But Mini, Giant X, we're getting to see Flickless on the Phoenix.
I mean, that is the thing that jumps out at me, is that we're asking them to kind of define their roles a little bit better. It doesn't really make sense to me here. Like, shouldn't Westside just be on Phoenix and Flickless just be on the Cypher? We've seen Net controlling the pack with his like,
bro, let's
mid-rank
let our
comms.
IGL jump on the Phoenix. Yampi's in it, so
รับ
we're
รองไม่
gonna
ต่ำกว่า
do
ห้า
it. Like, what are we doing?
วันเนี้ยน้องนัทอะ
That's true, but yeah. Why do you not like it as much as Yampi doing it? It's just because Yampi's better?
I think because Yampi's at least got a year under his belt of being on this role. I think for Flickless, like, it's a lot to ask for someone. It's also just the jumping around. You've just played Viper on the first map, and now you need to get into the mindset of being on the Phoenix on this map. For me, that's just a lot to ask for someone that's still learning to be able to call around the rest of his team, Mini. Like, I think it's just frustrating, especially when you do have someone like Westside. Now, don't get me wrong. I think Westside is such a great sentinel. We've, you know, waxed lyrical about how incredible he is on the anchor role. But if you want to have a Phoenix in the composition, why would you not just put Westside on the Phoenix here?
I have no idea. I genuinely don't know. Flickless has shown he can play that Cypher when they were playing Haven earlier this year and looked pretty good at it. I have no, like, I need Pipson on the desk right now to
seriously.
answer us the
No,
question,
same,
to be
like,
honest with you.
แต่เอาจริงชอบเวสไซด์ฟินิกซ์มากกว่า
Whose choice
Ding.
this was? And are there more optimal compositions that we could be playing on this map that would suit the player comfort better in the roles?
Isn't it just so simple that you just switch those two roles around?
Because it's not just that. Like, I would love to know from Pipson's perspective, or even from your perspective right now, Mini, of do you think it's more optimal for players to be playing comfort or for players to be playing what's right for the meta?
I've got good news for you, which is we can't ask that in the coach
เรา
confessional.
เป็นซีรีส์ใช่ป่ะ
I
ถ้า
don't
เป็น
know
ซี
if we
รีส์
can ask it right now in the coach
พี่ว่ามัน
confessional.
มีสิทธิ์คัมแบ็กครับ
Live on the pre-show coach confessional coming in here. But yeah,
น่าจะแบบ
okay,
ใคร
so
แบบ
we've
มันแน่
definitely
นอน
got some doubts about what Giant X are showing here. For the other side, right, I do want to harken back a little bit to that Echo interview, right? He came in with some serious fighting words. He said, guaranteed 2-0. He did
ได้พวกปันนี้ครับ
not specify
He didn't say
which
what
way.
team. He didn't say what team, so...
I think I know which team he thought it. But that to me is almost in a weird way kind of a good sign, because it means that to me screams that it seemed like a blip to them.
Yeah.
Like, to lose 13-5 so dominantly. Like, earlier this year, they didn't lose maps 13-5.
No.
Right. They were very close in all their losses.
Yeah.
They won very dominantly and lost very
จัด
closely.
ไป
So to me, I'm hoping this is just a blip map, and it's going to be the Eternal Fire that I know and love, with Spear on the roster now, the kind of, you know, superstar Turkish tier 2 player. Like, I'm hoping everything just starts coming together very quickly, because there isn't much time.
100%. But as I keep harping on about, this is still a new role for Spear. When I think about Spear, traditionally he is on that sentinel role, you know? He has had a little bit of time in challengers these past few months where he has been dipping his toes into
ได้อยู่ได้อยู่
kind of
เดี๋ยว
duelist
ช่วย
roles.
ลุ้น
And don't get me wrong, when I look at a Turkish player, I know that they can probably play any duelist realistically because of how mechanically great they are.
We do have just a little bit of extra time here as we restart the lobby. So eyes on Spear, I think, is very fair, right? It's just the unknown quantity. It's something that we were all very excited for. But you're right, Billy. With a role swap coming in, I mean, in an ideal world, anytime a player makes the jump up, you just want to make that transition as smooth as possible, no?
Yeah, 100% you want to make it as smooth as possible. But it's like I've mentioned as well, time and time again, if you have a sentinel like Echo, Spear knows that he's joining this team as a duelist. So realistically, that is what we're looking at here. I'm still just sitting here frustrated by the Giant X competition. I don't know about you, Vinny.
Let's get back into it.
Like,
Why
like
not?
I was asking you before, do you think it's better for teams to play their comforts, or do you think it's better for teams to lean into what the meta is?
Is that the actual conversation here? Isn't it just switching West Side around on the roles here?
Well, I have good news for both of you. We can continue this conversation in the green room, but for now, it's time for our second serving of Pyro.
I didn't like that.
No.
I didn't like that.
Stop trying to make fetch happen.
It's not going to happen. Also, like an IGL being on a duelist, I love that it took Giant X for Billy to figure out what Vitality were doing was a bad idea.
Yeah.
And I love that it got back to him to like, no, Yampy's different. He's not like the other girls. It's fine. It's fine. Yampy can do it. It's like, ah.
She's going to come stomping through
Yeah,
here
of
in a
course she
minute.
is. You know those little feet pounding down the corridor in a second.
Oh,
It does
dear.
scare me.
Oh, really? Ankle biter.
Exactly. Exactly. Spot
ขอ
on.
แบบโน
What
ชิป
do
ได้
you
ไหม
make
แบ
of
บ
it?
แรก
Because
มัน
I
มีสอง
already
แบบ
made my thoughts pretty clear that I
สอง
don't
แบบ
like
ท้าย
having
ชนะชิว
IGL duelists, be it the exception to the rule or
ๆเป็น
not.
ไม่ได้เป็นไม่ได้
I mean,
คุณเนี้ย
had
บอกเลย
so much success
บอกเลย
as
เป็น
we've
ไม่ได้
seen, won so many trophies with IGLs as duelists.
Yeah.
Just stick with what works.
Well, proof's in the pudding. We could all be eating our words here. Giant X on the attack, obviously. Eternal Fire on the defending side.
Hot shot.
And Neki probably going to get contact first, I'd imagine. Coming on the swing now. We've warded off the first angle.
อุ้ย
Oh, taking a lot of
มาแล้วครับ
damage
สเปีย
there.
ร์
And instantly, Spear
สเปียร์ไปสาม
slicing through
สเปียร์
them.
รีโหลด
Still an opportunity to do some more as well. Jesse. Oh, it's not a pretty
สเปียร์จะ
affair
เอ
for
ด
them.
เพื่อนมาขัดไป
Messi
ก่อน
playing up through tree then.
Yeah, and I mean, it's exactly what we thought it was going to be the case of. Flickless trying to lead the pack.
โอ้โห
and
ก็
just
สไปร์ต
not
กเล่น
having
ง่ายละ
everything as concrete as what it was on Split. It looked seamless. At this time, though, has to be said, Giant X have not won a single pistol round.
That's good stuff.
But they've won every anti-ego.
The whole time?
No, just in the series.
Oh,
so
30
far.
seconds left.
That's such a rubbish stat. I was like, wow, you've really dug into that, mate. Have you been watching and stuff?
Oi.
You even turned up late today. Maybe
เรีย
that's
บร้อ
why
ย
you're late. You're actually prepping.
You've been dying. I was like 3-4 minutes late.
No, late's late. If you're not 5 minutes early, you're already late. Where's the dedication? Where's the passion? It's not there.
Been in Berlin too much. Yeah.
Right, well, again, for Eternal Fire, though, great result, great start. Can they keep hold of it?
That's the question.
Isn't it? After those big stats that you brought out.
Oh, come on.
No.
I'll show them.
It's all you, mate. You can have this round. This is
อาจ
your
จะชอบอะไรยาก
turning up late. Solo cast round. It's a
Actually,
banger
yeah,
too.
ๆ มั่นใจบุกครับ2ดูเอล
Now,
Yeah. Well, Flickless is trying to grab orbs for himself, and luckily enough, there's no contest, or else that
มัน
would
เดือด
have
มัน
been
เดือดไอ้
easy.
พวกไอ้วัยรุ่นตุรกีมัน
But
เดือด
as is judged, probably going to be a meat grinder through A main. We've seen this time and time again. I think Giant X just prioritising taking those orbs and not really wanting any fights, hoping something comes to them. I mean, that's how Split really worked out.
I won't actually leave you to solo this one because
Oh, thank you.
it's already a minute and Nish has happened.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's tough.
Flickless on the way, trying to farm up the orb and, well, see what more he can achieve. Billy's having a go at me. Brilliant.
Eternal Fire interested on the A side at least. Well, Giant X head elsewhere. The good thing is, positions for Eternal Fire should mean they get nothing.
Here.
Should, right?
Yeah, that's the key operative words.
It's whether or not Flickless can maybe get himself in a position to get one and die.
Yeah.
Love that. Love that. And there you go, got one and died. He's one away now from his ult, so actually pretty decent. Good farming for Neki though. As Jesse left in a 1v2, not impossible, just improbable at 12 seconds.
10
Yeah,
seconds
but
left.
we've been here
Oi.
before on an Antico.
Now, I'd be very surprised if he even gets the plant
Yeah.
down. There we are, Fabian. Not really
แม่งกด
taking
วาง
too many
จังหวะ
chances
แรกก็
then.
จบแล้ว8 วิ
Fire suffering some casualties, but majority will be happy enough with that from Eternal Fire. That's second on the board, and they make it out of that huge statistic that you pulled.
Thank you, mate. I mean, objective is just get across the line at the end of the day. Couple of, well, I say there is a couple actually of forces coming through. Eternal Fire thinking about contesting Giant X on this bonus round. And yeah, this Santico, overall, the fact that Giant X get themselves a potential win condition here in Flickless is something to work with. Oh, and this is a nice fast pace through tiles. Giant X already losing space on the map.
Yeah, this is a big start from Eternal Fire. If they're just going to go walkabouts every round, be aggressive, get high pressure, I'm down for it. I guess you're trying to activate Fabian and Spear, but Net comfortable dealing with one. It's Fabian striking back, but Flickless in the equation, looking to maybe recover that spike. Left, adrift at the top of middle.
Fabian's looking for this, he's fancying it. No flashes though, and just fires through the wall. Taking a bit of damage at the same time, and Giant X just sitting in spawn, looking to hold on to that advantage.
หน้าชิป contact free.
There's pings about where Giant X need to clear. In these corners, they know that the map space belongs to Eternal Fire, so the scale towards the B site can be ridiculously slow.
Yeah, slow and steady as they do work their way back over. There's the ult from Flickless. Actually surprised they invested that.
Yeah, that Fabian though still able to steal one away.
Yeah, this is getting a bit concerning because look who's behind them as well. What has is here with
no.
TPs spotted Flickless. Trying to speed up on this. Flickless being kept interested on the other side. Oh, come off it! Getting away with daylight robbery right now. And doesn't quite get across the line against Echo, but still goes on 5 HP. Yeah, that's job done. Job's a good one. First on the board for Giant X.
I mean, you can see how Giant X are so reserved, looking to death.
จริงอาจจะชอบอะไรยากๆน้องตา
Overall, so
คู่นี้เติมอะไรไป
through the round, and should have really lost it in the end. Nice little kill from Fabian before the smoke blooms, but lovely from Flickless to end the things out.
Who are we to doubt you, Flickless?
Yeah, I mean, now 3 away from another run it back. We could have a second run it back in 2 rounds.
Would be nice, but it looks like the aggression from Eternal Fire isn't really relenting. Straight away, eyeing up middle. Looking to get ahead of that cage potentially, or at least challenge on this corner. There's cage up. I don't know if they're going to be able to cross fully in time. Let's see. No. Slow and steady. And Fabian in no man's land. West side isolates him for free. Well, that's a good tag. I think he got a tag on Aura then, I'm pretty sure.
Maybe legs through the wall. Not as much damage as you'd think.
โอ้ยอย่างนี้ก็โดนนะดิ
Positions of bodies.
นี่ไง
Big kill from Echo.
Well, unfortunate for Flickless there. It's just a freeze in middle from Giant X. If you look at what they had, they didn't really have that full info on that B main side of things, but walk out on Cat. What is this aggression from Eternal Fire? Walking into a freeze in middle, desperate for information or to get involved. I didn't like that. And now the site certainly in hand. Jesse already on the angle. Spear ambitious to try and walk that. Yeah, with an operator, but still. Echo's 1v3 now. A lot to ask for.
I mean, already the flank. This is as good as done. Echo
What,
with absolutely no idea. The player's just playing hideaway.
เลิกแบบใจเย็นจัด
Giant X, so prepared. They know exactly the task that they have at hand. They're waiting for the aggression to be met. And again, it literally is just them playing off of one another. Eternal Fire need to get a grip of themselves, or else this is going to slowly start to roll out of their own hands, kind of like Split.
Yeah, I would be concerned if it starts to look more and more like that. I don't know, just such a good freeze call from Giant X, but the fact that Eternal Fire just kept walking into it, that double walk on Cat. Don't know. There we go, Giant X, what's the plan now? Still just going to pressure middle, but from a new approach. 5 top mid. Maybe looking for that stack there, but no. It'll be towards B.
Same time though, as Eternal Fire hold on to this space very quickly, they'll start to realise, hey, this is not the part of the map, and they'll move forward, as they always seem to do. Fabian already has the run it back, so he doesn't need to prioritise the orb. The only thing I worry about is if Audaz gets caught, that A site open, post plan easy, and he is playing within his own smoke with a shorty. He does not want a long range fight.
No. Well, the worst person to then run into, I guess, contact-wise would have been Ara then. It's going to be a quick rotate, but Giant X would love that. Because they're going to over-rotate. They have to. They're on pistols, right? You have to kind of make these rash decisions. You can't just play out default, but a lazy walk back through on tree where the angle's still controlled by Ara gives you nothing. Looking like they can maybe beat them slightly to be. I don't know if they can. Okay, they're out by switch. Now, where do we go with this, Giant X? Because you're getting a bit lost in the weeds here.
Yeah, starting to overthink things.
เสียขบวนหมดแล้วเนี่ยตอนนี้
because he gets isolated. That's a rifle back in the hands of Eternal Fire, but he passes the test.
30 seconds left.
อุ้ย
Oh, nice shots. West side though, able to deny things, and with a quick TP from Jesse, that's post for Giant X.
Spike planted.
I'll be happy enough with that. I was a bit worried they were overcooking a bit, kind of pumping around the map, which is fine. But it's just you've got to really be able to stick the landing, know where you want to end, kind of have that good vision in mind.
เที่ยวจัด DX ไม่รู้จะหลอกเยอะไปไหน
Again, so far, ticking the box. Once we got to these buy rounds, they have been now 3 in a row, and I feel like they've
วิ่ง
really
พลาดเลยครับ
read on
DF
Eternal Fire.
เจอ DX หลอก
We're going to see some disruption coming in from Eternal Fire now. 3 ults there, Echoes, Neckies, and Fabians. 3 to be invested, 1 away from Spears.
Look how we play these rounds, bro. Insane.
2 invested yet. Haven't seen him too active, but now with that operator, he could start maybe controlling that mid space.
Ara's only bought up a short.
เจี๊ยครึ่งแรก
Oh, he's even going to go for the judge.
โอ้โคตรใจอ่ะบุกก่อนด้วย
main source of weaponry.
มันเน้นจัดเลยนะเนี่ยเจี๊ยกันเมื่อกี้ อุ้ย โอ้โหเจอแถบแบบนี้ก็เซ็งเลย
Can only see 1 though. Necky's connection actually gives away, if anything, more. The west side's fallen as well. 5v3 held them off well. That was a fantastic
แล้วเมื่อกี้
display
จ
from
ริง
Echo
ๆ EF
there.
ไม่มีอะไรเลยแค่แบบอยู่ถือเชลีฟอยู่กระบอกเดียวในไซส์กระทืบไปกระจกเลยเมื่อกี้
and fight their way back into a decent spot. You're seeing Jesse left to hold down on B main. This reclear confirms that there's space in A that Giant X want to hold on to.
Yeah, but they need to get a kill.
Yeah.
Without that, there's no reason to over-rotate or overly pressure anywhere. There's no necessity. But with 50 seconds, if they can work a pick on tree, if they can maybe just insinuate a bit more, because even with this Owl drone going in, that's an additional player, right? They saw the Phoenix prior. Now they're going to see the Owl drone. That's 2 players out of the 3. The third still going to be in the back of their mind that this may not be all in. A lot of investment just for this. Ordaz, you were asleep at the wheel then. Way too late on that. The dart had already come in. He's got to have known someone could have scaled in. So now there's the
สวยเลยครับผมแบบนี้
everyone over towards A.
I mean, Flickless is just being left to die here. He needs to at least get 1 more and put this into a winnable spot. Eternal Fire so interested, so Giant X have the better positions when we get to post.
รอเลิก
I still feel that Net needs to get active in this though. And I mean, Flickless is
อุ้ย
over.
ถือว่าทำได้ดีคิวไป2ก่อนตาย
Essential work from Flickless. Good information though to be able to isolate and identify where Net's got to. 10 seconds until his dart's back around. Good approach from Necky, a little unorthodox.
Dart back up in 5 as well, so a Giant X's post plan gets even better.
But Net's doing really well here, being audacious in the work, right? Working his way
เจ
through
ซี่
CT.
แม่งรอให้เน็ต
Now
ป่ะ
we know no one's coming this way. Care May.
สงสัยหรือเปล่ายังไงก็ต้องสงสัยเพราะเมื่อกี้อยู่มา
Got
เก็ต
an
ตัวหนึง
outlaw and the time's ticking. Net can control most
ยังไง
of
ครับ
this, barring Cat. He can keep switch, he can keep stairs. He knows his role. Jesse has to be up to the
เฮ้ย
challenge.
อะไรอ่ะ
It's cleared. Problems now. Net needs to be good for this. He's being held back by Necky. Oh, it's a mess. It's a real mess. An absolute struggle of a fight. Diffuse is in.
I mean, there's nothing else to say. Giant X had everything that they needed. The fact that Jesse towards
ไอ้เหี้ย
backside,
เจสซี่
right, holding things down.
เจสซี่เลยอ่ะอัน
Jesse's
เนี้ย
on his fight, getting taken off guard. But overall, Flickless, as you says, over-delivering. Run it back online, didn't want to commit it. And I mean, at that point, you're hoping that the other 2 players, Jesse and Net, can deliver on his promise.
เจสซี่โลกจัดเลยอ่ะเห็นปะ
And then you
รี
even
เฟก
see it there,
รีเฟ
Jesse
กโลกจัด
missing
อ่ะ
out. And Net frustrated at the fact that he knows that is such a winnable position.
Yeah, see if he can bound back from this. A bit of a test.
เกินไปวิปเกินไปอ่ะ
To Giant X this very round.
One fighting B. Fighting mid.
Two mid, guys, fighting mid. One more.
Out short. Nice. Everybody short.
Mid.
One mark.
Bingo.
Enemy remaining.
Let's go.
Let's go. We win the fight.
Yeah, I mean, that just sums it up. Giant X dealing with the
By
overpoweringness
mid.
of Eternal Fire, the aggression. They know the game plan at hand. They know exactly what they're dealing with here. And with that, just playing off of one another.
Yeah, I mean, this so far to me has been a beautiful reaction, right? They've been seemingly quite aware of this aggression. You saw that freeze earlier on. We've been seeing them kind of waiting for this level of pressure to come through from Eternal Fire. And again, it's right there for them. So well prepped on this, and I'm perfectly able to then take the wind out of the sails of Eternal Fire. Because as much as this scoreline looks close, right, 3-4, by all accounts, numerically it is. The problem is, at this point, you're really starting to see the difference, though. Once we got to those buy rounds, it has totally turned. Giant X still very much in control. My concerns about Flickless yet to really present.
Yeah, and I have to agree with you. The other part that we've got to be thinking about, right, is Eternal Fire. They had that great stage 1, and everyone was like, "Hey, listen, we should have been the team that we sent to London, right? That third team didn't end up working out that way. Obviously, I mean, fair enough. Towards the end of that playoffs, but we can talk about that another time. But I think right now, what has happened is Eternal Fire have been completely figured out. They're not able to take people off guard by swinging through smokes. And when you have players on GX like Ara, Flickless and Westside who have been to Champions, who have played against PRX, against XLG, you know, teams that are going to be a little bit more in your face, a team like Eternal Fire doesn't surprise you anymore.
No, you're certainly right in that, and someone did just say, and it made me laugh, that Ara's comming like he's on the front lines. And it's kind of true.
Oh dear.
He's intense. I like it.
ท่ารีคอนมันต้องยากขนาดนั้นอุ้ย
I don't care. Spear though. Speaking of aggression, hello.
สเปียร์
Got a second, which just feels like a massive over
ถื
delivery.
อว่าทำดีอยู่นะอันนี้
Where was the assistance to this? Was
ยิง
there
ไปให้
any,
สอ
was
ง
it
ละ
just like a go
แต่
make
เพื่อนไม่มี
a
ปื
push?
นนะ
It's just utility, really. That's all it is off the back of. And the problem is while he's been aggressive and while he's been successful in what he's done, those upgrades are nowhere
รู้
to
จี
be
เอ็กจะ
found.
เนียบขนาดไหนครับ
GX,
เหลือ
they're
3 คน
gonna hold, wait. They know that someone's going to get interested. And I think that's why we've seen Afro on Fire call his time out. Say, boys, look, listen, we really need to stop pushing. We really need to take a moment, take a touch. And GX need to be careful.
They've been quite good at this though. And I wonder how much time it soaks though from Giant X, because they've been freezing and then getting played in. Ara got those 2 pushing from Cat. They've generally been rewarded on this. Now they have to kind of instigate back in. They know they have the better buy. Going to spot at least one slipping towards back site through stairs. Did not get to identify where Echo resides. That's an unknown quantity that could be a problem.
เอาทำไมน้องโอมเกิดอะไร
Doesn't
ขึ้น
get
ครับ
cleared by Ara either. So this is ridiculous. Oh, stop it. Bye-bye. Ara turns in time. They know there was a Sova slipping in towards sight. Ara's on the case. Magic from him again. Really getting them out of any tricky spots. With 10 seconds, I don't see anything that should deny this plan.
No, definitely not. I mean, there's
ไม่
one
ไหว
flash
น้องโอ๊ต
from Fabian. That's what you're hoping can catch a player off guard, make it an easy kill. But Ara on the warpath.
Nice. Oh, it's lovely.
เออไปเนี่ย
Looking comfortable here, in control. Obviously against a lighter buy, but we saw how that started.
I mean, an ace now starting to push Giant. Oh my god.
Are you good? I wasn't going to call you off on this, man.
Man. Do you know what it is? I'm just a bit nervous. You know, second time coming back in. Get slaughtered for the Minions movie, trying not to
turn up late for work.
Yeah. Oh my lord. But Giant X up to 5. And
nailed it.
Again, we were talking about Split and how they had the advantage. Let Eternal Fire back into it. They really now need to make this count.
Certainly do.
แผนอะไรอยู่ดีพี่ต้องเอามาเตะจริงๆเมื่อกี้มันควรจะเป็นไฟต์เดียวนะแบบมีคนมาเทรดสเปียร์หรือแบบมาลุมหน่อย
How long does he hold on this? Fabian's there as well.
Again, though, GX just so patient, not wanting to give any of these
Maybe he's
picks.
up here,
They've got
maybe.
utility. They
Hello,
know
here.
can clear spaces like this.
But they've also conditioned that it's going to be this cat split, this pressure through mid-market. And now we're already seeing the adaptation and layering to that from Giant X. Looking over towards A main now.
Well, that operator, though dynamic as ever, starting to move towards A. And this is where the execute is coming. And Neki, though, trying to play aggressive. That A site could be open, but the spike back in main is an issue. Ara trying to win something, but cannot do it. The operator trying to get back on the line. Eternal Fire have got this one.
อาลากูไม่เอาสักเล่มเลยครับเมื่อกี้โอ้โห
And it doesn't look like it is. Spear is there, locked in. Ara commanding enough respect. They're letting him walk this back. 38 seconds. Even if he does decide to go to B, it's a long old wait.
Yeah, I mean, time probably going to be tight. Probably around about the 10-second mark that we're going to see that spike actually hit the site. It's just whether Eternal Fire get into position in time. Oh, that's unfortunate. Cypher setup that you're walking into. You can see Echo just tapping the camera, confirms it.
Could you imagine? 1v3?
I mean, it's Ara, it's doable.
Got to keep this one buttoned up. He's got one for free. Gets away towards backside and looks to isolate again. Ara, this would be unbelievable if you get it done. He's trying to get that pick before they can push him together. Oh, can't quite get it in time. Fabian there, keep things safe in the end. But it felt like he was on a knife's edge throughout half of that round.
I think the one thing I'll say, Spear's discipline, trying to be ahead. He's eager, right? We can see that. But that's what gives the chance to Giant X, to Ara.
ฝ่ายกันแน่นอนครับ
Well
น้อง
played in the
เน็
end.
ตมิด
Both players play off one another. I mean, you'd expect
บุก
that
5
of
นี่
a
อิ่มละ
core who have been together for at least more than a year. This A side push, again, a little bit weird, not working out. I know it gets a little bit brawly, but that's what Giant X have been good at. We saw that a couple rounds ago, right? So I'm hoping for more, hoping for better. A change up of where the Cypher is, and that's where Giant
ผ
X
ม
look
สู
to
ง
hit.
171หนัก77อยากลดได้สัก68เดินไววันละ 30% นี่พอไหม
Still
ครับ
can be tested, or at least
ถ้า
kind
เดิน
of
ทุกวันพอครับผม
implied
วั
this
นละ
with that
40
mid
พอ
presence
แน่
again.
นอน
But look
แต่
at
คุมอาหารด้วย
this
นะครับ
spear straight off the rip here with support this time. Players coming through on B main, not going to
คุม
see
อาหาร
a
ด้วย
thing.
ถึงจะเห็นผ
This
ลไว
needs
นะ
to encourage Giant X to go direct in towards A if they want this finish.
แต่ถ้า
They
อยาก
gotta
ยั่
go
งยืน
now.
ให้เวทเทรนนิ่ง
You
ด้
can
วย
see
ครับ
the reinforcements already on the way. Do they slow this down and then pump the brakes?
I mean, Giant X have played these games. They're not going to let Eternal Fire force them into what they want to do.
จริงๆแล้วเขาให้คาร์ดิโอ
So Eternal
วีคหนึ่ง
Fire
ให้ได้
still keep
300
themselves
นาทีครับ
interested. It's this re-clear through mid that you've got to be worried about. Spear is shoulder checking it, but you're not going to beat him on a one-on-one duel.
No, you're certainly not. And that's again just added to the issues. So Giant X going to try and make it work with less. Straight towards the site, and with Ara doing that is going to help things out. Neki goes down. Ordaz trying to play to the second. Allow Echo to take the focus. Ordaz on the swing. They've got this in
ไม่
check.
พอถ้าจะลดอะ
Left it a 1v2. Make it a 1v1.
ต่ออาทิตย์นะ
Fabian's got ult, but so does Jesse. Where's he off to?
เจสซี่จากตอนแรกสแตนด์อินกลายเป็นเพอร์มาเนนต์
Fabian has his
อยู่
ult.
ยาว
He gets 2 goals at this.
But Jesse getting creative. I like
Oi.
that. Toying with it, buying time. Precious seconds. Jesse on the corner. Doesn't pass the first test. Does not buy enough time. And Fabian gets to take his sweet time now to the defuse.
I mean, for me, Eternal Fire have a game plan from the get-go, and you said that,
เกม
right?
เซน
They're
แม่ง
trying
เฉียบ
to
จัด
coax GX towards that A site into executing towards a Cypher setup, and for a minute, I think Giant X have figured it out. They don't execute straight away. They have that discipline. They're a little bit patient.
ต้องบีม
When
ล
they
อง
get
แบบ
towards the site hit,
ลองเพิ่มเวท
I
เทรน
mean,
นิ่ง
they
ดู
just
ครับ
play
มัน
into
จะ
Eternal Fire's hands.
ลดแล้วมันจะแบบ
Overall, I think Eternal Fire
กลับ
have
มา
done
ช้า
extremely well.
กินได้
Start
เย
to
อะขึ้น
figure
อะไรอย่าง
things
เงี้ย
out. And I really like the mid re-clear, but Net just a little late on trying to swing off of his teammate.
แล้วเรามาถามพี่เมื่อกี้พี่เพิ่งกินเค้กไป2 ก้อน
I think if you win that one-on-one, that
กับหมู
duel
ย่าง
with
อีก
Spear,
1 จาน
that round looks
ตอน
completely
ตี
different.
1
You have that pressure release valve.
Back to it again. Very direct about this. They're not particularly being creative. This looks like rinse and repeat until it works. Haven't seen it work yet.
ผมงดของทอดน้ำอัดลมมากินดีแล้วครับผมคือถ้าเราทำเป็นนิสัยอะเราไม่ต้องไปซีเรียสคาร์ดิโออะไรนะเราไม่ต้องไปซีเรียสแบบต้องคาร์ดิโอเยอะนู่นนี่นั่นนะแล้วก็ค่อยๆทำไปครับเพราะว่าเรากินดีอยู่แล้วนึกออกไหม
But I like this from Eternal Fire. They're starting to explore things. They're taking deeper lines. They can put Spear on this sort of angle now, right? Keep him a little bit looser, keep him active, and be the early signal. There is
มันก็ต้องมี
something
บ้าง
afoot here.
แม็ก
Maybe Giant X are just only good at executing on B sites.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
โอ้ย
the thing
มัน
about
ก็คิดอย่างนั้นไม่ได้
this
นะ
deep space
น้อง
is
วูด
that we actually still have West Side with a cam.
คิดอย่าง
So
นั้
we
นก็
can
แย่
place
เดี๋ยวผม
that, confirm that that operator is there or someone is on that line.
Blocking sight.
Looks as if Giant X though want to explore towards A through that short space. We saw
ใช่เหรอ
Ordaz
แม็กจะทำเพจ
asleep
อ
at
อก
the
ไก่
wheel
ไม่ได้
before.
หรอทำแล้วบอกพี่ขอเป็นผู้ติดตามคนแรกอะไรเนี่ย
It doesn't feel like a commitment though. Again, this feels like a fake. They've done quite well, but found no pick, so it doesn't really
ปก
threaten
ติ
it,
ขึ้นลิฟต์ตลอดตอนนี้เปลี่ยนมาเดิน
especially
ขึ้น
while
บันได
Spear has this deeper line. He can stay on this one now, seeing
พี่
his
อยากจะเอา
aura
ความ
on
คิด
the other
นี้ไป
side.
ใช้
It's
บ้าง
gonna
จัง
be
เลย
scratching your head. The
แต่พี่อยู่ชั้น
information gain
15 พี่
was
อาจจะ
wanted
ต้อง
from Echo is
ใช้
that
ไม่ได้
it's Favian though, dominating middle and keeping that spike firmly in hand is now the biggest issue. Spear just toying with
10
this
โลเลยเหร
deal.
อ
13 seconds. Westside shouldn't be a threat.
นั่นแหละครับ
Neither should Flickless.
ทำทุกวันอ่ะแบบเดียว ยิ่งกินคีนนี่คือแบบโคตรเร็วอ่ะ
Not much, mate.
Easy. It's a bit cheeky. Spike being lost in mid.
ถ้าใครจำพี่ช่วงมาสเตอร์แบงคอกช่วงนั้นนะ
especially with
ช่วง
the
นั้นพี่
creds that are in
อา
people's
ทิตย์หนึ่ง
pockets.
คาร์ดิโอ300 นา
For
ที
one
อ่ะ
last
ก็
round, Giant X. I
กิน
think
คีนทุก
they
มื้อ
could have really missed this opportunity now.
Yeah, this is 3 in a row
ตอน
for
นั้นแบบ
Talfire. They're going to be
หอมแบบ
over the moon. They have great ults coming into this final round of the first half.
ลีน
They
ที่สุด
found
ใน
a
ชีวิต
real
เรามั้ง
rhythm
ช่ว
to
งนั้น
this, a
อ่ะ
bit of discipline.
แล้วพ
Calm,
อ
composure.
ทำต่อไปเรื่อยๆใช่ไหม
Paying
มันมี
dividends
ช่วง
for
ที่
them
แบบ
throughout
แบทแม่งลงมาเหลือ
Once
แบบ
you got to
เลข
that
ตัว
kind
เดียว
of
อ่ะ
6th, 7th round, I think they started to learn
โอ้
that
โห
lesson.
รู้ป่าวว่า
And now, I think it's coming with a lovely purchase, obviously against
พอรู้ว่า
slightly
การคน
broken
เหลือแฟต
fight.
น้อยอ่ะ
Like
แล้วก็
short for Flickless.
จากตอนแรกเป็นคนอยากแฟตน้อยใช่ไหมพอรู้ว่าเขาแฟตน้อยนานๆอะมันจะเป็นยังไงอะเลยเลิกอยากแฟตน้อยเลย
Eternal Fire doubling down. We are going again. We've seen this one
อุ้ย
before.
รีบ
And it's
จัด
gone perfectly. Net does at least deny
แม่ง
Spear
ไม่มีแรง
running
แล้ว
away
แบบ
with it, but the
หน้า
bodies
มืด
are
อ่ะ
dropped.
ก็
Westside
เลยแบบเฮ้ย
exploring through
ไม่เอาดี
mid.
กว่า
Unfortunately,
ตอ
the
นนั้นอยาก
trap
รู้
wire
เฉยๆ
will
ว่าแบบ
roam,
เป็นไง
but it's a question mark that then starts to put doubt in Eternal Fire's mind.
คาร์ดิโอ10 นาทีเดี๋ยวโหอย่าเรียกว่าคาร์ดิโอเลยเรียกว่าเอาไว้วอร์มดีกว่า
This is starting to take a lot of time as they work through this map. I mean, you've got a minute to work with, sure. I think Westside's just hoping someone checks in so we can get a cheeky kill
กินใน8 ชั่วโมง
and
สุด
open
สุ
up
ดปา
that
ร์ตี้
B
อ่ะ
side.
Oh, they're trying to be slippery, and I think that they're just
แต่ถ้าคำนวณการกินนะครับ
not
มัน
sure.
จะลดไวใช่
There we
แต่
go.
ใช้ชีวิตไม่มีความสุข
At least
ไม่ไหว
let Westside free, but
ผมเวท3 วันถ้ามีเวลาเวทแค่3 วันก็นั่นแหละครับโปรแกรมนั้นดีสุด
the
แล้ว
discipline game has been learnt, right? Eternal Fire have learnt this lesson.
คุยลดน้ำหนักกันกำลัง
Giant
ซัด
X right
ข้าว
now
บวก
needs
ไข่
to
ดาว
move with intent. That's
พี่
the
ก็
big
เพิ่งซัด
thing.
เสร็จเมนู
And I mean, you can't
พี่
get
ตัด
out
เค้ก
market
2 ก้อนอ่ะ
Flickless.
คิดดู
I mean, it's going to be just traded out here.
Oh,
The issue is they've got
ถ้าเป็นอ
20
ย่างนั้น
seconds. They
พี่
don't
จะ
have
หวย
a
ดีไหม
full read on the B site. There's still Echo around. Now he knows. Now he's certainly going to know. 15 seconds. You can see the caution that Jesse's displaying there. He just wasn't sure if he's going to be backside, if there's maybe an additional body. Still got to go together. They are going to get the plant down.
I mean, at the same time, look at Echo. He's running for a body. He has the ultimate. He's trying to get information for his team.
They're going to get them nice and close. There we are. Now, on the break, they can start pushing Echo or
รู้ตำแหน่งหมด
And Neki got him pinned to the site here. They
แต่
just
ที่เด็ด
crossed
อยู่
the
ที่แท็บ
T's,
ตรงนี้
dot
แหละ
the I's. It should be
เฮ้ย
good to go.
อ้าว
And Westside takes a boatload of damage. Unconfirmed, sure, but down at 21 is tough to see a way out for him. Can they over-deliver here again? That's great from Jesse. Good follow-up. Echo can't make it. Jesse clutching
บุก
out
ไป
for
6 ค
Giant
รับ
X at 6 apiece.
I mean, the fact that the players move off of the
ยิงให้
ultimate
ทีมไม่ต้อง
actually use the
ไม่ต้องเสียดาย
information against Eternal Fire.
ที่
make
ตัว
them
จริงไม่ได้
sweat.
มา
I think that's the issue, though. I mean, we're seeing chances missed by Giant X. We're all even at the half.
Jesse, big change in your status coming into this one. Congratulations on being a full-time member of Giant X.
Thank you very much. I just found out like this Sunday as well, so.
Oh wow, so very new indeed. How are you feeling in the team now?
Yeah, feeling good. We had like couple practice days, let's say maybe 6 together right now. So I feel like I'm a bit more
แต่พี่ติด
incorporated
พวกแบบว่า
than like
โค้กซีโร่
in the
กับ
last two
ซิกี้
officials. So it's been feeling good.
แต่ไม่กินน้ำอัดลม
And we were chatting a little bit before. You only had like 2
ตอนแรก
days
ไม่
of
กินอะไร พอ
notice
ไป
when
กิน
you
พวกแบบ
played your first
สิ่ง
official
อะ
with them that it was actually going to be
แม่ง
happening.
ติด
So
พวกแบ
a
บว่า
lot of learning on the job, I assume, right?
พวกน้ำที่มันแบบใช้สารความหวาน
Basically, I was basically
หนัก
just
เลย
going
ที
over
นี้แม่ง
everything
กิน
I'm
หนักกว่า
doing
เดิมเลยเนี่ย
and just like playing the game, trying to get like as much prepared as possible.
And
ถ้า
we
ไม่มี
know
น้ำตาล
for
ก็
you
โอเค
guys,
ไหม
this is a pretty tough schedule,
แต่
right?
กิน
If you
กิน
lose
เว
your
ลา
game
แบบ
today, you're out of
เวลา
play.
กระป๋อง
You
ไป
have
กิน
to
มาแล้ว
go
ฮอต
through
พอตแมน
those play-ins.
เป็นไงเอาวันเนี้ยนะ
What's the messaging in the team? What's the messaging
แต่ว่า
coming
มัน
through from your coach?
ของกินเล่นมันอร่อยจริง
We are trying to just improve game by game. Like even if we like don't make it to playoffs, like
น้ำจิ้มเป็นไง
not really a big deal because like you can
ก็
still make it to a play.
ก็โอ
It's
เค
like it doesn't really matter
ต้องป
for
รุง
us.
เองนะ
So yeah, we are just focusing on improving and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
I don't know. You've made the jump up
มัน
recently.
มัน
Are
เด็ด
any of
ตรง
those
ปรุง
tier
เอง
2
เลย
teams
ทีม
that'll be in play and scary?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
พี่เลยต้องลองนี่
No
Bonus
problem
tonkatsu.
there. Any problem today? What do you think of Eternal Fire?
แต่วันนั้นพี่ไปกินโบนั
ถ้า
ส
ไม่ใช่
มา
คนคงคัตสึปะ
Doesn't really fit us. Maybe
แต่
that
พี่
much.
ไม่ได้หยิบของทอดมากิน
I
เลย
don't
ดิ
know. Like I think we have a pretty
พี่
good.
ซัดเนื้ออย่าง
พี่ต้อ
เดียว
งกิน
เลย
น้ำซุปทงคัตสึ
Best of luck today.
โค
I
ตรอ
look
ร่อย
forward to seeing it.
Thank you.
น้ำซุปทงคัตสึเหรอ
ใช่ มันมีถึงวันที่ 30
Nice to hear from
เดี๋ยวจะไป
Jesse
ลอง
as he looks
ไม่
a
เหมือ
lot
นกิน
more
ราเมง
comfortable
ที่
on the
ร้านอะ
controller role, having to have
ทำไม
a
รอบ
bit
ที่
more
แล้วไป
impact.
มีเปล่าวะ
We saw that in
น้ำซุป
the
ทง
last
คัต
round.
สึ
มันเป็น
Oh, for sure.
เป็นอีเวนต์
And
อะ
again, just the level of comfort he
มัน
has.
ไม่ได้
You
มี
can
ต
already
ลอ
see
ด
him being decisive, being kind of instrumental to
เดี๋
some
ยว
of
ไป
the
ลอง
outcomes.
อยู่ใกล้ๆคอนโด
So
ปกติกิน
happy
น้ำ
to
เยอะ
see
ไหม
him finding his footing here. And
พ
look,
ยายาม
it's
กิน
it's
ให้ได้
from
วัน
the
หนึ่ง
beginning.
เนี่ย
He wasn't exactly expected to come
2
in and
ลิตร
hit the ground running and
16
be this,
ลิ
you
ตร
know,
เฮ้ย
superstar
2 ลิตรดิ
player, but happy to see him looking comfortable at least here.
ผมก็กินเกินนะ
Giant X
แต่
on
เป็
the
นโค้ก
defending side now. Eternal Fire on the
กิน
attack.
น้ำตะไคร้
As Wes says,
2 วัน
site that you're trying to
ล
hit
ดความ
into,
ดัน
it's
เหรอ
not a player you want to try and dance with.
โอ้โหกินน้ำตะไคร้ไม่ไหววะ
Early tree space is massive for Eternal Fire.
Nicholas is late. How to
พี่
identify the other
จำตอนไป
player.
เวียดนามใช่ปะที่
Well,
เขาจะเอา
he
น้ำมา
does
เสิร์ฟอะ
now.
ผมซดเข้าไป
There
คำ
was
แร
a
ก
little bit of
what the fuck
consideration, it felt like, actually, to that. And when
น้ำ
you've
มัน
got
เลย
a
ไม่รู้
pick
ได้ไง
แล้วเอฟกินหมดปะ
that instrumental, you're surely
จิบ
going to
เดียว
lean
พอ
into
พี่
it. The rotation's
พี่
going
โค
on.
ตร
โอ้
โห
โห
ดไปอะ
พี่แค่หยิบมาดมพี่ก็วางแล้วอันนั้นอะ
In his place, over towards Pizza.
ตอนแรกผมนึกว่า
Has to try and get
เขา
out
เสิร์ฟ
of there.
ชาผมก็หยิบมากิน
him
เลยแบบ
trying to get a
รวด
kill
เร็ว
now
อะ
is going to be
นึกว่าแบบเอา
difficult. Now
น้ำ
you're
ปั่น
looking
หญ้า
for
มาให้กิน
trades off of it. I mean, Eternal Fire in a prime position to
ปั่นหญ้า
convert this pistol round, and that would be 4 from 4.
เพื่อกินน้ำฮอปหมักข้าวดูพี่ลดความดัน โอ้โหหลับเลยนั่นน่ะนาย
Great presence in middle.
2-0 ก็มีภาพอยู่บุกไปเยอะมากเมื่อกี้
Who's going to hear this?
น้องมอ
Oh, he gets cleared.
Mò
I didn't
chi-
think
mò
he'd
chi
get
à?
cleared on that, but apparently
มอชิมอชอ
Net's still going to be
เมื่อ
carrying
กี้วิท
on
ย์ชนะ
where
ไหม
he almost
เมื่อ
left
กี้วิทย์ช
off.
นะ
Aura's damage is still in effect, but it's a
คู่นี้อะไร
2v1.
นะ
Fabian.
คู่นี้
Oh, he's
EF กับ
isolated the
GX
first, but Jesse starting to
ผ่าน
come into
ทาย
his
ไป
own
ยังวะ
now.
Could that be a massive pistol round for Giant X to win to close out the series? I mean,
แล้วตอนนี้ภาพ
Fabian will
2-0
play from
ลอย
his
มา
right back, so there's going to be issues
ใคร
to
กำลัง
come
นำ
through still for Giant X to try
GX
and mitigate. Overall, pistol round looks great. And Net, I mean, unbelievable double he gets from short here. I mean, can't do better than that.
An absolute workhorse in that sort of situation.
ผมทายอะไรไปวะผมลืม
เฮ้ยอย่างงี้น้องพาเซอร์ได้ไหมเฮ้ย
Would that tell you?
Nah, it wouldn't tell me.
No.
But I like it.
ไอเน็ตมันโคตรคึกอะ
You seem flustered when I asked you about your movie preference. I don't know, man. It's directed. Eternal Fire invested. It's stingers galore. Net needs to be careful here. Does on the lines. He
มัน
knows
จัด
what he's
มันจัด
doing. West side by his
เนี่ย
side. And Eternal Fire not gonna look it. He's standing up again. I'm
เอาแรก
sure
เอา
of
โห
it. In zone flawless. Comfortable work for Giant X.
Yeah, not a sweat, even broke. At the same
ทำไง
time,
อะ
I
EF
mean,
มีแต่
spoke
ไฟ
about
พาวเวอร์
back online
ทำไม
for
ทีมเพ
Fabian
มันถึง
3.
เป็นอย่างนี้วะ
And I'm wondering how they're going to use that. I mean, already we've seen how Eternal Fire work the map. It's a global movement. Are they going to use that to try and open some of that space?
มันต่อยกับโอกินอสด้วย มันไม่จับมือกันด้วยใช่หรอ
Now, can you do a Minions impression?
What?
มันต่อยกันที่ไหนครับผม
Bello.
That's what I was going to ask you. Yeah,
ลาด
that's
ดำเนิน
nice. That was
ลาด
really
ดำเนิน
nice.
เหรอ
Just like nice from
ดี
Flick.
นะไม่ต่อยกับไอ้ที่เขาไปต่อยกันในมวยเถื่อน
You
อะ
can't segue it. There's the,
มวย
Oh,
เถื่อน
God,
ที่นัดต่อยอะ
I don't think we even saw the kill.
No, we didn't. Well, I saw the kill.
What?
It was just a little
In your
spam.
heart? Would you, I don't think the observers even saw it. Maybe they did. I
เมื่อกี้
wasn't
ไปกิน
paying
ฮอต
attention.
พ
I
อต
was
แม
looking
น
at the
ใช่
next
ปะ
thing on my list, which is can you say
แบบ
purple
ว่า
burglar alarm? But
ตอน
I
จ่าย
can
ตังค์เขา
actually.
ขอรูปสลีปผมก็เลยนอนไปเขาก็เลยแบบตลกอะไรเงี้ย
oh, you can, yeah. You take that little.
Yeah,
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 that's nice. Yeah.
I've got a.
ก็เลยบอกว่าเขาขอรูปสลีปก็
I do see a lot of people
เราทำอะไรผิดอ่ะ
Yeah. Do you think Billy would?
No, she's not.
No. Okay.
คือ
Fair
เรา
enough. Fair enough. Flickless is fine.
นอนยังไงอะลงไปนอนเหร
ก็
อ
แบบว่าทำท่าแบบพ
See
น
if
ม
you
มือ
can
แล้ว
follow
ก็
Necky.
เอา
I mean,
หัว
the
หัว
thing
อิง
is as well, the one thing
อ๋อ
that I really struggle with
Yeah.
is
แล้วก็
Giant
เอา
X.
พี่ถ่ายเลย
I'm
รูปส
no,
ลีป
not with Giant
เฮ้ย
X.
Get their name right.
I was gonna say the thing that I struggle with is the man's name Carol because it starts to sound like.
แล้วจะกินอย่างดึกกับบุฟเฟ่อะโหดจัด
Does that make sense?
ไม่โหดแล้วพี่ผมจะเลิกกินแล้วเนี่ยหนักขึ้น
I have no idea what you just said.
เรื่องใหญ่เนี่ย
I am not a Scooby.
Carol and Carol.
help.
แม่งขึ้นง่ายมากอะ
Others in chat.
ขึ้นง่ายจัดอะ
ตอนนี้อายุเท่าไหร่
6 to 9. This is where the game really starts. Fab in with
เอ
the
อ
ult.
เนี่ยโอ้
Keep your eyes
เล็ง
towards it here.
เล็งนี้แหละกำลังขึ้นง่ายเลย
From the word go
ขึ้น
already.
ง่ายลงง่ายปะ
Giant X taking a wander
ก็
in towards
ก็ไม่ง่ายนะ
Well, here's that run it back that we spoke about, and Nets already denied it. Trades end up even 4-4, and look at Eternal Fire so quick.
ประมาณโอ้โหช่วงนี้พี่กำลังแบบไอ้นี่เลยจะช่วงขุนเลยนะช่วงนั้นอะ
AC for sure.
ช่วงกำลังคนเลย
There is a clear coming through on mid.
Flickless has his run it back as well.
Oh, Ara gets checked.
รู้ตัว
Really
อีกที
nice.
ต้องแต่งเกงไปไหนสักอย่างเขาไม่ค่อยออกจากบ้านใช่ปะ
Jesse backside
ที่กางเกงเหลือตัวเดียวใส่ไม่ได้ทั้งตัวครับหมดเลย
Flickless now has to investigate. We're going to see at least 2.
เร็วจัด
เร็วจัดเลยเผลอ
It's
แป๊บเดียว
a problem.
โหเล่นบาสมัน
Kills to get it going.
ไม่ค่อยมีให้เล่นอะ
Flickless with a
ต้องเตะ
flash.
บอล
He's the one you're looking to try and dice up the angles, stop Eternal Fire having these crossfires. He's already used it.
อุ้ย
He has, but Flickless
แล้วสองตัวในซ้ายโล ไป
Now the last two are the ones down low. Neki has to hit
เอา
some
สารวะ
belters. Flickless does have, is it a regen shield though, I
2-0
think so.
อุ้ย
Oh, does it matter when Westside just bulldozing in? Giant X keep things moving.
Double digits. That
พี่เลย
gap
หลอกแบบแค่
growing
กางเกง
more
เหรอ
and more.
อ๋อ
When
ก็
the
ก็
attack
มีพอ
really
ใส่
got
ได้
the
แต่มัน
flag
แบบ
down,
มัน
more
หมด
than
อะนึกออกมาน้
likely
องกล้อง
gonna be on that half buy.
Were you saying Carl?
Carl?
Carl? Like the Walking Dead?
Yeah. There we go.
Okay, because
It's the RL.
แล้วตัวเลือดเต็มไปโดนสแปม
A
สวยเลย
little gets in there. Carl.
I thought you were just saying your name over and over again. I was like, he's lost it. It's taken 2 games with me and he's absolutely cooked. Thank you though, chat, for the translation, because I literally just saw it. I was like,
Oh, it makes sense.
it makes a lot of sense. Time out now.
Yeah, that type of makes a lot of sense as well.
It does make a lot of sense. It's not been great so far.
Max loss bonus. Spike and
ทำไมทุกครั้งที่ฟูลเซนแพ้จะต้องมีคนมาบอกให้เปลี่ยนตัว
I think most of the time teams would like to win all of them.
ก็
Yeah, that's true,
FC
but that's the
ของ
next
คนที่
one
โดน
is-
เปลี่ยนออกไง
I mean,
It's
kind of bust.
important.
No bother.
มันเปลี่ยนจนไม่รู้จะเปลี่ยนไงแหละ
SMR with Fancy Cairo.
แต่ตอนนี้ต้องไม่เปลี่ยนแล้วอันเนี้ยดีสุดแล้ว
I don't want to do it.
ถ้าเปลี่ยนก็ต้องแบบว่าไปเอาอีกทีมมาแหละ
อืม
The top of the mic.
แต่
แบบ
จ
ว่า
ริงๆอันเนี้ย
รวมดาวรุ่งอะแล้ว
อั
มาน
นี้
ปั้
คื
น
อเซตนะเซตที่พี่คิดว่าควรจะเป็นตั้งแต่ตอนแรก
Do it for you.
อ่าฮะ
ตั้งแต่ต้นปีก่อนที่เขาจะเลือกเลวันทานอะ
Into what you
Set
and
me
Hassan
in
get up to is
Right.
your own business, all
Set
right?
me
If you
that.
wanna-
Don't say it.
10 to 6.
เพราะว่า
Giant X still in
ตอนนั้น
full
ฟอร์ม
control here.
ไอ้
It's
นี่ดี
whether or
มาก
not
ฟอร์มสเป
Eternal
รอดอะ
Fire can muster up anything now because they've hit a bit of a brick wall.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it. Giant X on the defense since we've switched the halves. But, I mean, stage 2 finals, make sure to get your tickets.
Yeah.
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 ไม่มีหรอก FC มีแต่ตัวปั่น
Barcelona.
ไม่รู้จะปั่นอะไรไปวุ่นวายไปหมด
Really
พวก
bad
นี้
here just to do that. We get just like a voiceover line that pops up every time. It's just her saying Barcelona. Or Alberto, either or, our producer, you could get him too. But essential round for Eternal Fire. What is the game plan now?
EF เปลี่ยนจาก Easy เป็นสเปียร์เหรอครับ
Crossfire piece
ก็
set up already on A main. That's concerning.
จริงๆสเปียร์มันก็ดูโหดอยู่นะ แต่ยังดูไม่ค่อยเข้ากับทีมปะวันเนี้ย
Flickless has just got that flash so ready. Contact taken from the cam.
เพราะว่ามันมีช็อตที่แบบกดอันตีบเล่นคนเดียวอะไรเงี้ยตอนคอมมูนิเคตก็
Plans and Westside going
พูดกัน
forward.
4 คนน่ะ แต่ว่าสเปียร์นั่งเดินเงียบอยู่แมปแรกอะแล้วระหว่างที่เราวิเคราะห์สเปียร์จับไป2ว่าไงคนนี้
Cross map. Oh, just in
ยิงให้
one
ดู
net. Barely touching it.
They got the tag onto Spear as well. So still issues.
Spike planted.
And I mean, Ara on the outlaw, that's a one shot.
Oh, clears Neki.
3-2 ครับ
Literally back to the wall, Valorant.
พร้อมกลับมาเล่นกับเพื่อนครับ
Gen here.
อาลา
But Net still got dart. He's got 2 shot
วาง
darts
เปิด
as
นะ
well.
มีรีคอน เอ้า
No, they know.
โอ้โห
Yeah,
หน้ารี
exactly.
คอน
They
แบบ
know the
ข้าง
closest
ใต้
field,
ว่ะ
but it's all about main.
เล่นง่ายเลยถ้าเมื่อกี้รีคอนข้างใต้อะ
Smoke coming in. Gonna force the hand forward. Can't just bank on the spam with Net just shouldering up here, playing defense on this one. Getting a little messy in the smoke, but he's got the job done. Giant X
จีว่ะ
with a couple of seconds to spare, not too many. Should be able to get the defuse going just fine.
Panic stations for Eternal Fire. Play from main. Don't consider that there is a controller still up for Jesse. just a smoke down, and you can see that they're running for the hills to try and get back in to the site. Worrying signs for Eternal Fire, especially after the loss against Heretics. Now into this game against Giant X. Sure, compliments to Giant X in the way that they've been able to reinvent themselves, heading in towards what could possibly be a play-ins run. I mean, last chance at trying to get playoffs, but Eternal Fire right now, they've had a tough start to the schedule. Lucky to play Team Liquid like they did.
Yeah. Well, if you're talking about last chance and trying to make it count when you can, it's right about now, and Jesse getting away with murder here. Couldn't quite call it out in time to save his teammate, but Eternal Fire picking up the pace here and picking up some bodies on the way as well. Even Westside in net, a little behind the curve. That could have denied the plant. It's not the end of the world. They find net in time. Still with plenty of seconds to spare. Westside played out of the round.
12-9 right now. Has the money to go for this. Just that player in shot. Nah, no chance.
Not gonna happen.
Absolutely not. I thought he was maybe gonna try and steal the operator away and save. Tries to go, give it a go. Fair enough, mate.
ไม่ต้องนับแต่เวลาคนเกาหลีเขาดูวาโลเขาดูมันดีเนาะเหมือนแบบทุกอย่างที่คิดอยู่ในหัวมันพิมพ์มาหมดเลยอะนึกออกไหมสมมติอย่างเวลาเราดูเงี้ยเราคิดปุ๊บแล้วก็โอเคไม่เกิดเหตุการณ์นี้แล้วก็พิมพ์สิ่งที่เราไม่คิดวิเคราะห์ออกมาแล้วถามตอบกันคุยกันใช่ปะวัฒนธรรมเกาหลีเวลาดูแข่งแม่งแบบสมมติใครเล่นแย่นะแม่งคิดในหัวแม่งคิดในแม่งเล่นแย่ปุ๊บแม่งพิมพ์ใส่หมดเลยว่าในหัวมันคิดอะไรบ้างมันไม่สนว่าแบบจะมีใครคุยอะไรกันอยู่เวลาคนเกาหลีมาในซูปแต่ทีแบบดูอินดีเว้ย
nowhere near it but should they head towards A you know that that's going to find value.
How long do they hold that though? Do they get any pressure?
แพ้นอนซาวน่าชนะนอนโรงแรม
That's what they've really seen. It's Ara posted on this. Huge opportunity for him. On the corner now, waiting for that owl drone, I imagine. It's the flash. Does get tagged. Needs to get out of there.
ดีนะเป็นเจ็ตนะ แต่
แต่
เล่นง่ายอยู่นะเฮ้ยแต่เสียเอช็อตต้องระวังการ์เด้น
Oh god, this is brutal. Westside.
โยกไปบีครับอุ้ย
Perfectly in the corner, couldn't quite combine it together. However, net on the site is an issue. He can buy time. The TP gets taken and he gets support from Jesse. Paranoia towards Cat. He's got bloodthirsty net.
อุ้ยมันเล่นดีจังอ่ะ
1v4. Outclassed and outgunned. Net looking to make it for. Can't quite do that. 14 seconds though. You're not going to get much more.
We said it coming into this. Giant X felt a little bit like fish out of the water in terms of the roles, in terms of how everything looks. All we asked, guys, make it simple. And it looks like that in terms of how they played against Eternal Fire. Me and you both said when we discussed this should be Eternal Fire to change the narrative about this team and start to look like a real contender for play-ins. And they just look completely lost.
Yeah, great time to activate for Giant X though. Maybe just again solidifying those roles and trying to find ways to now really commit to having Jesse on that roster, change the mentality. And now sitting on 12 rounds for Giant X, they've got to be happy. Obviously, first map in the bag.
มันต้องแบบเคลียร์กล้องอะไรขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอวะ
Holding down a lot of this map by his lonesome. Does have help on the way in the form of Ara. Should be able to beat this site hit if it does come this way, which it looks like it is.
I mean, they're waiting for Rodax to get into position. He's extremely late.
วิเกือบตายเมื่อกี้
I wonder if they've seen the operator and they're like, well, okay, let's go, guys. Try and overwhelm it. And instead, you look at Giant X. It's a complete retake setup with Flickless as ult.
Yeah, dangerous, isn't it? Close enough by. Let the dust settle a little. Don't need to go too hell for leather yet.
Same time, post-plant setup, one player deposited in main.
ใช่ปะ มันไลน์อัพเคลียร์กล้องมันอินเสียงเกินไปว่ะ
Wants to get in, but they try and greet him with a smile.
โอ้โหเรียบร้อยครับ
Great proactive, even in defense. Fabian head
จังหวะ
first
ชุล
for
มุน
this one. Maybe in a 3v2, but Ara's got the ult. Invests and goes down. Mid-air collision almost at that point. Jesse turns the flash.
อ้าวแล้วเป็นเจสซี่ด้วยตัวสุดท้ายโอเมนมีสโมก
He hasn't got much time, and a good plan here is going to make
ยาว
Not going to hear the start of this either. Fabian has to check on this. Fabian, you've got to check. Oh,
GG.
Fabian, no! What a disastrous way.
แล้วตัวสุดท้ายเป็นโอเมน
13-7, Giant X flip the script today.
I think that just sums up
เฮ้ย
exactly
ทำไมมันถึงแพ้ได้วะ
has gone. Not a way you want to see a map end, not a way you want to see a series end. Giant X, as you said, have completely flipped the script, and I'm actually excited to see how this team develops in the future.
Oh, the potential is there.
เอาจริงถ้าพูดกันเรื่องยิงนะ EF เผลอๆไม่ที่ชอบ EF ยิงมากกว่าซ้ำนะ
You saw the potential, you saw moments. Yes, there was that kind of uncomfortable Haven performance, but beyond that, they've been competitive. Here they looked a little out of sorts, and Giant X absolutely making the best of the
โอ
scenario.
เคฝันดีทุกคนนะครับเจอพรุ่งนี้นะเดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้รีบมาลุยกันต่อครับผม
teams have coming up next. I look at Giant X. They're playing against Team Liquid and Team Heretics.
ก็มันเล่นงงๆว่า EF
I mean, as you said, I
มี
mean,
แต่ไฟ
pretty
power
hard teams to go up against. But I'm wondering now, does Team Liquid
ดูกัน
start to
ยาว
win a little bit? That's a team
ๆแต่
you don't
แต่
wanna
คู่เนี้ย
go
วันนี้
up
ใครแพ้
against
อ
when
ด
you're in
อด
form.
ไปเพย์ออฟแล้วครับ
Yeah,
ต้องไปเล่นเพย์ละ หมดลุ้นละ
I think
จ
it's
บละ
looking to see if they can continue to build on it. If this is just a good day in the office, or if there is more to be seen. I hope there is, because this team has always been
เดี๋ยวพี่ขอ
exciting
ตัว
on
ไป
their
เซต
day.
โอเบสก่อนนะ
Seeing Net having great performances, seeing
ให้อ่านแชท
everything
แบบ
kind of
ร
lining
วม
up
กันได้
here. West Side, Ara,
เติมครับ
Flipless, Jesse as well, starting to look way more comfortable. But God, that ending, that is an